Good morning and welcome to everyone. This is the fifth day of the recital. We begin every day with an invocation to the study so that I welcome my companion, Dipendra Ambila.
Oh, Ayana. जन्माध्यास्यायतोऽन्वयादितरथाश् चार्थे स्वभिः नात्स्वरात् येने ब्रह्महृदाय आदिकवये यन्ति सूरया तेजो वारमृदं यथा विनिमयो यत्र त्रिसर्गो मिषा धाम्ना स्वेन सदा निरस्तकुहकम् सत्यं परं धीमहि सत्यं परं धीमहि सत्यं परं धीमहि शान्ति 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 नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नारं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयम् उदीरयेत् शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति. Study and teaching of the Bhagavatam, the instrument of victory or ignorance, should begin only after salutations have been made to the supreme embodiment, Nara Narayana, to the goddess Saraswati, and to the sage Vyasa. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Atha Chaturtho Jaya Sri Sukha Uvacha Skanda 10, Chapter 4, the episode of Yoga Maya and after. Kamsa's attempt to kill Yoga Maya. Sri Sukha said, "The doors of all the buildings within and without remained locked and bolted as before. Meanwhile, the little infant daughter began to cry, awakening all the prison guards. Instantly, the guards went running to Kamsa, carrying the news of Devaki's confinement, which the former was awaiting with much dread. Catching up in haste and consternation with the feeling that his killer had arrived, Kamsa ran to the lying-in room of Devaki in great excitement, his hair disheveled and legs stumbling on the path. The good lady Devaki, extremely pitiable to contemplate, now appealed to brother Kamsa, saying, "O gentle one, this is your daughter-in-law, as it were. It is a girl and deserves to be spared. O brother, you have killed such a large number of my children, all brilliant like flames. Spare for me at least this one, last one, a daughter. O noble one, am I not your sister, pitiable, with all her earlier children killed? It befits you, O dear one, to gift for my unfortunate lap at least this last child of mine." Sukha said, in spite of her begging in the most piteous way for the infant's life, the villainous Kamsa snatched it off as he hugged it to her bosom. devoid of all humanity due to considerations of self-interest, he pulled that newly born infant niece of his by the legs and dashed it forcefully against a hard stone slab. But lo, leaping from his hands, the infant was seen to rise into the sky and assume the form of an eight-handed goddess, who was none but the Yoga Maya's incarnated as her Lord's sister. The goddess was decked in celestial garlands, clothes, unguents, and bejeweled ornaments, and was armed with weapons like bow, trident, shield, sword, conch, discus, and mace. Amidst hymns and offerings in her honor by diverse celestial beings like Siddhas, Charanas, Kandavas, Asparas, Kinnaras, and Uragas, she declared as follows to Kamsa: O fool, of what avail is your killing me? Your traditional enemy is born somewhere. Do not kill poor infants unnecessarily. Search out for your real enemy. The Devi, the Yoga Maya of the Lord, having said thus, disappeared from there, but manifested herself in different holy places in the world under different names. The hypocritical Vedanta of Kamsa. Kamsa was wonderstruck at the words of Yoga Maya. His immediate reaction was to release Devaki and Vasudeva from his prison. He then said to them with humility, O sister, O brother, alas, I am a veritable sinner, like a Rakshasa. I have killed all these little ones, villainous, merciless, and devoid of all family affection. I do not know what hells are in store for me, a veritable living corpse, as for a killer of holy men. It is not man alone that utters lies. Even superhuman beings seem to do so. The wretch that I am, I happen to kill all these children of my sister, believing in the ethereal voice. Do not grieve for the children, O sister and brother. After all, they have only suffered the fruits of their own actions, karma. Creatures do not live forever. Even when living, they cannot live together. For man is subject to the results of his actions of previous births. Like earthen pots, we find bodies coming and going, but just as the mud, their basis, is not destroyed with the destruction of the pot, so also the soul is not destroyed with the destruction of the body. A person who does not understand this gets entrenched in his differences from others and becomes subject to birth and death. His involvement in transmigratory existence is never ending. Therefore, O good lady, though from our worldly point of view it looks that I have killed your children, do not grieve over it. All creatures helplessly suffer the fruits of their own actions. So long as a man, without the knowledge of the difference between the body and the Atman, thinks I am killed or I am killing, it is that ignorant man who identifies the body with the Atman that undergoes the experience of the doer and the enjoyer. Pardon me for my heartless action. Being good people, you will be sympathetic towards the repentant. Saying so, Kamsa, with tears in his eyes, touched the feet of his sister and her husband, seeking their pardon. Reassured by the announcement of Yoga Maya, Kamsa conveyed his reconciliation by such words and released Devaki and Vasudeva from chains. The words of repentant Kamsa very much assuaged the anger of Devaki, who bade farewell to her brother with a pleasant face. And Vasudeva said to him with a smiling face, O great one, that the eye sense in beings with reference to their bodies is born of ignorance, and that it is this eye sense that makes one distinguish between one's interests and that of others. These statements of yours are inexceptional. It is the will of God that directs one's that directs one set of beings to destroy another. And without the unitive outlook, who are moved by sorrow, joy, fear, anger, greed, infatuation, and pride, do not understand this. The evil advisors of Kamsa and their scheme. Sri Sukha said, Kamsa went to his residence, sent off with these words uttered in good faith and sincerity by Devaki and Vasudeva. At daybreak, however, he went for his ministers and reported to them all that Yogamaya said on the previous night. Hearing these words of their master, these ministers, who were really asuras and of perverse outlook, inimical to the Devas, said as follows, full of spite and anger against the Devas. O King of Bhojas, if things are like that, we shall immediately start killing all babies in cities, villages, covered settlements, and other human habitations, without any distinction of whether these babies are 10 days old or more. What can these cowardly devas do, who are spending their days trembling in dread of the resounding twang of your bowstring? When you begin to shower your arrows, these devas, struck by your missiles, showed interest only in running away for their life from the battlefield. Some of them laying down their weapons, surrendered and held their arms in salutation. Others, throwing away their garments and untying their hair, cried out ignominiously out of fear. But you spared the lives of all such persons, for it is a convention recognized by you that they must be considered as withdrawn from the fight, who have surrendered their arms, whose chariots have been damaged, who are trembling with fear, who have lost their bows, who are unwilling to fight, or who are engaged in other occupations on the battlefield. What can these devas do? They are bold where they have nothing to fear, and they throw challenges where there is none to fight. What can Hari, who hides himself in solitude, do? And what can Sambhu, who lives in crematoria where men cannot enter, do? What can Indra, who is of little prowess, do? And what can Brahma, who is always engaged in tapas, do? Even then, the devas, being our enemies, cannot be totally neglected. That is our view. Direct us, your faithful followers, to eradicate them. The disease, if neglected at first, will get rooted in the body, and then it becomes difficult to treat. Senses, too, cannot be controlled if they are let loose in the beginning. So, too, an enemy proves difficult to uproot if he is allowed to get strong. Mahavishnu is the basic support of all the devas. Mahavishnu is present where Sanatana Dharma, the eternal religion, is observed. Sanatana Dharma is based on Veda, its teachings and observances, and on those who follow them. Therefore, we shall bring about the destruction of all holy men who are Vedic scholars and who practice the Vedic yajnas, and of cows whose milk products make the yajna possible. The form of Hari is constituted of holy men, cattle, wealth, the Vedas, austerity, veracity, control of the senses, control of the mind, faith, mercy, forbearance, and Vedic sacrifices. He is the head of all the devas, as also the root of them all, including Shiva and Brahma. He is the enemy of the asuras, and is said to hide in the heart. The way to kill him is to suppress and destroy all holy men.
Sri Shuka said, being thus advised by his vicious ministers, the evil-minded Kamsa, already bound by the noose of Yama, let loose a policy of persecution of holy men. He directed all those people who were naturally disposed to evil and oppression, and who had the capacity to assume any form they liked, to carry on a campaign of persecution of all good and God-fearing men. Then he retired to his palace. The close proximity of their own death compelled these evil-minded and stupid people to carry out a program of suppression and oppression of all virtuous men. The persecution of the virtuous leads to man's absolute ruin. It annihilates his longevity, good fortune, reputation, virtuous conduct, his prospects in the hereafter, in fact, all that leads to the advancement of life. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Vyasaskande Dasamaskande Purvadhe Chaturtho Dhyaya Atha Panchamo Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha Skanda 10, Chapter 5. Birth festivity at Gokula, rejoicing in Vraja. Shri Shuka said, delighted at the birth of a son, the noble Nanda, after taking a bath and changing into holiday dress, sent for experts in the science of divining the future. He also had properly performed the birth ceremonies, the purificatory rites, the worship of devas and pitris, and prayers for the welfare of the infant. He made a gift of well-decorated cows numbering 2 lakhs to holy men. He gave away 7 hillocks of sesame seeds covered with gold-bordered cloth and precious gem. Material objects gain purity by passage of time, the body by bathing and rubbing, dirty places by cleaning, the embodied being by purificatory rites, the senses by austerity, the rituals by sacrifices, wealth by gifts, mind by peace, and the jiva by the knowledge of the Atman. The Brahmanas, the bards, the minstrels, and the heralds pronounced blessings. Musicians sang, and drums, kettle drums, and other percussion instruments sounded again and again. The entrance, the courtyards, and the apartments in all the houses of the Vraja were all swept and cleaned. Colorful flags, wreaths, banners, festoons, and other decorations sprang up everywhere. The bulls, cows, and calves were anointed with turmeric mixed oil, and they were decorated with mineral paints, peacock, feathers, flower, wreaths, silken scarves, and golden chains. O king, the cowherds, gopas, dressed in costly silky coats and turbans and wearing various ornaments, came with rich presents to the newborn infant. The gopas, cow headesses, too, overjoyed to hear of the birth of a son to Yasoda, dressed themselves in all their bravery, put on their jewels, and painted their eyes with collyrium. Heavy-hipped and quivering breasted, they started in haste with presents in hand, their faces conspicuously shining with the color of the new saffron powder they had applied. The way to Nanda's house was dotted with batches of these gopas, all bejeweled with shining ornaments for the ear, neck, hands, etc. Dressed in the best garments and decorated with flowers that fell in heaps from their locks. As they walked, their earrings, breasts, and pearl necklaces trembled in unison. They pronounced blessing on the infant, saying, "May you rule long over your subjects." And they sprinkled turmeric-colored water over people and sang. In honor of the advent of the Supreme and Infinite Lord to Nanda's Vraja as Krishna the Incarnate, many kinds of musical instruments were sounded. The rejoicing gopas sprayed at one another milk, curds, ghee, water, etc., and pelted balls of butter. To all the artists like bards, minstrels, and heralds, Nanda made presentations of clothes, ornaments, cows, and money. In order to propitiate the Lord and for the future well-being of his son, Nanda made all these gifts without stint, satisfying the needs of all the people. Congratulated by Nanda Gopa, Rohini Devi also walked about there, bedecked with new clothes, necklaces, and other ornaments. From that day onwards, Vraja, being the residence of Hari, became also the playground of Shri, where all-round prosperity reigned. Nanda at Kamsa's court to pay tribute. O best of the Kurus! One day Nanda, entrusting the protection of Gokula to other Gopas, went to Mathura to pay his annual tribute to Kamsa. Hearing that brother Nanda had come to Mathura to pay his tribute, Vasudeva went to meet him at his residence after he, Nanda, had finished remitting the tribute. On Vasudeva's arrival, Nanda got up from his seat in great delight, like a body into which prana has come back, and embraced him with overflowing affection. O king, after giving a cordial reception and making the usual enquiries, Vasudeva sat down and asked about the welfare of his sons with great eagerness. O brother, it is indeed a great good fortune that you, childless till now, and had given up even the hope of getting children, have at this advanced age got an issue. It looks as if I am meeting you after a new rebirth, for in this transmigratory existence, meeting with a dear friend is a very rare occurrence. Just as leaves, grass, etc., flowing in a current of water cannot remain together, so also men caught in the current of diverse types of karmas cannot remain together for long, however dear they may be to one another. Brihadvana, where you now stay with all your kith and kin, do you find it a healthy place for cattle to thrive? Do you have there plenty of fodder and vegetation? O brother, you know that a child of mine is now living with his mother in your place, looking upon you as his father, and being taken care of by you as your son. Man should seek for worldly goods only in the interest of his kith and kin. When they are in misery, they are of no significance for him. Nanda said, Alas, many a child you have had by Devaki Devi has been killed by Kamsa, and the last one that was left, a girl, has gone to the heavenly region. These living beings are all creatures of the unseen. They are supported by the unseen. They go to the unseen. He who knows this does not grieve. Vasudeva said, You have paid the annual tribute to the king. We friends have also met each other. Do not then stay here for long, for in your Gokula many omens portending evil are seen. Sri Shuka said, As directed by Vasudeva, Nanda took leave of him and went directly to Gokula in his ox-drawn chariot. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvardhe Nanda Vasudeva Sangamo Nama Panchamo Adhyaya Atha Shashtho Adhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. Skanda 10, chapter 6, Salvation of Putana. Putana's attempt to poison Krishna. Sri Shuka said, While traveling, Nanda mused in his mind that the words of Vasudeva could not be false. Out of fear of the portents announced, he took refuge in Sri Hari for protection. Meantime, a terrible demoness named Putana, an expert in infanticide, had at Kamsa's behest begun to move about the towns, villages, and cowhead settlements in order to slaughter all infants. It is only where people in the course of their worldly activities do not hear and chant the names of the Lord, which destroy all evil psychic forces, that demonesses and such evil beings can thrive, not surely in Vraja, where the Lord himself had incarnated. The demoness Putana, who could travel anywhere in any form, one day entered the Gokula of Nanda, taking the form of an attractive woman by her magical powers. With an abundance of malika blossoms in her gathered locks, with her waist reduced to slenderness by being attacked, as it were, from both sides by her broad hips and heavy bosom, with a dress of attractive garments, with a face surrounded by frontal locks that gleamed in the radiance of her tremulous earrings, with a delightful smile and sidelong glances, she appeared among the people of Gokula, attracting the minds of all and impressing the gopis, as it were, Lakshmi herself come with a lotus flower in hand to greet her lord. The infanticide Putana, who arrived at Gokula by chance in a search for infants, saw lying on his bed that infant, the death dealer to evil ones, like a fire whose brilliance is hidden under a layer of ashes. The child, who was none other than the indweller of all beings, recognized her at once as a killer of little ones. And yet, the omnipotent Lord remained quiet with eyes closed as befits a child. Like a man taking up a sleeping snake in the wrong belief that it is only a rope, she took into her lap that infinite being who was to be death to her, mistaking him to be a mere infant. The mothers Yashoda and Rohini, on noticing that handsome lady within the house, stood there merely looking on stunned and immobilized by the hypnotic power of that fair-looking lady who was like a short sword in a sheath, hard-hearted and evil-minded within, though glamorous and well-dressed outside. Sitting there, that cruel woman put the infant on her lap and applied him to her breast, which had been treated with a highly toxic poison. With considerable annoyance, the infant gripped and pressed her breast and began to suck, drawing out her very energy in the process. As her life force was thus being drained from her vital parts, she cried out, "Enough, enough, release me, release me." And with eyes protruding and body perspiring profusely, she dashed her feet and hands again and again with a loud cry. That terrific cry of hers caused tremors on earth and its mountains, and seemed to cause reverberations in the planet-studded heavens above and netherworlds below, and mistaking it for a thunderclap, nervous men collapsed to the ground. Thus mortally hit, the demoness, resuming her real form, fell dead, with hands and feet outstretched and hair dishevelled, even like Vritsasura, felled and struck dead by the thunderbolt of Indra. Consternation in Gokula. To the astonishment of all, she proved a menace even after death, as a falling dead body almost pulverized all the trees within a distance of 6 krosas. The Gopas and the Gopis had already their ears, hearts, and heads pierced by the terrific howl of the demoness, and now they began to tremble on seeing that most fearful form of hers. Her gruesome fangs looked like lead bars, her nostrils like mountain caves, her breasts like huge rocks fallen from the mountain top, her eyes like deep, dry, unused wells, her hips like sand dunes, her limbs like canal embankments, and her abdomen like a dry lake. Seeing the infant fearlessly kicking his limbs lying on the dead body of the demoness, the gopis took him up in their hands with greatly agitated minds. They with Yashoda and Rohini did occult rites for the safety of the child, like waving cow tails over his body. They then bathed the infant in cow's urine and smeared his body with dust trodden by the hoofs of cows. Afterwards they applied dried cow dung powder on 12 parts of the body, uttering the sacred names of Mahavishnu. Then they purified themselves by achamana and did nyasa on themselves, and then on the body and limbs of the infant, uttering the bija mantras. Then they prayed, "May the birthless one protect his feet, the neck-jeweled one his knees, the yajna-famed one his thighs, the unswerving one his hips, the horse-necked one his abdomen, Kesava his heart, Isha his chest, Surya Narayana his neck, Vishnu his arms, the sacred-footed one his face, and Ishvara his head."
May Hari, armed with discus, protect you in front. May he, with mace, protect from behind. May Madhu Sudana, with bow, and Ajana, with sword, protect you on both sides. May Urukaya, with conch, protect you from the corners. Upendra from above. Shya, from the ground, and the plough-armed one from all sides. May Ritrakesha protect your senses. May Narayana protect your pranas. May the Lord of Sweta Dvipa protect your chitta, and Yogeshwara your mind. May Prisnigarbha protect your buddhi, and the Supreme Bhagavan your soul. May Govinda protect you while playing, and Ramapati when you sleep. May Vaikuntha protect you while walking, and Sripati while sitting. May the Lord of all sacrifices, the terror of all evil psychic forces, protect you while eating. Whatever destroyers of children there are, like Dakinis, Rakshasas, Kushmandas, whatever evil forces there be that attack the body, the vitality and senses, like bhutas, petras, pichasas, yakshas, rakshasas, kotaras, vinayakas, revatis, chektas, matrikas, putanas, anmadas, apasmaras, and the like, and whatever young planets and old planets are seen in dreams indicating evil portents, may all these be utterly destroyed in the dread of the Lord's name. The devotional implications of Putana's story. Sri Sukha said, after the Gopas had, out of their affection, taken these psychic measures for the protection of the baby, Yashoda applied it to her breast and then laid it down for sleep. By this time, Nanda and the Gopas, who had accompanied him to Kamsa's capital at Mathura, returned and were astonished to find the dead body of Putana. They said, Vasudeva has indeed proved himself to be the Rishi or the Master Yogi, for the portents about which he told have come true. They had a huge body of Putana cut to pieces with axe and carrying it some distance away from their residence, cremated it on the firewood pile. Lo, as the carcass burned, the sweet smell of sandalwood spread from it everywhere. This was because Putana had suckled Krishna and had thereby become free from every form of sin. A killer of numerous infants, a vampire, even this demoness Putana attained to mukti because she had fed Krishna, though it be with murderous intentions. What a glorious destiny would then be awaiting those who offer to Krishna what is nearest and dearest to them, just as his loving mothers did. Those sacred feet of his which devotees cherish in their hearts, which receive the worship of even those who are the objects of the world's adoration, with those feet he stepped into her lap and sucked at her breast, with the consequence that, even though she was a demoness, she got the reward due to the Mother of God incarnate, namely the attainment of eternal bliss. What shall we then say of those mothers and the cows who fed him with milk with great love and attention? O King, never can ignorance-born samsara be the fate of those whose breast milk, overflowing out of love, happened to be drunk by Krishna, the bestower of all boons, including mukti, of those who always regarded him as their son and loved him in that attitude. Surprised at the sweet-smelling smoke coming out of the funeral flames of Putana, the inhabitants of Raja returned to their homes, remarking on this strange phenomena on their way. Nanda and the Gopas of his party were wonder-struck to hear from the other Gopas about the arrival of Putana, of her death, and the safe survival of the infant. O scion of noble house of Kuru, Nanda took up his son with the feeling that he was being restored to him from death, and experienced the greatest delight, smelling the crown of the baby's head. Whoever hears with faith and devotion the story of Putana's liberation, which constitute the playful deeds of the Lord's infancy, will gain lasting love for Krishna. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Shashtodhyaya Atha Saptamo Jaya Rajo Vacha. Skanda 10, chapter 7. The salvation of Sakatasura and Trinavada. Sravana is an aid to devotion. The Raja Parikshit said, O Great One, whatever sportive deed Sri Hari had performed in any of his avatars, all that is delightful to hear and attractive to the mind. The story of Krishna removes the dullness of a man's mind caused by his many unfulfilled desires. It purifies his mind soon and generates devotion to Hari and friendship with his devotees. Tell me therefore more and more of these exploits of Krishna, if you please. Narrate more and more of the wonderful actions he performed in childhood following the ways of a human infant, appropriate to his embodiment in the world of men. The attack of Sakta Asura. Sri Sukha said, it was the third monthly birthday of the infant when the festive ceremonies connected with its first bring out of the house were to be celebrated. There was a large gathering of women. Yashoda Devi performed the bathing of the infant amidst the sound of tum-tums, music, and the chanting of mantras by Brahmanas. After its bath, the infant received the blessings of the Brahmanas, who had been propitiated by gifts of food, silk dresses, garlands, cows, and whatever else they were in need of. Then she lay the drowsy infant under the cot to sleep. The infant shortly threw up its limbs and cried aloud for being fed. But Mother Yashoda did not hear the cries, as she was busily engaged in doing hospitality to the large number of inhabitants of Vraja who had come for the festival. It was now noticed that under the kick of the petals, soft tiny legs of the infant lying underneath it, the cart had fallen down topsy-turvy, with its wheels, axle, and other parts broken, and the several vessels with milk, curd, ghee, and other liquids gathered there for the birthday function, and kept in it upset. Everyone there, Yashoda, Nanda, and the women gathered there for the birthday function, was stunned with surprise and fear on noticing the cart upset by itself and destroyed without any understandable reason. To the Gopas and the Gopis, who thus stood confused, the boys there said with absolute certainty that the cart got upset by the kick of none but that weeping infant. But the elders paid no attention to it, considering it a mere prattle of boys. For they had then no inkling even of the superhuman might of that infant. Yashoda, being afraid that the infant might be possessed by some evil forces, got some Brahmanas to chant appropriate mantras to ward off such influences, and then applied the weeping infant to her breast. Some of the strong Gopas, with their attendants, replaced the cart in its proper place, while Brahmanas performed homas and made offerings of curd, pusa grass, rice, and water. The blessings of people who are truthful and free from jealousy, falsehood, hypocrisy, spirit of vengeance, cruelty, and pride never go in vain. Thinking thus, Nanda Gopa did an elaborate ceremony in which the Brahmanas gave the infant a ceremonial bath with water sanctified by the chanting of 3 Vedas and fortified with rare medicinal herbs. Sacrificial offerings were made in sacred fire. The infant was then blessed by the Brahmanas, who were then sumptuously fed by Nanda. He then gave them gifts of excellent cows decorated with flowers, garlands, silk, and golden chains for securing the future welfare of his son, and in turn received their blessings. The blessings pronounced by holy men who are versed in the Vedas and who have their minds under control never go in vain. The attack of Trinal Avatar. Yashoda was fondling baby Krishna seated in her lap. Suddenly, she found herself unequal to the task of bearing his weight, which rivaled that of a hillock. Reeling under the weight of the baby and wonderstruck, Yashoda placed him on the floor. She meditated on the Lord and prayed for the baby's protection, and then engaged herself again in her household duties. Meantime, directed by Kamsa, his servant Trinavarta, a demon, came in the form of a tornado and carried away the baby. He came and lifted the baby as a fierce whirlwind, engulfing the whole of Gokula in a cloud of dust, thereby blindfolding the eyes of all with dust, and reverberating all the quarters with peals of terrific sound. For a Muhurta, the whole of Gokula was plunged in darkness. When visibility returned, Yashoda could not find her baby where she had kept him. Struck by the stones darted by the tornado, most people there were injured and made unconscious. They could not see themselves or others. While the rain of dust caused by the fierce whirlwind was raging, Yashoda, unable to find her baby anywhere, collapsed in her extreme anxiety for him and began to cry piteously like a cow that had lost her calf. When the sound and dust had abated a little, people heard the wailing of Yashoda, and a large number of gopis, sympathizing with Yashoda in the loss of her child, shed tears and joined her in wailing over the tragic misfortune. Now, Trinavarta, disguised as the tornado, was able to rise to a high level in the sky with baby Krishna, but presently, unable to bear his massive weight, found his speed dwindling and his further progress completely arrested. He felt the baby to be as heavy as a mountain. That unique child was holding him fast by the neck, and the demon failed to force him to release his hold. For the Lord never abandons one whom he has once taken in hand. Strangled by the tight hold on his neck, the Asura lost his power to move and soon fell down dead with eyes protruding. The child too came down with him. Like the city in the sky that Siva destroyed, the Asura fell down from the great height on a rock, and his monstrous frame was shattered into smithereens. The crowding women of Raja saw this gruesome sight amidst their own collective shrieks and wails. The baby whom the demon had taken high up in the sky was now found by them to be lying on the chest of his dead body, as if he had been released from the mouth of death. Taking up that blessed child, they presented him to the mother. The gopis and the gopas, headed by Nanda, were thrown into paroxysms of joy and the recovery of the infant, and began to say as follows.
I'm sorry. Wonder of wonders. This demon tried his best to kill this child, and yet he has come back to us unhurt. Perhaps that wicked monster must have died by the weight of his own sin. The good ones are often saved from dangers by the gentle nature. We must certainly have done in our past birth very much by way of tapas, worship of the Lord, charitable work, yajnas, and act of kindness to living creatures. Otherwise, how could this child, who was practically dead, come back again to its near and dear ones to gladden their hearts? Seeing all these strange and inexplicable occurrences in Brihadvana, that is, the region of his settlement, Nanda thought over and again about the counsel of Vasudeva whom he met at Mathura, revelation of the cosmos to the mother. One day, Yashoda, sitting in her house with the child in her lap, applied him to her breast, from which milk was overflowing because of uncontrollable affection. As the mother was watching the face of the child wreathed in smiles at the end of the feeding, he yawned, and lo, the mother saw in it the whole universe, the sky, the earth, and the heaven, the celestial luminaries, the quarters, sun, moon, fire, air, oceans, continents, mountains, rivers, forests, all these and many other things, moving and unmoving, the mother saw in her baby's mouth. O king, Yashoda trembled with awe and wonder on seeing the whole universe in a trice, and to shield herself closed her eyes. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dasha Skande Purvarde Trina Varta Moksha Namo Saptamo Dhyaya Athashtamo Dhyaya. Skanda 10, chapter 8 are the incidents of Krishna's early boyhood. Sri Shuka Uvacha. Garga naming Krishna, Sri Shuka Uvacha, Sri Shuka said, O king, Garga, a sage of great austerity and the priest of the Yaduva clan, visited Vraja one day at the instance of Vasudeva. Nanda was delighted to see him. He got up from his seat and saluted him and prostrated himself before him and worshipped his feet in the faith that he was worshipping the Lord through him. To the sage thus well received and comfortably seated, Nanda addressed the following sweet words of greeting. O Holy One, please tell us what we can do for you, the self-fulfilled, who has no wants. The visits of holy men to the homes of householders who are afflicted by many cares and anxieties is indeed a great blessing to them, leading to their all-round welfare. It cannot be meaningless. The science of astrology, which enable ones to know things that are not open to the senses, was founded and formulated by you. With the help of it, men can now know the past and the future. It is befitting that a profound Vedic scholar like you should do the purificatory rites for these two boys. Men of your stature are gurus by very birth. Garga said, I am the priest of the Yadus and am widely known. If I perform the purificatory rites of your children, Kamsa may take it to mean that they are Devaki's son. Kamsa has heard the announcement of Devaki's girl that his foe is somewhere born. He knows that you and Vasudeva are on intimate terms of friendship. There is every chance of his rejecting the theory of Devaki's 8th child being a girl. All make him suspect that his foe is here and he may take steps to kill him. To give him scope for such suspicion will be a great tactical blunder. Nanda said, in some solitary place in this cowhood settlement of ours, without the knowledge of even our own people, please perform the essential naming ceremony of these boys with the chanting of the appropriate mantras for their welfare. Sri Shuka said, as this request coincided with his own idea, the sage Garga complied with it and performed the naming ceremony of the boys in privacy. Garga said, "This son of Rohini will be known as Rama, as he will delight Ramayan, his friends and relatives by his virtues. Because of his excessive strength, Bala Dikhyat, he will be called Bala. As he would bring about unity, Apritag Bhavat, among the Yadus, he will be called Sankarshana, the attractor. The younger boy, who embodies himself forth in every age, had in the past the three complexions of white, red, and yellow. Now he has taken up the dark complexion, Krishnata, so Krishna will be his popular name. As he was born of Vasudeva elsewhere, he will be known as Vasudeva among the knowledgeable people. Numerous other names also are there for your son after his qualities and achievements. Neither I nor others know them all. The boy Krishna, so dear to the cows and men of Gokula, will work for the all-round welfare of you all. You will easily get over all kinds of difficulty with his help. O Lord of Raja, once when there were no rulers to keep peace in the country and the people were at the mercy of robbers and brigands, the peace-loving people were saved by this Krishna and put onto the path to prosperity. Just as Asuras do not attack the devotees of Vishnu, so no enemy can overpower the devotee of Krishna. O Nanda, this child of yours is equal to Lord Narayana himself in respect of fame, prowess, and other excellences. Look after him with all attention. Garga returned after communicating this much to Nanda, who felt immensely glad, blessed, and fulfilled by all that he heard from the sage. Boyhood pranks of Krishna. In course of time, Rama and Krishna began to move about together playfully on their knees and arms. They dragged themselves through slushy regions in Raja to the accompaniments of the tinkling sound of their anklets and girdles. Themselves delighted to hear the sounds. They looked at people passing by for a while, but then withdrew themselves to their mothers as if out of bashfulness or fear at the sight of strangers. Their mothers, excited with affection, took up the children whose bodies looked lovely with mud doing duty for Anguns. They then applied them to their breasts and were thrilled to see their faces wreathing in smiles, revealing their newly sprouting teeth. When the boys had grown up enough to entertain the gopis by their play, it became usual for these to forget their household duties in merrily watching the tug of war between the boys tightly holding calves by their tails and the calves dragging them hither and thither. The mothers now fell into a dilemma and the worry therefrom, whether they should attend to their household duties or constantly watch and guard the boys. For so playful and restful were they, that they had to be incessantly guarded from the danger of cows, fires, cats, knives, ponds, birds, and thorns. Shortly, Rama and Krishna passed the stage of moving on knees and began to run about on their feet. Not long after, Krishna, along with Rama and other friends, began to engage himself in various sportive pranks to the great joy of the women of Raja. It is said that the gopis one day gathered together and began to speak of Krishna's delightful pranks in the hearing of his mother Yashoda as follows. Gopis complained to the mother, "O mother, he comes and releases the calves before milking time. If anyone scolds him for this, he laughs at them. Then he makes arrangements for thieving milk products and consuming all the milk and curds he gets that Then he makes arrangements for thieving milk products and consumes all the milk and curds he gets that way and distribute good quantities of it among the monkeys that follow him. When he does not consume their contents, he breaks the containers. If he gets nothing in any place, he goes away in anger, pinching the little children there and making them cry. When he cannot reach the receptacles of milk products with his hands, he devises a stand with stools and mortars. Knowing as he does which pot contains milk and which curds or butter, he makes holes in the mud pots kept in slings and drains off their contents. Where the slings are in darkness, the brilliance of his bedecked body provides sufficient light for them. All this he does when the gopis are very busily attending to their household duties. If questioned about his misconduct, he gives impudent replies and answers calls of nature in the courtyards of the houses. Now look at him. He stands there, a picture of innocence after having done so much mischief. The gopis represented all this to Yashoda, looking now and then at the face of Krishna that was all the more beautiful because the signs of pretended fright at the charges brought against him. The only response of Yashoda was to laugh away the whole thing. She could not bring herself to scold her darling by any means. Krishna eating mud. One day, while Krishna was playing in the company of Rama and other cowherd boys, some of them went to his mother and complained that Krishna had eaten mud. In the interest of his health, the mother caught hold of Krishna by his hand and scolded him while he stood with his eyes tremulous with fright. She said to him, "O mischievous fellow, why did you eat mud stealthily? Your friends and even your brother testified to it." Child Krishna protected. "Mother, I have not done so. They are telling a lie. If you think they are telling the truth, please examine my mouth in their presence." The mother said, "All right, open your mouth." And Sri Hari, who had become a human child out of sport without any loss of his divine powers, now showed his mouth to her. She saw within it the whole universe of moving and unmoving entities, the sky and the quarters, the earth with its mountains and oceans, including the spheres of wind called pravaha, and of lightning called fire, and the moon, and the stars, and all the other worlds. Besides, she saw the whole heaven with its luminaries, the surrounding girdle of the categories of water, fire, air, and sky, the deities presiding over the Indriyas, and the Indriyas, sense powers themselves, and the mind, the elements forming the objects of senses, and the gunas of Prakriti. She saw within a child the whole universe, with all its diversities and distinctions caused by the jiva, or individuality, time, or the principle of change, swabhava, nature, the impressions caused by karma and the mind. What was more, she was filled with worry and doubts to see within his open mouth even the land of Raja with herself in it. She then thought, "What can this be? Is it a dream of the Lord's Maya or the work of my brain? Or can this be due to some extraordinary powers natural to my boy? I salute that supremely mysterious being by whom, out of whom, and on whose support this world has its existence, a world which stands as a puzzle to all the efforts of man to understand it through his intellect, mind, actions, and words. My only support is he by whose Maya I have come to think perversely I am Yashoda, Nanda is my husband, this is my son, I am heir to all the wealth of this chief of cowherds. All these gopas and gopis and cows are under my command." The Lord thereupon cast the spell of Vishnu's Maya of parental affection on his mother, who had come to glimpse the truth.
At once, Yashoda lost even the memory of the experience she had, and she gathered up her son in her lap, overcome by intense affection for him as before. He, whom the followers of the Vedic Karma Kanda speak of as Indra and other deities, whom the Vedantins call Brahman, Sankhyas speak of as Purusha, whom yogins call the Atman, and whom the devotees call the Bhagavan. That Hari was considered as her own son by Yashoda. Sri Sukha on the past of Nanda and Yashoda. The Raja said, O Holy One, what meritorious act was done by Nanda to have had this great blessing, and by Yashoda too, to have suckled the great Lord himself. It was not Krishna's parents, but Nanda and Yashoda who had the good fortune of witnessing these sanctifying boyhood deeds of Krishna, hymned about by sages even today. Sri Sukha said, on the eve of Krishna's incarnation, Brahma had ordered all Devas to be born on earth for his service. Drona, the leader of the Vasus, and his wife Tara were thus asked by Brahma to be born on earth as cowherds maintaining cattle. They thereupon said to Brahma, may we have in our embodiment on earth that kind of supreme devotion to Sri Hari, the Lord of all, by means of which people easily overcome the misery of samsara. Brahma granted him that boon, and this Drona of great fame and fortune was born as Nanda, and thus Tara as Yashoda, his wife. For this reason, the Lord, who happened to stand in the relationship of a child to them, was loved by them in that aspect more than by any Gopa or Gopi in the Gokula. In order to fulfill the words of Brahma, Krishna, along with Rama, stayed in Vraja and gave supreme joy to the couple. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Purvade Vishwaruta Rupa Dane Ashuddha Dasho Jaya Athan Navamo Jaya Sri Sukha Uvacha. Skanda 10, chapter 9. Krishna being tied to mortar. Krishna breaking the milk pot. Sri Sukha said, once Yashoda, the wife of Nanda, had set her assisting housemaids to various items of household work and was herself engaged in churning the curds. While churning, she kept on remembering and singing songs on the childhood plays of Krishna that had been described heretofore. A silken cloth round her heavy hips, encircled by breast tremulous and shedding milk out of her overflowing affection for her child, her bracelets and ear ornaments moving with her exertion in churning, her face revealing drops of perspiration on it, her tresses shedding jasmine flowers. Such was a picture of a handsome Yashoda as she sat churning, thirsty for milk. Hari approached the mother engaged in churning and stopped her churning operation by arresting the churning rod, thereby filling the mother's heart with great joy. Seating him on her lap, she suckled him with the abundant flow of milk that her intense affection was generating, watching all the while the charming face of her boy with waves of smiles playing upon it. Just then, she noticed that the milk kept on the fire for boiling was overflowing. She ran towards it, keeping on the floor her child, who had still not had his full feed. Angry at this, child Krishna's eyes became red, and his lips trembled, and he began to bite his lips. He then took a stone roller, broke the churning pot, and let go all its contents. With make-believe stage tears in his eyes, he repaired to a solitary place in the interior of the house, where he sat eating a lump of butter that he took from the store. After taking down the boiled milk from the oven, Yashoda returned only to see the broken curd pot and the curd all spilled. She understood that this was her son's work, but only laughed at it. The boy, however, was not to be seen anywhere near. Soon she caught sight of him sitting on an upturned rice husking mortar and throwing lumps of butter stolen from the sling to monkeys, occasionally with a fear of discovery of his theft writ large in his eyes. He was glancing hither and thither. Yashoda approached him slowly from behind, Krishna tied to the mortar. On seeing the mother approach, stick in hand, he got up with great haste and ran away as if in mighty fear. The mother also followed him whom even a yogi's mind, well prepared by practice and austerity, fails to reach without his grace. Her pursuit of him was slowed by the heaviness of her lips, and in the course of the effort she put into the task, she was found to be followed by the numerous flowers that fell from her loosened tresses. Weeping from a sense of guilt, rubbing his collyrium-painted eyes with the hand, and looking now and then at the mother's face with terror-stricken eyes, he was caught by Yashoda by the hand and threatened and scolded. As she saw her son frightened, she threw away the stick, giving up the idea of beating him, and without any inkling of his powers, decided to tie him up to the husking mortar. He who has neither inside nor outside, who has neither before nor after, who is yet the before and the after, the inside and the outside of the whole universe, nay, who is the universe itself, him, the unmanifest and the supreme sporting a human form, the master of the senses, him, the gopi, taking for her child, tried to fasten to a mortar. In tying her guilty child to the mortar, she found that the string in her hand was short by about 2 inches to complete the round. So she attached another string to it. When she found that even that was short by 2 inches, she attached another, and with the same result. Whatever attachment she made, it was all found to be short by 2 inches. Yashoda thus exhausted all the strings in her house, but still there was a shortage of 2 inches to complete the round. The gopis, who were watching all this standing round her, began to laugh at Yashoda's predicament, and she too burst into laughter in utter astonishment. Finally, seeing his mother perspiring, with her hair disheveled and flowers falling from it, Krishna felt pity for her exertions and allowed himself to be tied up out of kindness to her. The Lord subordinates himself to his devotees. Sri Hari has thus shown how he subordinates himself to his devotees, although he is eternally free and is the master of all the worlds and their guardian deities. Neither Brahma nor Shiva, nor even Shri, who always clings to him, could attain this measure of grace from Krishna, the bestower of liberation, as this gopi did. The worshipful Lord, embodied as the son of the gopi, is not as easy of approach to persons whose spiritual practices are based on body consciousness, nor even to the jnanis who have given up body consciousness and have become Atma conscious, as he is to devotees possessed of bhakti. After this incident, Krishna's mother was again busily engaged in her household duties, and Krishna, tied to the mortar, found nearby a pair of Arjuna trees, formerly two Kuhakyas, sons of Kubera, now become trees under a curse. They were formerly known as Nala and Manigriva, well known and prosperous. They were cursed to become trees by by Narada, to curb their pride and audacity. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Purvade Gopi Prasado Nama Jaya Atha Dashamo Chaya Raja Uvasha Skanda 10, Chapter 10, Liberation of Nala and Manigriva. The antecedents of Nala, Kubara, and Griva. The Raja said, O Master, what was the nature of the heinous offense that these two committed so as to provoke even the very holy Devarshi like Narada to pronounce a curse on them out of anger, which is a characteristic of tamas, darkness or ignorance? Sri Sukha said, there were two sons of Kubera, the lord of wealth, who joined as the attendants of Rudra. Haughty by nature, they were moving about, intoxicated with drink, in a beautiful outer gardens of Kailasha on the banks of the Ganga, and the woodlands full of flowers. Dead drunk and with eyes rolling in intoxication, they were holidaying with a group of women who were singing along with them. Getting into the Ganga waters full of lotus blossoms, they engaged themselves in water sports in the company of women, like bull elephants with their cows. A scion of the Kuru race, Narada, the Devarshi, who happened to pass that way, by chance saw them and recognized that they were in an intoxicated state. On seeing Narada, the naked women put on their dress out of shame, as also in fear of being cursed by the rishi. But the two Kuhakyas continued to be naked. Narada was struck with pity at the sight of those sons of Kubera who had lost their senses on account of liquor and pride of wealth. So Narada said as follows in the form of a curse, but really as a blessing on them. Narada's curse. Narada said, for a person indulging in worldly enjoyments, wealth is the one factor that does the greatest harm. Pride of birth and other traits born of Raja Guna do not make him so perverse. For in the train of wealth come such vices as gambling, drinking, and sexual perversities. Such people, slave of the senses, forget that this body is perishable, subject as it is to old age and death, and kill mercilessly large numbers of animals for feeding themselves and sustaining this perishable body. This body of man, which is indicated sometimes by the suffix deva, a god, as in Bhudeva, Naradeva, etc., in the end becomes fit to be indicated only by such expressions as worm, dirt, or ashes. Do those persecutors of fellow beings know that what awaits them is nothing but terrible hells? Whose property is this body? Of one who feeds it, or of the father who originates? Does it belong to the father or mother, or to the one who purchases it for service or slavery, or to fire, or to dogs?
Is he a wise man who identifies himself with this worthless thing called body, which comes from and dissolves into primordial substances, and who persecutes other beings for the upkeep of it? Poverty is the panacea for an evil man's blindness arising from pride of wealth. For a man can sympathize with other people as fellow sufferers. A man who has been lacerated by a thorn does not like a similar fate to befall others. By noticing the similarity of sufferings in others, he is likely to be moved by fellow feeling. Not so a man who has never had a thorn enter his flesh. The sufferings that come by chance to a poor man who is devoid of eye sense and of the pride resulting from it is like supreme austerity performed by him. A man whose body and senses have been weakened by hunger and who is always feeling the need for more will naturally turn away from cruel and oppressive actions. Holy men with equanimity of outlook go off themselves to the houses of poor men without any invitation. By association with holy men, they overcome excessive greed. Their minds attain to purity soon. To a sadhu whose mind is in a state of equanimity and who has taken shelter at the feet of the Lord, of what use a proud rich man who is full of evil spirit, who associates with evil men and things, and who therefore on all accounts deserves to be shunned? Because of ignorance born pride, these Guyakas have become infatuated with wealth, wine, and women. I shall now correct these men of uncontrolled senses. Though these are the sons of Kubera, one of the protecting deities of the world, the darkness of ignorance has made them perverse and proud. They are intoxicated to the point of forgetting that they are standing stark naked. To lift them up from this state of mind and to prevent a relapse into it afterwards, I shall convert them into trees. By my blessing, they shall have memory of their previous state even when they are reduced to trees. At the end of 100 divine years, they will be blessed with the association of the Lord Vasudeva. They will then be redeemed from this curse and again become celestials with great devotion for the Lord. Krishna felling the Arjuna trees. Sri Shuka said, pronouncing such a curse, the Devarshi went away to Narayanashrama, while the two Guyakas, Nala Kubara and Manigriva, became two Arjuna trees in the region of Raja. In order to fulfill the words of Devarishi, Sri Krishna now moved towards these trees, dragging the mortar to which he had been tied. He thought, the Devarshi is very dear to me, and these two are the sons of Kubera, a devotee. I shall therefore fulfill what the Devarshi pronounced. Thinking in this way, the Lord passed between the Arjuna trees, which had grown together close by. As soon as he entered through the interspace, the mortar got stuck crosswise between the trees. As the boy Krishna pulled the mortar attached to him, forces through the interspace between the trees, their taproots were broken. Shaken violently all over, including their branches, twigs, and leaves, by the mighty pull of the Lord, they fell down with a thunderous sound. As if it were the fire lodged within, two celestial beings, illuminating the quarters by their splendor, emerged from the trees and approaching Krishna and bowing down in all humility and keeping their palms joined in salutations, said as follows, the hymn of the two Yakas. O Krishna, O Supreme Yogi, thou art the transcendent Supreme Being and the first cause. Thou art not only the instrumental cause of the universe, but its material cause too. As the universe in its subtle and gross conditions constitute thy body, the knowers of Brahman experience it so. Thou, a second, dost constitute the body, pranas, ahankara, and indriyas of all beings. Thou art Bhagavan Vishnu, who is all-pervasive, who is time, who is the eternal one, and who is the ruler of all. Thou art the subtle Prakriti, constituted of three gunas, its effects like Mahat Tattva, the all-pervading Purusha, and the universal witness of all movements of Prakriti. Thou cannot be apprehended by any of the modifications of Prakriti like Buddhi, Ahamkara, mind, senses, etc., because thou art the ultimate source of them all. Seen, the object cannot see the seer, the subject. Even the jiva cannot be the seer in regard to thee, because thou pre-existed the jiva, and how can the ignorance-bound jiva, which is covered by mind, body, etc., and possesses a form, know thee? Salutations to thee, Vasudeva, who is possessed of all divine glories, who is the Creator, who is Brahman, and whose glory is hidden by the gunas having their origin in him, just as the glory of the sun is hidden by the clouds originating from him. The incarnations of thee, the spirit untrammeled by an extraneous body, are distinguished from the ordinary embodied beings by the manifestation of extraordinary powers, which are unmatched and incomparable, and therefore incompatible with the state of embodiment. Thou art that Supreme Being, the Lord of all blessings, manifested for the preservation and prosperity of the world by an aspect of thyself, Amsa Bhagena. Salutations to thee, the supremely good. Salutations to thee, the supremely auspicious. Salutations to Vasudeva, the peaceful, the Lord of the Yadus. O Lord, bless us, the servants of thy devotee Narada. It was by the blessing of that sage that we got the opportunity of seeing thee. May our words be devoted to the narration of thy excellences. May our ears be always hearing accounts of thy deeds. May our hands be engaged in thy works. May our minds ever rest in constant remembrance of thy feet. May our heads always remain bowed in reverence before thy habitation, the whole universe. And may our eyes be engaged in seeing thy devotees who are really thy embodiments. Sri Shuka said, on being hymned in this manner by the Guhyakas, the Bhagavan, the Lord of Gokul, still tied to the mortar, spoke to the Guhyakas with a smile. Sri Bhagavan said, I have already known you. I have already known how you, who had lost all your good sense owing to the infatuation of wealth, were given a curse which was in effect only a blessing by the sage Narada, depriving you of your prosperity and affluence and leading you to your present state of spiritual elation. Even the very sight of holy men, whose minds are always at peace and who have made wholehearted self-surrender to me, will remove the as the sight of the sun removes darkness and enables the eyes to see. O Nalakubara, both of you may now go home and live a life of devotion and self-surrender to me. As desired by you, love of me, which puts an end to man's samsara, is already generated in you. Sri Shuka said, directed so by the Lord, they circumambulated the Lord several times and took leave of him, who was still standing tied to the mortar, and went home in the northern direction. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvade Narada Shapo Nama Dashamodhyaya Aiko Dashodhyaya Sri Shuka Uvacha Skanda 10, Chapter 11, the trek to Vrindavana, the childhood sports of Krishna. Sri Shuka said, O noble king, hearing the terrific sound of the fallen trees, Nanda and other gopis rushed there, fearing it was a thunderbolt. They saw that pair of Arjuna fallen trees on the ground. Though the trees were lying before them, they got puzzled, as they could not understand why they fell. Seeing the child dragging the mortar to which he was tied, they began to speak among themselves, expressing great fear. Which Rakshasa has done this? The incident forebodes great danger. Some boys now informed them, the tree have been felled down by this boy Krishna standing between them, dragging the mortar crosswise. Besides, we also saw two superhuman beings. Most of the grown-ups rejected the version of the boys, as it was impossible to conceive how such a small boy could fell those big trees. But some, however, were not so sure, considering the series of marvels that had taken place recently. Seeing the son tied to the mortar and dragging it, Nanda smiled and released him. Oh, what an exquisite irony! Nanda releasing him who releases all. At the prompting of the gopis, the Bhagavan, the possessor of all the divine majesties, danced like an ordinary boy, and assuming the role of a simple-minded boy, he sang loudly at their wish, as if he were a push-button doll under their control. The gopis, who asked him sometimes, Krishna, bring that stool, bring that measuring vessel, bring those sandals. Ready to please all devotees, he would go and take them, but if they were too heavy, he would keep them again on the ground and throw up his hands to the amusement of all. Revealing thus to the wise ones the truth that he subordinates himself to his devotees, the Lord delighted the inhabitants of Braja by his childish plays and behavior. When the fruit seller cried in the street, come, buy fruits, the boy Krishna, the bestower to all of the fruits of actions, would rush out with hands full of paddy, as if anxious to purchase fruits with it. The fruit seller would fill with fruits those little hands from which all grains had already fallen out, but in return she would find her fruit basket filled with precious jams. One day, after the crash of the Arjuna trees, Krishna along with Rama and other boys were absorbed in play on the banks of the Kalinda, Yamuna, where Mother Rohini went there and called him home. Finding that, owing to their engrossment in play, the children were not coming, however much she called, Rohini went back and sent Yashoda, the fond mother. So Yashoda, with a heart full of love, went to call the boys who had been playing too late into the day and said, "O Krishna, darling, come and have a feed. Enough of play now. You must be hungry and weary. O Rama, dear, good boy, you too come with your brother. You took your breakfast so early in the morning. It is now getting very late for your next meal. Nanda, the chief of Gokula, your father, is awaiting your arrival to take food. So come soon and make us all happy. And you, boys, you too go home. Oh, my boy, you are bathed in dust. Take a bath and make yourself clean. Today is your birthday, and after bathing you have got to give gifts of cows to Brahmanas. Look at those companions of yours. They have been bathed, fed, and bedecked by their mothers. You too can bathe, take food, and then play as you like. O king, bound by ties of affection for that transcendental being whom she looked upon as a child, Yashoda took her son Krishna by the hand and, along with Rama, brought him home.
Ravana. Nanda and other elders among the Gopas now felt alarmed by all these extraordinary happenings in the settlement situated in Brihadvana. They interpreted these as portending further calamities in store. So they all met in conference to think about the welfare of the cowherd settlement. There, Upananda, a Gopa, old both in age and in wisdom, and always solicitous about the welfare of Rama and Krishna, one who had a full comprehension of time, place, and the heart of a situation, counseled as follows. We who are interested in the welfare of this Gokula should make haste to move away from this place. Every day we are meeting with danger signals indicating perils for the colony. By the grace of God, this child escaped from the hands of that wicked demoness indulging in infanticide, as also from the danger of being crushed by that big cart. This child was lifted into the sky, the sphere of birds, by that Asura who came as a whirlwind and dropped him on a rock. Divine providence alone saved the darling on this occasion also. That neither this boy nor any other died crushed by these giant trees is yet another instance of the Lord's protective hand. Before the terrible calamity, which all these portents indicate happens, let us leave this place with our children and all our dependents. There is a famous woodland called Vrindavana, which has virgin pastures for cows, which will be very congenial for gopis, and cattle, and which abounds in sacred hills, grasslands, trees, creepers, and other vegetation. We shall migrate to that place even now. If you are agreeable to this proposal, then get your carts ready to start, and let the cattle, which form our wealth, go in advance. All the Gopas unanimously agreed to the idea, so all their carts were got ready and all their possessions put into them. The Gopas started on their track, the old men, women, children, and their possessions put in their carts, cows marching ahead, and themselves and their priests following vigilantly with bows ready in hand. They blew their horns loudly, and the sound of trumpets and other instruments spread everywhere. Dressed in new clothes, having fresh saffron powder and rubbed on their breast, and adorned with shining necklaces, the gopis sat in their carts jealously, singing sweet songs dealing with the sportive doings of Krishna. Yashoda and Rohini, with Krishna and Rama by their side, occupied one cart, and heard with great delight the songs about their children's deeds sung by the gopis. Entering into Vrindavana, which was pleasant to stay in all seasons, they first fixed the site of their settlement, arranging their carts in a semicircular form. Rama and Krishna were in great glee to see the beautiful scenery of Vrindavana, its Govardhana mountain, and the sand dunes on the Yamuna banks. By their boyish pranks and sweet speech, Rama and Krishna delighted all in the Gokula. Gradually, as they grew up, they began to tend small calves. In the company of other boys, they took the calves to tend in places not far from the Vraja, carrying with them numerous playthings to engage themselves in sports. Sometimes they played on their flutes. Sometimes they flung stones with their catapults, slingshots. Sometimes they kicked balls, sounding the mini bells on their anklets. Sometimes they put on the masks of bulls and engaged themselves in mock fight, bellowing like bulls. Sometimes they mimicked the sounds of different types of animals. Thus they played about like ordinary boys. Attack of Vatsasura. One day, while Rama and Krishna were tending calves with the other boys, an Asura came there with the idea of killing them. Detecting him among the calves in the disguise of a calf, Sri Hari pointed him out to Rama and then went near him as if innocently. He caught hold of his hind legs and tail together and whirling him round and round, held him dead to the top of a kapita tree. His huge carcass fell down from the tree, bringing large numbers of kapita fruits with it. The boys, astounded to see his huge dead body, loudly acclaimed the feat of Krishna, while the Devas rained flowers in joy. Attack of Bakasura. Rama and Krishna, who were really the guardians of the worlds, now went about as the guardians of small calves, starting from home in the early morning with food packets in their kit. They moved about feeding the calves in pasture grounds. One day they went to a lake to water the calves. After doing so, they themselves quenched their thirst with that water. The boys were now terribly frightened to see nearby a huge creature like one of those fabled mountains whose wings were cut off by Indra. That creature was the powerful Asura Baka, come in the shape of a crane with sharp beaks. The monster now rushed towards Krishna and swallowed him. Rama and other boys became completely paralyzed to see Krishna being swallowed by the monstrous crane. Their condition was like that of the senses when the prana has escaped, more dead than alive. But the crane immediately vomited that cowherd boy, the master even of Brahma, as that creature felt him hot and burning like a ball of fire. Finding the child absolutely unhurt, the monster now ran at him to attack and kill him with his beaks. As the boy looked on and as the boys looked on and the celestials watched with excitement, Krishna killed the attacking monster crane, an ally of Kamsa, by tearing it asunder by its two beaks. For him it was as easy as splitting a blade of grass. Thereupon the celestials began to rain jasmine flowers collected from the heaven of Nandana, and also sang hymns in his praise to the accompaniment of musical instruments like conch and drums. The Gopa boys watched all this in the utmost wonder. Just as all the senses cling to the prana on its restoration, so did all the Gopa boys embrace Krishna on his getting back to their midst. Then they returned home, herding all the calves, and reported the events of the day to the elders. The Gopas and Gopis were wonderstruck on hearing it, with their hearts melting in the intensity of their affection and eyes unsatisfied by his sight. They gazed on him intently, considering him as one restored to life from the jaws of death. They began to say, "Alas, this boy has met with death several times, but lo, that in the end overtook only those who came to destroy him. Perhaps these killers had done much evil in the past, and it is the cumulative effect that has destroyed them. Though all these attacks are terrific in appearance, they have not been able to do any harm to the boy. Though they came to kill him, they perished as moths in the fire." Indeed, the words of Noahs of Brahman never prove false. All that Bhagavan Garga said to the other day has come true. Nanda and the other Gopas, by recounting these exploits of Rama and Krishna with great feeling, forgot completely the sufferings of worldly life, engaging themselves in various childish play, like hide and seek, making embankments, leaping like monkeys, etc., The two divine children spend their early boyhood, Kumara extending to the 5th year, in Vraja.
इति श्रीमद्भगवते महापुराणे पारमहंस्यां संहितायां दशमस्कन्धे पूर्वार्धे वत्सभागवतो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः अथ द्वादशोऽध्यायः श्रीशुक उवाच
Skanda 10, chapter 12, the salvation of Aga, the scene at a picnic in the woods. Sri Sukha said, one day Krishna decided that he would have his lunch in the woodlands and not at home. So getting up very early in the morning, he woke up all his companions by loudly blowing his cowherd's horn. In their company he started to the woods, with the calves herded in front. With him started merrily a very large number of Gopa boys, with their equipment consisting of slings, sticks, horns, and flutes and pots of curd rice, and they marched ahead, their calves numbering over 1,000. Mixing their calves with a very large number of Krishna's cows, they engaged themselves in various boyish games as the cows grazed. Though their mothers had decorated them with ornaments of kacha, red beads, precious stones, gold, etc., they regaled themselves with the additional decorations of fruits, tender leaves, bunches of flowers, flower buds, peacock feathers, and mineral powders. Some of them would in play thieve the slings and equipment of others, and then found out, throw them away to some others at a distance, so in turn would throw them, who in turn would throw them still further. When the owners felt teased, they laughed and restored them to their owners. If Krishna happened to go to some distance drawn by the beauty of the forest scenery, the boys would run in competition to near him and touch him. Some of them sounded their flutes, some blew their horns, some buzzed with honey beetles, and some cooed with singing birds. The kokilas, thus did they engage themselves in play. Some ran pursuing the shadows of flying birds, some walked with swans imitating their elegant tread, some mimicked the pose of cranes, some danced with the peacocks. Thus did they engage themselves in play. Some of them pulled monkeys by the tail, some climbed trees after them, and some imitated their grimaces and contortions. Some jumped from one branch of a tree to another. Thus did they engage themselves in play. Some jumped into streams and chased the frogs right to the other bank. Some conversed mockingly at their own images in water. Some scolded the echoes of their own voices from caverns. Thus did they engage themselves in play. Those boys of exceeding merit did thus play with him, who appeared as Brahmic bliss to knowing ones, as the deity to those moved by devotion, and as mere human child to those in the grip of Maya. Ah, how can one describe the good fortune of the inhabitants of Vraja, before whose fleshy eyes stood he, the dust of whose feet the yogis failed to attain even through austerities practiced in life after life, with their minds indrawn and concentrated on him. Appearance of the demon Aga. At the time, an asura named Aga, an son, unable to bear the sight of the delightful sports of these children, made his appearance there with a view to destroy them. This asura was a terror even to the devas who, though they had drunk the elixir of immortality, still felt it necessary to safeguard their lives against him. This Agasura, an emissary of Kamsa, was the brother of Putana, and Baka, who had met with their death at Krishna's hands. Seeing Krishna and the boys, he thought within himself, "This boy is the killer of my sister and brother. I shall kill him along with Bala to give satisfaction to my two dead dear ones. If these boys are given by me as funeral offerings to my dead brother and sister, then all the inhabitants of Raja are as good as dead, for they are like their prana to people. If they perish, the whole community perishes in the next generation. So if the prana of the community, their children, are killed, there is nothing to fear from them afterwards, as one need not concern oneself with a body whose prana has left it." Cogitating thus, that evil-minded demon assumed the form of a huge python, and with its mountain-like body a yojana long, and its mouth wide open like a huge cave, lay in wait on the way to devour the children. His lower lip touched the earth, and the upper ones the clouds in the sky. The corners of his mouth were like caverns, while the molars resembled mountain peaks in the cavity of his mouth, where pitch darkness reigned. His tongue lay like a broad road. His breath came out like a piercing wind, and his eyes shone like the flames of a forest fire. The boys, on seeing Agasura of the above description, mistook the sight to be another wonderful feature of the scenery of Vrindavana. They admired and praised its striking resemblance to a python. They said, "Look here, friends, what is it that we see before us? Is it a living creature or not? Can you say whether it is a real python lying there to swallow us, or a mere feature of the mountainside? See, the clouds slightly reddened by the sun's rays look like the upper part of the jaw, and the ground below, which reflects a little of that redness, looks like the lower jaw. The caves on the left and the right of the mountain feature look like the corners of a python's lips. The series of lofty peaks look like its molars. This broad and long path is very much like a tongue. The darkness in this gorge between these two peaks resembles the darkness within the mouth of the giant creature. The hot wind caused by the forest fire is like its breath, and the smell of burnt flesh coming from that fire is the foul smell emitted by the rotten flesh in the python's stomach. If we get into this mouth, will the creature swallow us? If he does so, you will also follow the footsteps of Baka at the hands of Krishna." Saying so, they looked at the beautiful face of the destroyer of Baka and laughed, clapping their hands. Aga swallowed the party and he's dead. Aga swallowing the party and he's dead. Hearing the conversation between these ignorant boys, oblivious of the real state of affairs, the Lord, who is present in the hearts of all, understood that it was a real serpent, and the boys had ignorantly taken that for fancy. Anxious to save them, he wanted to stop them from proceeding further. Before he could do so, however, the boys and the cows entered into the monster's mouth. But instead of swallowing them immediately, the python kept his mouth open for the destroyer of Baka to enter, so that he could avenge the death of two of his most dear ones. Krishna, the protector of the whole universe, was overcome with pity and wonder at the tragic fate of the boys and the cows, and who had none except he as protector, but had slipped out of his hands even into the flaming fire of death. He thought within himself how he could save the good boys and destroy the wicked monster at one stroke. Having arrived at a plan, the all-seeing Hari entered into the python's mouth. The Devas, standing behind the clouds, cried out, expressing their apprehension while monstrous beings and friends and allies of Kamsa felt jubilant. Hearing the wails of the Devas, Krishna, the deathless one, began to grow in the size within the throat of that monster who wanted to pulverize all of them, Krishna, the boys and the calves, at one stroke. That gigantic monster, having his air passage thus obstructed by the enlarging body of the Lord, began to roll hither and thither with his eyes protruding. As the bread could not come out through any passage, it burst his head and came out. When the monster's life force had entirely left his body, Krishna, the Supreme Self revived all the calves and friends by his look and came out with them all through the mouth of the dead monster. Now there came out from the body of the huge serpent a radiance that illuminated all the quarters. It lingered in the sky for a moment for Sri Krishna to come out of the serpent's body and then merged into him as all the Devas watched. Jubilant at the event, the Devas honored their savior by the rain of flowers, as Apsaras by dancing, Gandharvas by music, instrumental musicians by orchestra, Brahmanas by praises and hymns, and his attendants by exclamations of Jaya. Brahma, hearing in Satyaloka the above-mentioned auspicious sounds and festive exclamations of hymns, instrumental musics, songs, and shouts of joy, soon came to see the expressions of the Lord's divine majesty and was wonderstruck to see what had happened. The dried skin of the python demon became for a long time a cave for purposes of play for the boys of Raja. This act of Sri Hari Krishna, resulting in the release from death of themselves as well as the liberation of Agasura from samsara, was reported by the boys to their elders at Gokula on only 1 year after, that is, in Krishna's 6th year. All were astounded to hear it. It is not to be wondered at or considered improbable that Agasura got rid of all his sins and attained identity with the Supreme, which is never to be had by sinners like him ordinarily, all because of the purifying touch of the Lord, the Creator and the Supreme Master of the worlds, who had appeared as a human child in Raja. Even those who once get a mental picture of him within themselves in meditation do attain to the divine state. Why not then this Agasura, into whom the very Lord, the one without any stain of Maya and ever immersed in the bliss of the Spirit, entered in truth and in reality without any imaginary elements, as in meditation? Parikshit puts further questions about the incident. Sutta said, Parikshit, who was really a gift of Krishna to the line of the Pandavas, hearing all these accounts of him, who was his protector, questioned Sukha again on the same theme, with his mind fully controlled. The Raja said, O learned sir, how can something that had been done in a distant past become a current incident? How can an event that has been done at a distant past become a current incident? How can an event that took place in the 5th year of Krishna be reported by the boys, his companions, only 1 year after, that is, in Krishna's 6th year? O great yogin and teacher, this seems to me to be so puzzling. Tell me all about it. It must surely be due to the Lord's Maya, his mysterious spiritual potency, and to nothing else. Though I am only an ordinary Kshatriya, I am the most fortunate person in the world, for I am able to hear again and again from no less a personage than your holy self the sanctifying accounts of Krishna's deeds. The sutta said, on being questioned in this way, Sukha, son of Vyasa, taught of the Supreme Being, whereupon all his sense powers and mind got absorbed in him in samadhi. Oh, the best among devotees! With great effort, he then brought his mind to the consciousness of external world and began to speak.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarte Dwadasho Dhyayaha Atha Trayodasho Dhyayaha Sri Shuka Uvacha
Skanda 10, chapter 13. Brahma testing Krishna. Krishna at lunch, a pastoral midday scene. Sri Sukha said, you have put the right question, O thou the most fortunate and the best among the Bhagavatas. The story of the Lord's deeds appears fresh in spite of hearing them time after time. For those wise men who consider that the real purpose of the powers of speech, hearing, and thought consists in dedicating them to Him, this interest in hearing about the deeds of the Lord becomes natural and instinctive. These accounts have an ever-renewing novelty about them, just as stories about women have for vulgar people. Listen with faith and attention, O King. I am going to give you something in spite of it being a great secret. To a beloved disciple, teachers reveal even the most esoteric verities. After having rescued the boys and the cows from the death in the mouth of Agasura, the Lord brought them to the bank of the river and said, Ah, friends, how charming are those river banks! These sandy regions, besides being useful for our games, are naturally endowed with pure and soft sands. The whole river surface is a blossom of flowers, whose fragrance is attracting the buzzing honeybees and chirping birds, and their sounds mixed with the murmuring music of the river are reverberating from the foliages of thick vegetation round about. It is now late in the afternoon, and we are very hungry. Let us therefore sit here and take lunch. Let the cows drink water and graze about here. Thereupon the boys made the cows drink their fill and tied them up in regions where there was plenty of grass. Then they took out their food and plates from their slings and sat delightedly with the Lord to lunch. Sitting round Krishna in several rows and constantly gazing at his face with eyes wide open, they looked like the petals of a lotus arranged round its pericarp. They ate in plates improvised from flowers, flower petals, tender leaves, fruits, tree barks, and stones, as well as in the ready-made ones taken from the sling. Commenting on the flavor and delicacy of their respective dishes, and laughing and making one another laugh by jokes, they dined along with the Lord. Imagine the sight of him, whom all the offerings of yajnas are made, sitting in boyish glee to take his food amidst his companions, with the flute stuck between his waistcloth and the abdomen, would blow horns in the left armpit and the left hand, respectively, with the balls of curd rice in his right palm and various condiments between the fingers. He sat in the midst of his friends, cracking jokes and making them laugh, as the celestials looked on, steeped in wonder.
Om Namo Narayanaya Namaha. Brahma's spiriting away of the boys and the cows. As the cow-keeping boys were thus engaged in their dinner, oblivious of everything but Krishna, the calves, eager for grass, moved to distant parts of the woodlands. Later, missing the calves, the boys were filled with apprehension. But Krishna, who is the remover of the fears of all the world, told them, "Friends, continue your meal. I shall go and fetch all the calves." So saying, Krishna, with a bowl of rice still in his hand, went about searching for the calves on mountain tops, caves and groves of creepers. Brahma, the lotus-born, who had been thoroughly astonished to see the divine play of the liberation of Aghasura, was desirous of seeing more of the unique power and greatness of the divine child incognito. He therefore spirited away and hid all the calves that Krishna was in search of. By the time Krishna returned to his companions, unsuccessful in his attempt to find out the calves, he discovered that the boys too had disappeared. Not finding the cowherd boys also on his return to the river bank, Krishna moved about in the woods everywhere seeking both. Searching everywhere, he could see neither the boys nor the calves. Presently it dawned on him, who is all-knowing, that the whole affair was a machination of Brahma. So Krishna, in order to give joy to all the parties concerned, the mothers of the cowherd boys, the cows, and also Brahma, assumed the forms of both the boys and the calves. To him who is the maker and the master of all, this is but a trifle. Whatever numbers of small boys and cows there were, whatever organs and limbs they were endowed with, whatever equipment they had like staff, cow horns, flutes, vessels, and slings, whatever ornaments and clothes they were wearing, whatever playthings they possessed, whatever distinguishing features they had, like traits of character, virtues, name, form, age, and the like, all these that immortal one became as a literal illustration of the great truth that all this is Vishnu. Krishna is all the boys and calves, himself Krishna, himself the calves, himself the cowherd boys, directing the calves, himself enacting various plays, and himself the toys and the sports, materials. Krishna, the soul of all beings, entered the cowherd settlement, O king, separating each one's calves, driving them into the respective cowsheds. Krishna, who had become each and every one of the boys and the calves, entered their respective houses in the very likeness of each boy. Their mothers, hearing the sound of flutes, had got up hurriedly to receive them, and on arrival they embraced them with both arms and suckled ecstatically the Brahman in the shape of their boys. The daily routine finished, the Lord, in the guise of so many boys, was in the evening rubbed, bathed, anointed with cosmetics, decked in silk and with jewels, sanctified with marks, fed sumptuously, and fondled by the respective mothers of the boys. And he in turn regaled them all separately by his charming gestures, and after a couple of hours retired to bed. The cows, returning from pasture, rushed into the cowshed, and lowing to summon their respective calves, began to lick the young ones again and again, and fed them with the milk that was overflowing from their udders. The cows and the mothers continued to have towards the multiformed Krishna the same maternal attitude that they used to have towards their erstwhile calves and sons. The only difference was that the intensity of their affection was greater than before, and Krishna, in the form of their young ones, had the same affection towards their mothers as before, the only difference being that it was not prompted by Maya through a sense of possession. In the case of the Gopas, the creepers of their affection for their children remained evergreen and limitlessly growing, as it was based in Krishna, the infinite being. Thus, Krishna spent 1 year in the houses of the Gopas as their children and in the cowshed as the calves, assuming the forms of both and tending himself as calves by himself as the cowherd boys. Once, when only 5 or 6 days were left to complete 1 year of this divine drama, Krishna, along with Rama, went to the forest with the calves. The cows, which were grazing on top of the Govardhana mountain, saw the calves at a long distance moving about near Vraja. Seeing them, they forgot themselves out of love for the calves, and overcoming the impediments posed by their tending cowherds, the natural obstacles, ran towards them with the gait and speed of horses, their heads turned to the hump, tails raised and udders shedding milk. So fast did they gallop that it looked as if they had only 2 legs, for they had galloped. The 2 forelegs moved together, and so did the 2 hind legs. Hurtling down to the valley, these cows, though they had other calves, began to lick these calves with such excitement that it made one think that they were going to eat them up, and began to feed them with milk overflowing from their udders. The cowherds tending them were discomfited and irritated at their being able to control these calves. With great difficulty, they came hurrying through intricate hills, tracks to the valley where they met the calves and their own sons. Seeing their sons, the irritated mood of these Gopas took to wings. Great was their joy when, overcome with affection for the boys, they took them up in their arms, embraced them, and smelled the crown of their heads, thus having attained to the summit of satisfaction. By embracing the boys, the elderly Gopas, feeling like youths, departed with their eyes overflowing with tears. Rama's doubt. Surprised at the growth of affection in the women of Vraja as towards infants, for these grown-up boys who had been weaned long ago, Rama began to think about the cause of this. What a wonder! The kind of love which the inhabitants of Vraja used to have towards Krishna, the soul of all, they are now found to have towards all children in Vraja. What is the source of this magical spell? It is human or celestial or asuric in origin. It must certainly be that of my master Krishna, or else it could not have affected me. Eating in this manner, Balarama was able with his eye of knowledge to recognize all of them as expression of Krishna, the Sat Chit Ananda. He said, these boys are not parts of devas, nor these cows of rishis, as they supposed before. Thou art alone shining as all these different entities. The Vedas too declare that thou art the manifold. So thou alone shouldest clarify this mystery. Trackled thus, the Lord explained the whole affair to him in brief. 1 year after, which according to his Brahma's calculation of time in only one truti moment, Brahma came back to the scene, only to see the ever full Krishna with his retinue of boys and calves still playing there as he was doing 1 year ago. Brahma then thought within himself, all the boys and calves of Raja are even now sleeping on my magical beds. They have not got up from them. Wherefrom then have come all these calves and boys who continue to be with Krishna, grazing and playing here for the past 1 year? Thinking deeply over the problem of these two sets of boys and calves, Brahma was not able to arrive at any conclusion as to which was the genuine and which was pseudo-set. Thus, the attempt of Brahma to confuse Vishnu, who is himself undeluded by any false knowledge, but who infatuates the whole world by his Maya, ended in his own confusion and discomfiture. As the darkness caused by dew in the naturally dark night, and as the light shed by glowworms in the broad daylight, the magical powers displayed against him, who is the source of the world magic, can only be ineffective. It only destroys the power of the person who does so. Revelation vouchsafed to Brahma. As Brahma was looking on in this confused state of mind, he found all the calves as well as the cowherd boys with their equipment of staff, horn, etc., suddenly turning into forms of blue complexion resembling heavy rain clouds and dressed in yellow silk cloth. He found them all he found them all four-armed, holding in those arms conch, discus, mace, and lotus, wearing diadem, earrings, necklace, and floral wreaths, and having on their bodies srivatsa, armlets, bracelets, studded with gems, girdle, anklet, and ring. They were having on them holy tulasi wreaths, extending from head to foot, freshly offered by great devotees. Their faces were remarkable by the sidelong glances of their eyes having a red tinge, and by their smile resembling the moon, a form symbolic of rajas, granting the desires in the hearts of devotees, and the latter symbolic of sattva, which preserves their spiritual interests. All embodied beings, from himself, Brahma, down to inanimate objects, were adorning them separately in different ways, with dance, song, and various ingredients of worship. They were surrounded by 8 yogic powers like Anima, by Maya and other Shaktis, and by the 24 categories like Mahatattva. They were being adored in an embodied state by Kala, time, Swabhava, nature, Samskara, tendencies, Kama, desires, and Karma, actions, whose effulgence was engulfed by that of the Vishnu forms. They were seen as the embodiments of truth, consciousness, and bliss, and as inexhaustible repositories of countless auspicious qualities. Those extent cannot be glimpsed even through the Upanishads. Brahma thus saw them all simultaneously as Parabrahman, by whose light all this creation is manifested. Astounded by these experiences, Brahma turned his gaze away. All his 11 senses became completely stilled in the presence of the divine majesty he witnessed, and he stood silent like a silhouette besides the main deity of Vraja. Brahma was utterly confused with what he saw. He thought, the Supreme Being is beyond logical thought. He is infinite in majesty. He is self-effulgent and blissful, beyond Prakriti and its effects, and capable only of being confused in this state. He could not see even who the original Krishna was. At that moment, Krishna, the original being, cast off the spell of Maya.
Then Brahma came back to his normal consciousness, like a dead man revived. Rubbing his eyes, he looked out and saw the whole universe and himself distinct from it. He looked around immediately and saw before him the Vrindavana with its magnificent vegetation and graced by the presence of Sri Krishna therein. Because of his presence, men and animals that are naturally antagonistic to one another and lived there peacefully, and evil passions like greed and anger fled from the hearts of men. There he saw the non-dual Brahman, immeasurable consciousness, in the assumed form of a cowherd boy, going about in search of his cows and companions with a ball of rice and condiments in his hand. Thereupon Brahma got from his vehicle in his haste and fell down in prostration before Krishna, stretching his body like a staff of gold at his feet, doing obeisance by touching his feet with his full diademed heads. He washed those feet with the tears of joy that were welling up from his eyes. Remembering again and again the divine majesties of Krishna that he witnessed earlier, he got up and prostrated again and again at his feet. Then he stood up slowly, composed himself, wiped his eyes, moistened by tears, took a look at Krishna, and with head bent down and palms joined in humble salutation, began to recite a hymn in his praise, his voice and body trembling with high emotion.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarte Trayodashodhyayaha Atha Chaturdashodhyayaha Brahmavacha.
Skanda 10, chapter 14, the hymn of Brahma. Special excellence of devotion. Brahma said, "Salutation to thee, O worshipful one. Salutations to thee, the tender-footed son of the cowherd Nanda, who art of cloud-like complexion, who wearest a cloud bright like lightning, whose face is beautified by earrings of red beads and a plume of peacock feathers, who wearest a wreath of wild flowers, who sportest with a staff, cow horn and flute, and who carriest a ball of rice in hand. O Lord, even I, Brahma, with a controlled and concentrated mind, and able to understand the mystery of this form, which is fashioned not of material elements, but of thy own will, to bless devotees like me. Far, far away is it, therefore, for anyone to know thee as the transcendent spirit of the nature of pure bliss consciousness. There are some who, without struggling in the path of jnana, remain in the same order of life to which they have been called. Spend their time in hearing in all humility about thy excellences from thy great devotees, and allow their action, speech, and thought to be saturated with the devotional fervor they breathe. These, conquerable one, are the people who conquer thee even. There are some who abandon the practice of devotion to thee as an inferior discipline, devotion which is like an inexhaustible stream gushing out with all spiritual graces, and strive for the attainment of mere knowledge without renunciation and love. All that they will attain out of it is only the strain and the difficulties they have put themselves to. It will be without any positive result beyond the labor, just like husking chaff of paddy for rice. O all-pervading and undecaying one, many other yogis who attain to thy supreme state by dedicating all their actions to thee and through devotion generated by the ninefold bhakti discipline beginning with Shravana hearing, to which they were directed by their past good karma. Still, O all-pervading one, it may be possible for some very pure souls under the instruction of one who has realized the Supreme Spirit as not different from the self within, to attain to thy transcendent nature without any touch of the gunas of Prakriti. By means of intuitive apprehension as subject-objectless existence from free from any modification or from taking form taking tendency. To make an exact calculation of the attributes guna characterizing thee, who art the sport of guna, prakriti, and who has incarnated thyself for the good of all, it is an impossibility for any person, however great. It may be possible for some extraordinary person in the course of a long period of time to calculate the number of grains of dust composing the earth, or the particles of dew in the air, or the stars in the sky, but not the attributes of thine, the infinite being. Therefore, whoever lives patiently undergoing the sufferings and enjoyments accruing from one's own past karma, and surrendering one's body, mind and soul to thee, depending on thy grace to operate and lift him up. Such a person surrendering oneself, body, mind and soul to thee, depending without any shadow of doubt on thy grace to operate and lift him up, such a person becomes eligible for mukti as for one's heritage. Infinitude of the Lord. Lord, look at my mean stupidity, even against him whose Maya overpowers all those who possess similar powers. Him, the infinite and causeless being, and the soul of all souls. I wanted to demonstrate my power and enjoy the satisfaction of seeing my own greatness. But lo, what am I but a spark of the mighty flame that thou art? Therefore, O undecaying being, it behoves thee to pardon what I have done out of ignorance, a product of Rajaguna, moved by the sense of being a master in my own right, apart from thyself, and blinded by the dark pride of being the creator of all. I deserve to be pitied by thee out of the consideration that I am thy servant, and thou art my master. What am I, a being with a limited body of 7 spans, the Brahmanda, cosmic shell, of 7 layers of Prakriti's evolutes, the Mahat, Ahankara, and the 5 elements? What am I of such description before thee, whose every porous is like a window through which countless such Brahmandas are passing like particles of dust? No mother considers the kicks of the fetus within her womb as an offense. There is nothing that can be referred to as either positively or negatively as excluded from within thee. In my relation to thee, am I not then like a child within the mother's womb? And do I not deserve to be pardoned for whatever offense I have committed? Brahma, the unborn, came out of the navel lotus of Narayana as he lay in the cosmic waters, which had engulfed all the worlds in it. This statement is certainly true. O Lord, can it be held still that I am not thy offspring? I am not parted from thee. Art thou not Narayana in the sense that thou art the soul, the support of all beings? Naram Ayanam Yashya Sa. Art thou not Narayana also as the prompter of the actions of all from within? Narayasa Ayanam Pravitritit Yasvat Sa Narayanam. Art thou not the witness of the whole universe too? Naram Ayase Janasi. Also, as one lying in the cosmic waters, Nara, so called because of these are born of Nara, the Lord. Thou art called Narayana, a manifestation coming within, true nature, and not in thy changeful realm of Maya. How is it, O Lord, that I could not come across thy wonderful cosmic form in spite of my search, if it were lying in the cosmic waters? Why is it that I could not see it in my heart, also at first? But after 1,000 years of tapas, it was perceived without any difficulty. O dispeller of ignorance and delusion, this of thine, thou didst demonstrate thy mysterious power of world manifestation, when thou didst show this vast external universe as stretching outside as also existing within thee. O thee on opening thy mouth to thy mother's view, just as the whole universe is existent in thy abdomen, so is it experienced as existing outside also, without any reversal of its form, unlike in reflection. What else is this except thy mysterious power of Maya? Thou hast demonstrated to me today that this universe is as good as non-existent without thee. Thou wert at first one, then thou didst become all the cows and the cowherd boys, thy friends. Next thou wert seen as the same number of four-armed Narayanas who were being worshipped by myself and all other devas. Not only that, innumerable universes were coming out of thy pores. And now thou remainest alone as the measureless, non-dual Brahman. What can this world be except thy jugglery? For people who do not understand thy mystery and majesty, it looks that, poised on thy Prakriti, thou spreadest this universe out of thy free will, assuming as it were the role of myself Brahma for creation, of thyself Vishnu for sustenance, and of Maheshwara, the three-eyed deity, for dissolution. But the fact is that there is only thyself, and everything else is the work of thy yoga, the mystery of divine incarnations. Thou, the unborn being, takest birth among celestials, rishis, men, and subhuman creation, in order to subdue the destructive pride of evil men and to bestow grace on spiritual aspirants. O Mighty One, O Almighty One, O Bhagavan, O Lord of all yogis, none can say anything definite as to where, how, when, and in what way thy play as the incarnate is going to take shape. Beyond feeling thy mystery through it, none can find any explanation. This world too is non-entity without thee, dreamlike, meaningless, and causative of unlimited miseries. It is projected on thee of the nature of existence, knowledge, bliss, by thy mysterious power, Maya, making one feel that it exists by itself. Thou art the unitary being. Thou art the Atman. Thou art the indweller in all. Thou art the primeval one. Thou art the truth. Thou art the self-manifest. Thou art the unlimited. Thou art the cause of all causes. Thou art the deathless one. Thou art the eternally blissful. Thou art free from all conditioning factors, without the distinction of body and spirit. And thou art the everlasting.
Om Namo Narayanahi Namaha. Snana can be had through bhakti. He overcomes this deceitful ocean of transmigratory existence who, with the eye of Upanishadic knowledge provided by an illumined guru, is able to recognize the one universal soul manifesting in all as the spirit permeating oneself too. To one who does not know the self within oneself as the spirit, that very ignorance projects this manifold world. But at the dawn of knowledge, the apparent world dissolved in its substratum. The Lord, just as a snake seen in a rope dissolves into the rope. Bondage and liberation are not facts, but two names arising from ignorance of thee. If we think deeply over the nature of the Atman, which is always pure consciousness, non-dual and distinct from Prakriti, it would be seen that it has no other phase except that of always being truth and bliss. Just as in the sun there is neither night nor day, but only continuous luminosity. How enormous is the wrong notion of the ignorant, taking thee, who art within all, and revealing thyself through the eye sense as someone outside, para, and taking the body, para, to be self-experienced as the eye men search for thee, far and wide outside. O Infinite One, in the embodied being himself, the wise search for thee, rejecting all the unintelligent categories with which thou art identified. Though the snake is non-existent in the rope, can the wise recognize the rope which is so close by without rejecting the snake perception? But without being graced with the blessing that comes on one by the adoration of thy lotus feet, no one can realize the above truth in all its glory. Nothing is achieved by merely cogitating over it in solitude. So may I be fortunate enough always to be one among thy devotees, engage in adoring thy feet, whatever might be the birth I take, whether as Brahma or man or an animal. The greatness of the inhabitants of Vraja. The women and the cows of Vraja are indeed the most fortunate of beings. For lo, in the form of cowherd boys and the calves, thou didst suck their milk with great joy and satisfaction. Thou too, whom even with great sacrificial rites failed to give that much of joy and satisfaction. Oh, how fortunate are Nanda and other inhabitants of Vraja, whose well-wishers happen to be Brahman Supreme, the full, the embodiment of bliss. Let the talk of their good fortune rest for a while. Even we, the 11 presiding deities over the Indriyas, senses, are very fortunate, for we are able to drink the bliss emanating from Him, filling the drinking vessels of the senses we preside over, as He has become perceptible in the senses, in the incarnate divine. But while we are able to drink it only through the particular sense which each one presides over, they, the inhabitants of Vraja, are able to imbibe their bliss through all the Indriyas. It will indeed be the acme of the good fortune if we are born as any object, be it even a blade of grass, in this Vrindavana, especially in this cowherd settlement, where we could get the chance of being bathed in the foot dust of any of its inhabitants, for the bond of love has made them one in life with him whose foot dust is even today the earnest quest of the Shrutis. O Lord, our mind is puzzled when we think whether there is any gift greater than the all-inclusive blessing of union with Thee, that Thou couldst bestow on these inhabitants of Raja, who have put unreservedly at Thy disposal their everything, home, wealth, friends, sons, dear ones, body, vital breath and mind. For even Putana, who came only pretending to serve, but really to harm thee, attained union with thee, together with her relatives. Such being the case, what other adequate blessings higher than what was given to thee was given even to thy enemies couldst thou give these devotees who have surrendered to all their all to thee? The answer given by the Bhagavata itself is that the Lord becomes the servant of such devotees. This type of bhakti is therefore considered higher than moksha. It is only till a devotee has not has not made the total surrender and has become thine own and thou his own, that the passions of the heart are inimical. The home, a prison house, a passionate attachment, a shackle, but all these handicaps become the prime motive power in devotional life when they are turned to the Lord. When He is experienced as one's own, one becomes a natural sannyasin when this kind of devotion is generated. Thou art within, without any worldly bondage or attachments. Thou assumest them in order to enhance the bliss of devotees who have taken shelter in thee. Let those who think they understand whatever they can. What is the good of them? Many words. What is the good of too many words? I cannot, O Lord, comprehend even an iota of thy transcending greatness by any effort of the mind, speech, or body. Salutations of Brahma. O Krishna, permit me now to go. Thou who art all-knowing and the universal witness, knowest all about us and our powers. Thou art the only master of the universe. This world, which is generally considered my body, really rests in thee. O the sun that brings into bloom the lotus of the Vrishni clan, O the moon that swells the sea of delight in the hearts of holy men and innocent beings, O the sun that dispels the darkness of perverse doctrines, O the fire that consumes all the tyrant of the earth, O the supreme being that draws the adoration of the sun, and all the other deities, O Sri Krishna, to thee my homage for eternity. Return after 1 year. After thus glorifying the divine majesties of Krishna, circumambulating him thrice and making prostration, Brahma departed to his realm. After permitting Brahma to go, the Lord brought all the calves there were hidden by Brahma's Maya to the place on the river bank where he, with his friends, had been taking lunch. Though the boys had been separated for 1 year from Krishna, the Lord of the heart, their heart and the soul, they, by the power of Krishna's Maya, felt that period only as half a moment. What is there in this universe, the memory of which cannot be effaced by the power of Lord's Maya? It is not by its power that the whole world has forgotten that they are in truth the Atman. However much they are instructed by the teacher and the Shastra, they are not able to get back that memory. See the power of Maya? The boys his friends said to Krishna, "Oh, you have returned so soon. We have not eaten even a single ball of rice after you left. Come, now sit and eat comfortably." Krishna laughed at these words of the boys and took his food with them. He directed the attention of the boys to the skin of the python on his way back to Vraja, wearing decorations consisting of peacock plumes and mineral paints, excited by the high and tumultuous sound of numerous flutes and cowherd horns, praised by boys coming from behind with songs on his wonderful deeds, fondling the calves in many ways. He entered the cow pen, providing a veritable feast to the eyes of the cowherdesses of the place. Reaching the Vraja, the boys announced that the son of Yashoda had destroyed a terrible serpent that day and saved them all. The self as the basis of all love. The Raja said, "O great one, how can the inhabitants of Vraja feel greater love for Krishna, who was born of another person, than of the children born of their own body?" Sri Sukha said, "O king, it is well known that for all beings, their own self is the dearest entity. Objects like children and wealth are loved because they are felt as belonging to the self. So people are not found to love their children, houses, and wealth to the extent they love their own bodies or themselves, for these are not identified so completely with the self as the body is. They only belong to the self. O great king, it is well known that even in the case of those who contend with the self in the body, they are seen to love their own body more intensely than those that are related. In regard to the body also, if the experience of it were only as belonging to oneself, it would have been loved just as other objects possessed, and not as the very self. This latter experience is due to superimposition and consequent identification between the self and the body. If it is conceded that the body is only the seat of the self, the body cannot then be so dear to the self. Man's continuing will to live in the spite of seeing the disintegration of the body is due to this identification, which makes him feel the disintegration of the body as well of the self itself. Therefore, for all the living beings, the dearest thing is one's own Atma, self or body. One values everything in this universe of living and non-living beings only for the sake of the self. Know thus, Krishna to be the self of all selves, assuming his Maya. He has embodied himself as the man for the sake of the welfare of the world. For those who know Krishna, truly this whole universe of moving and unmoving entities is the form or the being of the Lord. There is nothing separate or excluded from him. All manifested objects have their substantial basis all these relative causes. Krishna is the substantial basis. Reflect, therefore, whether there is anything in this universe which is not he.
Whoever adopts the lotus feet of the Lord, far famed for its sanctifying power and for its being the refuge of all virtuous men, as the boat for crossing the ocean of samsara, for them that ocean is like a puddle made by a calf's hoof. They attain to the supreme state. They have no fear of downfall. I have now finished answering your question why the boys reported what Krishna did in his 5th year only in his 6th. Whoever hears and recites these accounts of Krishna's play with the boys, the destruction of Aga, the picnic on the green grassy bank of the Yamuna, the revelation of his pure spiritual form, the hymn of Brahma, etc., will attain to all the purposes of life, thus occupying themselves with the various plays like the hide and seek, making buns, leapfrog, etc. Rama and Krishna spent the stage of life called Kaumara up to the 5th year of life.
इति श्रीमद्भगवते महापुराणे परमहंस्यां संहितायां दशमस्कन्धे पूर्वार्धे ब्रह्मस्तुतिर्नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः अथ पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः श्रीशुक उवाच
Skanda 10, chapter 15, the salvation of Denuka. Vrindavana described. Sri Sukha said, now that Rama and Krishna had reached the age of 6, they were permitted to tend cows also, unlike earlier when they were allowed only to look after calves. So, along with their companions, they took the cattle for grazing into certain parts of Vrindavana, thus sanctifying all parts of that region with the contact of their feet. Accompanied by Rama and surrounded by Gopa boys singing his praises, himself sang. Sri Krishna one day started, driving in front of the herd of cattle. Desirous of play, they entered the forest with its grassy clearing and blossoming trees. The place was filled with sweetly buzzing honey beetles, deer, and birds of various kinds. There blew a pleasant breeze cooled by the surface of expansive lakes that were calm like the minds of good men, and carrying the fragrance of lotus flowers. Seeing all that, the Lord chose it as a fitting place for his sport. Here and there they came across trees covered with charming garbs of crimson leaves which seemed to prostrate before the Lord, with their hands bent to the ground with a load of flowers and fruits on their branches. He, the first of all beings, smiled on seeing the beauty of the forest and addressed his elder brother Rama as follows. The Lord said, O Great One, at thy feet which have received the worship of the Devas, these trees are making prostrations and offerings of flowers and fruits borne on their heads, as if they are doing an act of worship by way of expiation for the evil karmas and that have given them embodiment as trees. O original being, these honey beetles are singing thy world-satisfying praise and are worshipping thee with every sound they produce. Surely they are some great sages, some important devotees of thine, who do not like to leave their Lord and Master even when he has come incognito as a human being and further hidden himself in a forest. O worshipful one, these peacocks are dancing, these female deer are generating joy in thee by their glances just like the gopis, and these kokilas, producing their sweet musical sound, are welcoming thee along with all the others to their residence. Even these inhabitants of the forest are feeling great satisfaction in honoring thee thus, it being the characteristic of all worthy people. Blessed is the region including all the grass and the shady boughs here because they have got the contact of thy feet. Blessed are the plants and creepers here because they have got the impression of thy finger nails on them. Blessed are the rivers, mountains, birds, and animals of this region because they have been the recipient of thy merciful glances. And blessed too are the gopis who have been held in thy embrace, which is always coveted by Shri herself. Krishna at play with the boys. Sri Sukha said, Thus did Krishna delight himself along with his companions, moving about on the river bank and on hillocks in and about Vrindavana. Bedecked with garlands, he is seen singing in one place, along with the inebriated and buzzing honey beetles, accompanied by his brother Balarama and extolled by his companions. He is seen sometimes making others laugh, sometimes singing like the swans, sometimes imitating the dance of peacocks. Delighting in the cows and his companions, he sometimes calls by name, in a voice clear and sonorous, like thunder, the cows that have gone away to great distances. Now and then he produces sounds imitative of the cries of birds, like chakora, kroncha, chakravaka, Bhadravaja, and Bari. Next, he pretends to be frightened like other creatures in the forest by the sounds of wild animals like tigers and lions. Sometimes he engages himself in shampooing the feet of his elder brother Rama, who, being extremely tired by play, is resting with his head on the lap of some friend among the boys. Holding their hands and laughing in fun, he praises the skill of his companion cowherd boys, who in pairs or groups dance or sing or jump about or fight duels. Sometimes, tired after bouts of boxing, he lies resting the head on the lap of a friend or a bed of flowers made at the foot of a tree. Some shampoo the feet of the exalted one, while other fortunate boys engage themselves in fanning him. Still others, with their minds softened by love, gently sing him songs eulogizing his charming and inimitable deeds. In this way, hiding his real identity by the power of his own Maya and assuming the form and activities of a cowherd boy, he, who is in reality the supreme divine ever served by Rama, sought, lived a rustic life amidst humble rural folk. Encounter with Denuka, the ass demon. One day, the cowherd boy named Sridama, a dear friend of Rama and Krishna, together with two others, Subala and Stoka Krishna, said to them as follows with great affection: O Rama, the powerful, O Krishna, the suppressor of evil ones, not far off from here is an extensive grove. The palm trees abound in fruit, large numbers of which have fallen and even now continue to fall. But a wicked asura named Dhanukam has debarred others from entering that place. O Rama, O Krishna, this powerful asura has the form of an ass and has with him a large retinue of relatives and servants equal to him in strength. O destroyer of foes, as he is a cannibal eating human flesh, men are afraid to go there. Even cows and birds avoid that place under his control. Here you get palm fruits with the unique flavor. Even here you can get the spreading fragrance of those fruits. O Krishna, even the smell of it has enhanced our craving for it. Help us get some of them. O Rama, we want it very much. Come, let us go, if you please. Hearing these words of his friends, the Lord laughed and, ever ready to oblige them, started for the forest of palms, accompanied by the other boys. Entering the grove, Balarama shook the palm trees with his powerful arms in the manner of an elephant, and the fruits fell down in clusters. Hearing the sound of falling fruits, the ass-shaped asura came rushing furiously, creating tremors on the earth covered with trees. That powerful and perverse demon approached Balarama very quickly, and after kicking him on his chest, circled the place braying. Again, the Asura went towards Balarama with his back turned towards him and kicked at him violently with his hind leg in a bid to kill him. Balarama caught hold of him by his legs and whirled him round and round with one arm. With that, the Asura died, and his dead body was thrown to the top of the big palm tree. The massive top of the palm tree swayed violently as the carcass fell on it. The tree got uprooted and crashed on a neighboring tree, that on the next, and so on. Thus the fall of the ass demon's body, thrown by Balarama, playfully led, had the effect of a storm on the palm grove, many trees of which thus fell from down uprooted in a chain reaction. There is nothing to wonder at in this achievement of the Lord, the infinite being and the Lord of all, in whom the whole universe rests as a clot in the threads that form its warp and hoof. All the other ass demons and relatives and dependents of Dhenuka were provoked to great anger by the death of their kinsman, and they came furiously charging at Rama and Krishna. O king, Rama and Krishna whirled all the attacking ass demons by their legs and hurled them to the top of the trees, strewn with the fallen fruits, the carcasses of the dead Asura, and the tops of broken palm trees. That region looked like the sky with clouds of variegated colors spreading over it. Coming to know of the remarkable deeds of Rama and Krishna, the celestials in great joy rained flowers and sounded their musical and percussion instruments. By the death of Dhenuka, people were able to gather and consume palm fruits as they liked, without any fear, and the cows could graze freely in that area. Krishna, the lotus-eyed and sanctifier of those who fear and recount his excellences, then returned to Vraja, along with his brother, while all his companions glorified him by songs and praises. Krishna back at home. On his return, he was received by a bevy of gopis who were most anxiously looking for him, whose locks, covered with dust raised by the trampling of cows, was beautified by peacock feathers and wildflowers, whose face was lit up by a delightful smile, charming look, and who was playing upon his flute, surrounded by companions who were singing songs in praise of him. The young women of Raja assuaged their grief of separation from Krishna during the daytime by now drinking the nectar of his face through the honey beetles of their eyes. They received him with their sidelong glances characterized by modesty, joy, and touch of coyness, and Krishna too, accepting their welcome, entered Raja. The fond mothers, Yashoda and Rohini, served their sons in a manner suitable for the climate and their needs with food, clothes, and other requirements. They were bathed, anointed with unguents, rested and bedecked with fine cloth, excellent garlands, scents, etc. The mothers fed them with delicious dishes, fondled them in various ways, and put them on excellent beds where they slept comfortably.
Poisonous water of Yamuna. O king, one day, unaccompanied by Rama, Krishna went to the forest region of Vrindavana along with his friends and reached the banks of the Yamuna. Reaching there, the cows and the boys, being extremely thirsty because of the heat of the summer, drank the poisonous water of the Yamuna. Struck by destiny, as it were, they fell down dead as soon as they washed their face and mouth with it. Seeing his dependents in that condition, Krishna, the master even of all the masters of yoga, revived them by the look of his eyes, which shed the nectar of immortality. Restored to consciousness, they all sat up on the river bank, wondering and looking at each other, They all felt convinced that their revival after drinking poisoned water was entirely due to the gracious look of Krishna.
इति श्रीमद्भगवते महापुराणे परमहंस्यां संगीतायां दशमस्कन्धे पूर्वार्धे धेनुकवादे वादो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः अथ षोडशोऽध्यायः श्रीशुक उवाच
Reformation of Kaliya. Krishna's challenge to Kaliya. Sri Shuka said, seeing that the water of Kalindi, Yamuna, had been poisoned by Kaliya, the black serpent, Krishna desired to purify the river by getting rid of the serpent from it. Raja Parikshit asked, how did the Lord punish the serpent living in deep waters there for a very long time? And how did that serpent happen to be there for so long? I would like to hear all about these matters. O Holy One, who will feel satiated with hearing the delightful accounts of Krishna, the unlimited and the eternally free being in his assumed form of a cowherd boy? Sri Shuka said, in the Kalindi there was a deep cavern where the water was boiling with the poison of Kaliya. Birds flying over it fell down dead. All plants, birds, and animals in that region of the Yamuna banks had perished by the contact of the poison-bearing particles of the water of Yamuna, wafted by the breeze. Being thus apprised of the dreadfully poisonous Kaliya and of his poisoning the water of the Kalindi, Krishna, whose mission in life was to eliminate all evil ones, resolved to act for the fulfillment of that purpose. Girding up his loins and clapping his biceps with his hands in challenge, he plunged into the poisoned water from the top of a kadamba tree. The waters of the serpent pool in the Yamuna swelled up with the flaming poison of serpents agitated by the impact made by the Supreme Person, and the poisoned waves rushed in all directions up to 400 yards of the banks. But that is no wonder in the case of the Lord of infinite puissance. Hearing the tumultuous sound of the water lashed by the strokes of the mighty arms of Krishna, of Herculean strength, the serpent felt that its home was being invaded and, unable to brook it, emerged very soon. On seeing Krishna, who was delightful to look at, who was resplendent like a fresh rain cloud, and was marked by the Srivatsa imprint, yellow cloth, lotus-hued feet, and smiling face, and who was sporting in the water fearlessly, the serpent bit him on all his vital parts, and in great anger wound his coils round his Krishna's whole body, hiding him from view. Seeing Krishna motionless within the coils of the serpent, his dear friends, the cowherd boys, who looked upon Krishna as their wealth relative and life itself, were overpowered by sorrow and fell down unconscious, stricken with grief, sympathy, and fear. The cows, the bulls, and the calves all were sorrow-stricken and stood listlessly looking at Krishna and lowing loudly in fright and grief. Reaction of the inhabitants of Vraja. Simultaneously, frightening omens portending immediate danger were seen on land, in the sky, and in people's bodies at Vraja. Seeing these bad omens and noting that Rama had not gone that day to herd the cattle, Nanda and the other Gopas were filled with fear as they, in their ignorance of Krishna's powers, thought that these bad omens might indicate his death. Therefore, all the Gopas, including men, women, children, and old people, for whom Krishna was very much like their life breath, started from Gokula in great anxiety and eagerness to see Krishna, all pathetic like cows that have lost their calves. But the venerable Balarama, who was only a manifestation of Krishna, knew his brother's prowess and so kept silent, smiling at the consternation of the people of Gokula. In their search for their dear Krishna, traced his track by observing the special marks of his footprints and reached the bank of Yamuna. Oh dear one, they proceeded fast, locating amidst the hoof marks of the cattle and of the cowherd boys and the Lord's footprints having on them the marks of lotus, barley grains, goat, thunderbolt, and flag. In the pool within the river they saw Krishna motionless, with the serpent coiled round his whole body, and there were the boys lying unconscious on the riverside, and the cattle lowing piteously. Such is the scene that greeted the eyes, Such was the scene that greeted the eyes of these Gopas from a distance, reducing them to a state of utmost mental affliction and stupefaction. When the gopis who dearly loved and worshipped the worshipful Krishna, the infinite being incarnate, and who ever remembered his loving smile, looks, and speech, saw the beloved one in the coils of the serpent, they became overwhelmed with grief and began to feel that they would find life meaningless without the Lord. When Krishna's sorrow-stricken mother was about to get into the water to follow her son, the ladies restrained her from behind, shedding tears of sorrow like herself and holding her by the hand. They began to reminisce about the deeds of Krishna's childhood. Then, seeing Krishna's face above the water, they kept on looking, motionless at him, as if they were lifeless. Nanda and some others, to whom Krishna was their very life breath, now tried to get into the stream, but Rama, who knew Krishna's prowess very well, forbade their move. Krishna's dance on Kaliya's hood. On seeing the helpless inhabitants of his Gokula, including women and children, distressed and sorrow-stricken on account of himself, Krishna, after behaving for some time like a human being, now released himself from the coils of the serpent. Tormented by the swelling body of Krishna, the serpent relaxed his coils and, spreading out his hood and hissing and blowing out his poison through the nostrils, he raised himself up, having his eyes, which were forbiddingly ferocious, like a red-hot copper pot, fixed on Krishna and his face. Just as the Lord of Eagles encircling and holds at bay a serpent, so too the Lord playfully went round Kaliya, who had eyes emitting the fire of poison, and who was licking the ends of his mouth with his split tongue. The serpent too kept revolving, watching for the opportune moment for attack. After depriving the serpent of his vigor by this rotating movement for some time, the Lord forcibly made the serpent bend his huge head, on which he then got up, the rubies on it adding to the ruddiness of his feet. The master of all fine arts that he was, the Lord now began to dance on the hood of the serpent. Seeing him ready to perform a dance on the hood of the serpent, a large number of devoted celestials, including Gandharvas, Siddhas, Devas, Charanas, and celestial women, appeared in great joy to provide accompaniments with mridanga, tabors, drums, and musical instruments, as also offerings of flowers and other ingredients and hymns of praise. O dear one, whichever of his principal hoods Kaliya, now weakened and revolving, held erect, on those did the Lord, whose mission in life was to punish and humble the pride of wicked ones, trample, causing the serpent to bleed profusely through its mouth and nose and to fall into a swoon. The serpent was now ejecting blood through his eyes and hissing violently out of rage. When any of the trampled heads stood erect again, Those were made to droop by the stroke of the Lord's heels as he the primeval being, performed his dance on those hoods while flowers rained from above. By the vigorous dance of the Lord, the umbrella-shaped hoods of the serpent were all bruised, wounded all over his body, and vomiting blood in profusion. Kalia began to think of the Lord, the master of all beings, moving and unmoving, and took refuge in him mentally. Meanwhile, the wives of Kalia were extremely sorrow-stricken to see him weakened by the weight of Krishna, who had the whole universe in his abdomen, and also severely bruised on his umbrella-like hood by the powerful kicks of the Lord's heels. They therefore rushed to the spot most anxiously with their robes, ornaments, and tresses in disarray, to take refuge in Krishna, the origin of all beings. Headed by their children, those devoted serpent wives, who were extremely agitated by anxiety over the safety and release of their sinful husband, fell with palms folded in full prostration before the Lord, taking refuge in him, the master and shelter giver to all beings. The hymn of the serpent wives. The serpent wives said, inflictment of punishment on him who is an offender is just indeed. Thou lookest alike at thy son and thy enemy, yet thou hast assumed this incarnation for the destruction of evildoers. This destructive act of thine is undertaken only for the welfare of the world and the salvation of the wicked ones thou destroyest. What thou hast done us is indeed a blessing, for even the punishment inflicted by thee on the wicked is only a means for the eradication of their sins. Kalia must have got his embodiment as a serpent only due to his sins, and thy anger at him for his sinful nature has proved to be a blessing, as it has led to thy placing thy feet on his head. What austerities must he have practiced in the past without ostentatious pride and with due respect to all creation? Or what good works of service must he have done, motivated by universal love without any taint of selfish gain? For that is what pleases thee, who art in all jivas. In order to have this privilege of bearing the dust of thy feet, Sri Devi, abandoning all enjoyments, performed austerities for long. O Lord, we are not able to understand what meritorious deed of his has admitted him, Kalia, to this privilege when thou didst do thy dance on his head. Those who have taken shelter at thy feet and become one with the dust there no longer desire for heaven, for emperorship or the post of Brahma, for rulership of Rasatala, for yogic powers, or even for cessation of rebirths in this transmigratory existence. For thy service is far superior to them all. This king so difficult to attain. By prayer for the attainment of thy feet, men whirling in the wheel of samsara obtain the highest fulfillment.
Salutations to thee, the worshipful Lord, who residest in all beings as the indwelling spirit, who art the controller of all great beings like Brahma, who art the resident in all elements, who didst exist before everything else, who art unaffected by Prakriti, and who art the Supreme Spirit. Salutations to thee, full of knowledge and experience, to thee the seat of infinite power, to thee the master of Prakriti, to thee unconnected with the gunas of Prakriti, to thee Brahman beyond all modifications. Salutations to thee, who art time and the basis of time's power, to thee the witness of all parts of time, to thee, the all, to thee, the witness of all, the creator, to thee, the cause of all. Salutations to thee, who art the indwelling spirit within elements, subtle elements, senses, vital energy, mind, intellect, and mind stuff, chitta. To thee, who hiddest the knowledge of jivas by the three-pronged ahankara, I sense. Salutations to thee, who art the infinite, to thee, the subtle, to thee, the unchanging, to thee, the all-knowing, to thee whom the various philosophical systems try to describe variously in their limited ways. To thee, the name, the object, and the power to denote. Salutations to thee, the certifying power behind all means of valid knowledge. To thee, the master of all learning. To thee, the source of all revelations. To thee, that art manifest as the Vedas, which prescribe the performance of works for prosperity here and in the hereafter, and renunciation of works for final salvation. Salutations to thee, Krishna, to thee, Rama, to thee, Vasudeva, to thee, Pradyumna, to thee, Aniruddha, to thee, the master of all devotees. Salutations to thee, who illuminest the gunas of Prakriti, to thee, hidden by the gunas of Prakriti, to thee, fit to be indicated by the modest modes of the gunas, to thee, the witness of the gunas, to thee, the self-effulging. Salutations to thee, who art working unseen, to thee, the origin of this changeful universe, to thee, the controller of all indriyas, to thee, the Muni who is silent. Salutations to thee, the knower of the fate of everything, high and low, to thee, the director of all, to thee, existing unaffected by the universe, to thee, existing as the universe, to thee, the witness of the universe, to thee, the cause of it all. O Lord, thou art without any want or desire, yet in thy unending sport thou assumest thy power of time, and by thy look, will, awakens the latent tendencies of all beings and performest the creation, cessation, and dissolution of the universe. In this world, there are three kinds of beings: the peaceful, the turbulent, and the dull, all forming parts of thyself. Of these, whole as the protector of dharma, thou art now disposed to favor the peaceful. A master has to pardon at least the first offense of a servant. O peace embodied, the mistakes committed by him, Kalya, without knowing thee, deserve to be pardoned. O worshipful one, be propitious. The serpent's life is ebbing away. The husband is the life of a woman. May thou be pleased to return to us, who deserve thy pity, our husbands sound and safe. Order what we, thy servants, are to do, by performing which in all faith and in sincerity are saved from all fear. Krishna blessing them. Sri Shuka said, being thus extolled and appealed to by the serpent wives, the Lord released Kalya, who had by this time become unconscious, having all his heads crushed by the strokes of the Lord's heels. When his vital energy and sense powers revived slowly, the repentant Kalya, breathing hard and saluting, addressed Krishna as follows. Kalya said, O Lord, we are evil-natured by birth, being given to dark passions and extreme anger. What one is by nature cannot be got over. It is by the compulsion of the nature that people in this world entertain evil desires. O Father, it is thou that didst create this universe with its infinite variations in character, powers, strength, hereditary, mental dispositions, and forms. O Lord, Among these creations of thine, we serpents are a tribe enslaved by inborn ferocity. This being the work of thy insurmountable Maya, how, O Omnipotent One, can we, deluded creatures, overcome it by our unaided strength? Thou alone canst help us in this, O Omniscient One. To save us or to destroy us is in thy hands. Sri Shuka said, the worshipful Lord, who had assumed human form for a great purpose, said to the serpents as follows in response to their prayer. O serpents, do not stay here in the Yamuna. Men and cattle drink its waters. With your families and friends, go and reside in the sea without delay. A person who remembers this episode of my curbing you and glorifies it in hymns in the morning and evening should have nothing to fear from you, serpents. Whoever observes fasts here, bathes in the parts of the Yamuna where the above incidents have taken place, and worships me, besides making obeisance to the deities, he will be released from. He left the island of Ramanaka and came to stay here because of the fear of Suparna, Garuda. Now that you bear the marks of my feet on your head, he will not do any harm to you. Sri Shuka said, to the worshipful Lord Krishna of unique deeds, Kalya and his wives offered worship and presents with great joy and devotion. They adored him with tributes of rare types of cloth, necklace, gems, ornaments, unguents, and garlands of blue lotuses. After worshipping and propitiating the Lord, who had the eagle Garuda for his vehicle, the serpent Kalya circumambulated him and started with his permission to Ramanaka Island in the sea, taking with him his wives, children, and friends. From that time, by the blessings of the ever-playful Lord, the water of the Yamuna was rid of poison and became sweet like nectar.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahaparamahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskandhe Purvarde Kaliyam Mokshanam Nama Shodasho Dhyaya Ata Sapta Dadsho Dhyaya Rajovacha.
Skanda 10, Chapter 17. Incidents allied to the Kalya episode. How Kalya came to reside in Yamuna. The Raja asked, why did Kalya at first leave Ramanaka, the abode of the serpents? What was the offense that Kalya of all serpents did to displease Garuda? Sri Shuka said, in order to be free from the fear of snakebite, people used to make monthly offerings to serpents at the foot of a certain tree. On all full moon days, all the serpents who received such offerings used to make a presentation of them to Garuda for their own protection from his attack. But Kalya, the son of Kadru, proud of his strength and the power of his poison, slighted Garuda and appropriated to himself all the offerings set apart by the other serpents for Garuda. Learning of this, Garuda, who was so dear to Mahavishnu, became angry and rushed to the spot with a view to kill Kalya. Kalya, equipped with his weapon of poison, resisted the attacking Garuda with his numerous hoods uplifted. Displaying his frightening tongues and his fierce and expanded eyes, he further inflicted wounds on Garuda with his poisonous fangs. The vehicle of the Lord and the fierce fighter that Garuda was, he totally disregarded the attack of Kalya and struck him with his golden-hued left wing, treating him as an unworthy foe. Trembling from the blow of Garuda's wing, Kalya escaped through a pool in Kalindi, Yamuna, which Garuda was debarred from approaching owing to a sage's curse. Once, When hungry, Garuda wanted to catch fish. He was prohibited from doing so in that region of Yamuna by the sage Sauravi, but yet owing to the pinch of hunger, Garuda caught one. Finding all the fish in drooping spirit on account of the death of the chief, the sage Sauravi said as follows: for the protection of the fish and other creatures in that region, if Garuda in future enters this region and catches fish, he will die at once. My words shall be true. This curse was known to Kalia alone and not to any other serpent. So out of fear of Garuda, he came to stay in the Yamuna until he was sent back to Ramanaka by Krishna. The reception of Krishna. Seeing Krishna coming out safe from the serpent pool in Kalindi, bedecked with rare necklaces, unguents, silk robes, gems, and golden ornaments, the Gopas got up from their paralyzed state, just as all the senses do when prana, vital energy, is restored, and embraced him with intense joy and satisfaction. On getting back Krishna, life returned, together with a sense of intense happiness, to Yashoda, Rohini, Nanda, the gopis, and the Gopas. Rama, who knew Krishna's prowess very well, embraced him laughing. Great was the joy of all the cows, bulls, and calves, as also of the trees on the river bank, which hitherto, dry from the effect of poison, now bloomed. The Gurus of Nanda, along with their wives, now came to Nanda and said, owing to the good fortune of all concerned, your son has escaped from the coils of Kalya. As an expression of joy for Krishna's safe return, you ought to give us gifts. And Nanda, with great joy, made presentation of cows and gold to them. The great and the good lady Yashoda, having got back her son who was thought lost, embraced him, put him on her lap, and bathed him in tears of joy. Rescue from forest fire. The Gopas and the cows, hungry and tired as they were, did not return to the settlement that night, but spent it on the bank of the Yamuna. That night, a forest fire, common in summer, broke out in the neighborhood and encircled the inhabitants of Gokula sleeping on the Yamuna bank, and threatened to burn them all up. Getting up in great consternation, the Gopas, who were being scorched in the heat of the fire, took shelter in divine Krishna, who was none but the Supreme Lord, disguised as a human being. They cried, O Krishna of infinite greatness, O Rama of mighty prowess, we, your people, are about to be consumed by this fierce fire. O mighty one, save us, your kith and kin, from this fire, this fierce form of death. Nay, we are prepared to die, but not give up thy feet, at which fear has no place. Possessed as he was of infinite power, Krishna, the master of the universe, drank that forest fire on seeing the helpless conditions of his people.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Davagni Chanam Nama Saptadarsho Dhyaya Atashta Darsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Skanda 10, chapter 18. The summer season and Pralamba's attack. Summer in Vrindavana. Shri Shuka said, Afterwards, Krishna was brought in procession to the cowherd settlement, surrounded by cattle and his relatives, with friends singing and rejoicing at his safe return. As Rama and Krishna were thus sporting in the assumed form of Gopas, the summer season, not so pleasing to men, approached.
But while Keshava, the Supreme Lord, stayed in Vrindavana with Rama, the delightful features of the place made the summer resemble the spring, There in the summer, the sound of waterfalls drowned even the shrill and piercing sound of crickets, while sprays of water splashed from them, always moistening the leaves of the trees and adding beauty to the place, owing to the luxuriant growth of grass and the breeze blowing through the wavy surfaces of rivers and lakes and waterfalls, conveying the pollen of sweet-smelling waterborne flowers like kalhara, lotus, and utpala. The inhabitants of Vrindavana knew not the suffering from the intense heat of the sun and the forest fire characteristic of summer. The constant waves of the water of the rivers there overflowing the sandy banks spread the alluvium all over extensively, so much so the poison-like burning rays of the summer sun were not able to make the land dry or prevent the vigorous growth of grass there. The trees of the forest were full of flowers and looked bright and lustrous. A variety of animals and birds inhabited the place. The peacock and the honey beetles were everywhere, and the songs of the kokilas and sarasas filled the air. Krishna sport in the forest. One day, Krishna with Balarama went to the forest of the pastime of cow keeping, surrounded by the cows and the gopas blowing their flutes very loudly, bedecked with leaf sprouts, peacock feathers, flower buds, garlands, and metallic paints of different hues. The gopas, including Rama and Krishna, danced, fought, and sang. As Krishna danced, some sang for him, some provided accompaniments and kept time with flutes, cow horns, and hands. Some others extolled the dance. O king, just as the actors in a drama praise their protagonists, so the celestials born in the cowherd community and now in the makeup of Gopas praised Rama and Krishna for their performance. Sometimes with their uncut locks hanging down, they played at contests like whirling, leaping, hurling, pulling, clapping arms, etc. Sometimes, while others danced, Rama and Krishna would provide the instrumental accompaniments and music and also shout appreciative and encouraging remarks. They played throwing at one another, sometimes vulva fruits, sometimes fruits of kumbha or of amalaka, and sometimes they fisted one another. Sometimes they played at blind man's buff, sometimes at mimicking the cries of birds and beasts. Sometimes they played at leapfrog, sometimes at holding kings durba, and sometimes at swinging on the boughs of trees. At other times they also cracked jokes among themselves. In this way the pair moved amidst rivers, hills, valleys, and bowery groves, playing at various kinds of boyish sports in vogue. Pralamba's attack and destruction. While Rama and Krishna were thus tending cattle in the forest, an asura named Pralamba, disguised as a gopa, came there with a view to abduct them. Krishna, from whose observation nothing could escape, noticed the asura in the group of cowherd boys. Thinking of a strategy to kill him, he approached the asura and cultivated his friendship. Krishna, who knew many games, now called all the cowherd boys and asked them to prepare themselves for a game, dividing themselves into two opposing teams, equal in strength, in age and strength. They made Rama and Krishna the two team leaders, and the rest joined the side of the one or the other. They arranged for various games in which a defeated person would have to carry on his shoulders his victorious counterpart. Sometimes Krishna's party carrying the others, and at other times vice versa. They progressed tending the cattle side by side until they came to the foot of the banyan tree, known as Pandiraka. There the party of Rama, having the boys Sridama and Vrishaba as its members, was successful, and according to the original agreement, Krishna and the others took them on their shoulders and walked. Being defeated, Krishna carried Sridharma on his shoulder. Bhadrasena carried Vrishaba, and Pramba, the demon in disguise, carried Balarama. Knowing that Krishna was irresistible, the Asura Pralamba wanted to be away from his sight and therefore ran with Balarama on his shoulder beyond the spot where he was to drop him. Carrying Balarama, who was weighty like a mountain, the Asura's speed slackened and he resumed his hidden Asura form. With the numerous golden ornaments on his body and the fair complexioned Rama on his shoulder, the Asura looked like a cloud adorned with streaks of lightning and carrying the moon. Balarama also felt a little nervous when he found the Asura travelling fast in the air, his eyes burning, his fierce fangs projecting from the brows of his hair, flaming, and his body decorated with ornaments like bracelets, earrings, and a diadem. Then Balarama, on the memory of his own divinity being restored again, became fearless and like Indra, hurling the thunderbolt on a mountain, delivered punches with his fist on the head of the Asura who was lifting him far away from his group. The Asura's brain being thus blown out, he fell down dead like the mountain struck by Indra, giving out a horrible yell and bleeding profusely from the head. Seeing the dead body of Pralamba slain by the powerful Balarama, the Gopas were all astonished and exclaimed, "Well done, well done." They blessed him, praised him who was praiseworthy, like one who had come back from the hands of death. They clasped him in their loving embrace. When the sinful Pralamba was killed, the Devas were filled with joy, and they rained flowers, garlands on Balarama, exclaiming, "Well done, well done."
Iti, iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sankhetayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Pralamba Vado Nama Ashta Dashodhyaya Ataiko Navans Na Taiko Na Vinsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Skanda 10, chapter 19, Rescue from Forest Fire. Straying away of the cattle, Sri Shuka said, while the Gopas were thus immersed in the sports, their cattle in search of green grass strayed into an inaccessible forest. Goats, cows, and she-buffaloes moving from one jungle to another finally reached Ishika Tavi, a forest of tall munja grass, and there, subjected to the heat of forest fires, stood lowing with extreme thirst. Rama, Krishna, and the other Gopas now noticed the absence of the cattle, and greatly concerned about their disappearance, searched for them for some time without any success. Stunned with sorrow at the loss of their means of livelihood, they tried to trace the cattle from the marks of their hoof prints and the tops of grass, and they nibbled on the way. Finally, tired and thirsty, they discovered the cattle that had strayed into the forest of munja grass and were standing there helplessly. They were at last able to rescue them by the grace of Krishna. Krishna rescuing the party from forest fire. Called by Krishna in his loud voice, sonorous and majestic like thunder, the cows were overjoyed, and they responded with their lowing. At that time, there broke out a terrific forest fire, the most destructive enemy of forest dwellers. It was advancing fast with the help of its chariot driver, the wind, and the licking up on its way all things living and non-living with its huge flamy tongues. The cows and the gopas were terrified beyond description at the sight of the advancing fire. Like men face to face with death, the Gopas took shelter at the feet of Krishna and Rama and said, O Krishna, great hero, O Rama, of great prowess, deign to protect us from this forest fire that is threatening to consume us. O Krishna, surely those who are your kith and kin should by no means suffer in this way. O knower of all dharmas, we have taken shelter in you. It behoves you to protect us. Sri Shuka said. Hearing this pathetic appeal of his friends, the all-powerful Lord said, Be not afraid. All of you, close your eyes. They did accordingly, and Krishna, the master yogi, consumed that fierce fire with his mouth and thereby freed them from a most dangerous situation. When they opened their eyes, they were astonished to find themselves and their cattle again under the Pandirika banyan tree as before, freed from all dangers, attributing their escape from the forest fire to the extraordinary power of Krishna arising from his Yogamaya. The Gopas began to look upon him as a deathless superhuman being. Before dusk, Krishna drove back all the cattle home and returned sounding his flute while his friends extolled him. Great was the joy of the Gopas and their womenfolk, the gopis, for whom even a moment without him looked like an age.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskandhe Purvarthe Davagni Panam Namaiko Namaikona Vinsho Dhyaya Ata Vinsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Kanda 10, Chapter 20, Description of the Seasons. Description of the rainy season. Sri Shuka said, On their return, the Gopas narrated to their women the story of the slaughter of Pralamba and their own escape from a forest fire. Wonderstruck on hearing all about it, the elderly Gopas and their womenfolk, the Gopis, surmised that Rama and Krishna must be two divine beings taking their residence in the Gokula. Now came the rainy season, the life-giver and sustainer of all beings, characterized by bright circles round the sun and the moon, and an angry sky with gathering clouds and reverberations of thunder. Blue clouds producing streaks of lightning and pearls of thunder covered the sky, rendering the brilliance of the sun and moon hazy, just like Brahman, covered by the gunas of Prakriti. Whatever water, the wealth of the earth, the sun, had collected through his rays during the past 8 months, now began to be released in proper time, just as a king, after collecting taxes, releases funds to the public for public welfare. Massive clouds lit the lightning, were ushered in by powerful winds, and like generous persons they released their wealth of water, which went to delight and sustain the life of people in the world. Just as the body of a person performing austerities for the attainment of certain desires gets reduced at the time, but becomes fat and plumpy once again on the fulfillment of his objects, so the land, shrunk by the summer heat, once again became augmented by the luxuriant growth of vegetation when the soil was drenched by rainfall. As the rainy night set in, the glow of fireflies became visible everywhere, and the stars and planets in the sky disappeared, just as the age of Kali, atheistic doctrines, came into limelight while the Vedas get reduced to obscurity. The frogs till now silent began their croaking on hearing the sound of thunder, just as Vedic students engaged in the silent performance of rituals break into loud chants when the Acharya's voice gives the signal. The streamlets hither prosperity dawns on him.
Green with the growth of fresh grass, slightly crimson with patches of cochineal, and spotted everywhere with umbrella-like mushrooms, the earth resembled the encampment of a royal army. Whatever a plentiful rainfall filled the fields with a bumper crop, the farmers felt delighted. But where it caused ravages, the wealthy landowners who prided in their efficiency felt sad, not knowing that the fruits of all work are in the hands of the Lord. All beings on land and in water had a fresh and joyous look, like men practicing devotion to the Lord. The ocean into which the rivers flowed looked turbulent, with waves augmented by wind, just like the minds of pseudo-yogis, whose hearts are full of the waves of desires, set in motion by their senses, flowing towards the objects. Despite the torrential rains falling on them, the mountains remained unaffected, just as devotees having their minds fixed on the Lord remain unaffected when overwhelmed by sorrows and sufferings. What were once broad pathways, now neglected and covered with thick growths of grass, were impossible to distinguish or identify, just like Vedas neglected by its custodians and obscured by the passage of time. The fickle lightning now flashed and next deserted the clouds, the great benefactors of the world, like unfaithful women who are unsteady in their love of even good men. Just as the Purusha, without gunas, attributes, manifests in the phenomenal universe, which is the disturbed state of the gunas of Prakriti, so did the rainbow, without guna, bowstring, appear in the thundering sky, the element having sound as its guna or characteristic. Hidden by the very clouds, which are revealed only by its light from behind, the moon remained invisible, just like the Atman hidden by the eye sense, which is manifested only by that Atman's light. The advent of the rainy season was received with joyous greeting by peacocks when they had the sight of advancing clouds, just as householders, desperate from the woes of worldly life, welcomed the arrival of the Lord's devotees. The trees, dried and shrunken by summer heat, now drank their fill and became extended with branches laden with flowers and fruits, just as ascetics, reduced and weakened by austerities, become fat and joyous on the enjoyment of the fruits of their austerities. In spite of the disturbed condition of the lakes, several water birds continued to stay in them in order to catch fish with which they abounded during the rainy season. Just as worldly minded people continue to stay in their homes owing to the greed for sensuous enjoyments, despite the sufferings they have to stand there. Owing to the torrential rain sent by Indra, the bunds of tanks and other reservoirs gave way, just as the Vedic rules of life give way before the sophistries of aesthetic philosophers in the age of Kali. Induced by the winds, the clouds release their waters for the use of living beings, just as kings, under the advice of wise men, utilize their resources at the proper time for the good of the people. Krishna's pastime in the rainy season. In the season when the forests bore the appearance of abundance and were full of trees like date palms and rose apples loaded with fruits, Krishna, along with Rama and the cows and the cowherds, went there for his sportive pastime. Many cows that were walking very slowly owing to the heaviness of the udders proceeded fast, with milk flowing out of love when the Lord called them by their name. Krishna and Rama found all the denizens of the forests happy. They saw clusters of trees shedding flower nectar, streamlets flowing from the hills, making their characteristic sound, and rows of caves nearby. When it rained, the Lord took shelter under trees or in caves, munching roots, fruits, and tubers. Along with the other Gopas and Rama, the Lord took curd rice and condiments brought from home, sitting on a stone slab near the water. Watching the bulls and calves chewing the curd as they lay comfortably on the grassy grounds, and the cows moving about with difficulty because of the heaviness of the udders. Krishna did obeisance to the universally gladdening splendor of the rainy season, which was enhanced by his presence there. Description of autumn. While Rama and Krishna were thus spending their days in Braja, the autumn season, characterized by a clear sky and mild breeze, set in, announced by the appearance of lotus flowers, the advent of Sarat, restored water everywhere from the turbidity to its original state of purity, just as the minds of fallen yogis are purified by resorting to yogi practice once again. Sarat cleared the sky of clouds, the vegetation of its congestion, the land of mud and mire, and water of turbidity, just as devotion to Krishna eradicates sins of persons in all. Rid of all their wealth of waters, the clouds now shone in their white radiance, like holy men who have abandoned the three eshanas, or longings, for wealth, sun, and heavenly felicities, and free from sins, are established in peace. The mountains released pure streams of water in some places and not in others, just as men of illumination give out their nectarine teachings at certain times, while at others they keep quiet. Fish moving in shallow waters were unaware that the water was slowly getting exhausted by evaporation, just as thoughtless men immersed in domestic cares failed to see their lifespan shrinking. The fish in shallow waters began to feel the heat of the autumn sun intensely, like a poverty-stricken and pitiable householder having heavy family responsibility but no self-control, feels the worldly woes and the sense of dedication to the Lord which goes with it. Slowly the ground gave up moisture and the leafy bowers their greenness, just as wise men gradually give up the sense of I and mine with regard to the body. With the advent of autumn, the sea became calm, just as aspirants become silent, scriptural recitations and argumentations being stopped, when the mind attains peace. The farmers built strong bunds to prevent the flow of water away from the fields, just as yogis restrain the flow of senses towards objects. The moon assuaged the sufferings of people from the heat of the autumn sun, just as spiritual awakening puts an end to the miseries of identification with the body, or as Krishna assuaged the sorrows of the gopis. The cloudless sky helped to reveal the autumnal stars in all their clarity, just as the pure Sattvika mind reveals the meaning of the Vedas. The full moon shone in the sky surrounded by the stars, just as Krishna would shine as the Lord of the Yadus amidst his Yadava clansmen. All people got relief from the heat when the gentle breeze of moderate temperature coming from Vrindavana, loaded with fragrant pollen, began to blow, but not the gopis whose hearts had been stolen away by Krishna. Just as fruits, though not desired for, follow the rituals performed for the sake of the Lord, so the cows, does, birds, and women, ardently pursued by their males, became fruitful, pregnant by the compulsion of autumn. Just as all people, except thieves, welcome a king, all flowers welcome the rising autumnal sun, except the water lily, or kumudini, which closes at sunrise. With the bumper crops that the land yielded, life in villages and towns became joyous with festivities, both of a sacred and secular nature. It was all the more so when Rama and Krishna, the Lord incarnate, were present. When the rains were over and the favorable time came, merchants, sannyasins, kings, and brahmacharyas resumed their duties and ways of life which the rainy season had obstructed, just as siddhas take, when the due time comes, the new bodies which their practices have made them eligible for.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Ansyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Pravrit Shara, Sharat Varnanam Nama Vinsho Dhyaya Atai Ka Vinsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Skanda 10, chapter 21. The magic of Krishna's flute. The ark dancer at the advent of autumn. At the advent of Sarat, as described before, Krishna with his cowherd boys and cows entered the forest of Vrindavana, which was cooled by the gentle breeze blowing over the surface of its clear lotus lakes. The woods of Vrindavana were full of rows of flowering trees, and the lakes, streams, and hills there were resounding with the buzzing of bees, maddened with flower nectar, and with the chirping of many kinds of birds. Tending the cattle, the Lord entered this forest, accompanied by Balarama and the cowherd boys, and began to play on his flute. Some women of Vraja, hearing the love-inspiring notes of the Lord's flute from a distance, described it to their friends. But, O king, as they began to describe it, love welled up overpoweringly in their hearts on the very remembrance of the Lord's movements, and began to speak. Bearing the handsome appearance of a super dancer, having on him a plume of peacock feathers and ear ornaments of karnikara flowers, wearing a yellow cloth of golden radiance, having a wreath of Vaijayanti flowers, filling the holes of the flute with the honey of his lips, and extolled by the Gopas in various songs. Krishna, along with the herds of cattle, entertained Vrindavana, which he had rendered love-inspiringly by his footprints. All the women of Vraja, who heard the notes of the flute, which enthralled the whole world, began to describe it to one another with complete absorption in Krishna. Gopis on Krishna as the super dancer. The Gopis said, the supreme fulfillment of having eyes in this and nothing else, to drink with one's eyes the face of Krishna and Rama as they, at the start of their trek with the cattle and their friends, the cowherds, cast loving glances around while sounding the flute. There they shine playing on their flute now, and then amidst the assembled Gopas, like two great actors on a stage, adorned with blue and yellow wearing clothes, and decorated with tender mango leaves on the ears, peacock feathers on the head, a garland of blue lotuses on the neck. O Gopis, what meritorious deeds could possibly have been done by this flute to have had the privilege of imbibing the pure essence of the honey of Krishna's lips without any restriction? A boon denied even to Lakshmi, who has to be content with the drinking of what is left over by the flute. Participating in the good fortune of the flute as worthy relatives, these lakes and trees are expressing their joy. The lakes with heraculations all over in the shape of flowers on their surface, and the trees by shedding tears of joy in the shape of nectar from their flowers. O sister, this Vrindavana augments the reputation of the earth because it has graces that the tread of Krishna's auspicious feet have conferred. It has become a region where the mountain valleys are filled with creatures, all standing still, absorbed at the sight of the dances of peacocks, inebriated with the music of Krishna's flute. Fortunate indeed are these does, though unintelligent by nature. Hearing the music of Krishna's flute, they, along with their mates, receive the gloriously bedecked Krishna, offering him their love-soaked glances in worship.
Seeing Krishna possessing a form and a behavior that charm the minds of women, and hearing the unique melodies that he brings forth from his flute, the celestial damsels traveling in the skies in their aerial cars are filled with passion, so much so that they stand dazed with their garments loosened and flowers fallen from their disarrayed dresses. Look at these cows, with uplifted ears as drinking cups, They are imbibing the nectar of the flute music flowing from Krishna's mouth. And lo, these calves, still retaining the unswallowed milk and grass in their mouths, stand pinned to the spot, shedding tears of joy and looking steadfastly at the Lord as if they are drinking him through the eyes and communing with him in their hearts. O Mother, most of these birds in this forest must be sages in disguise, for see how they have perched themselves on the branches of these trees with sprouting leaves to get a full view of Krishna, and how, with eyes wide open and voices still, they are listening to the enthralling strains of his flute. It looks that the flow of the river is slackening by the formation of whirlpools of amorous sentiment formed in her by the strains of Krishna's flute. With the offerings of lotus flowers brought in her wavy hands, she seems to cover the Lord's feet and hold them to her breast in embrace. Seeing Krishna with Rama tending cattle in the hot sun and playing on their flutes, a cloud, recognizing him as a friend because of their common mission of relieving the sufferings of the world, appears above them as an umbrella and sends down a shower of flowers in the form of a mild drizzle out of its abounding love for him. Fortunate indeed are these tribal women of the forest who have passion roused up in their hearts on seeing Krishna's saffron-colored footmarks on the grass, and who satisfy the same by rubbing on their faces and breasts that saffron powder that has fallen from his feet, on which it had stuck in the course of his amorous sports with his dear ones. Surely, my friends, this Govardhana mountain is the greatest of the Lord's servants, for it has got the privilege of enjoying the supreme bliss of the contact of the feet of Rama and Krishna, and of honoring them along with their cows and cowherd boys with all the requisites like pure water, green grass, canes, tubers, and fruits. Oh friends, how wonderful is this, accompanied by cowherd boys and equipped with ropes of sizes used by cowherds. Rama and Krishna are going about the forests, tending cattle, releasing ravishing strains from their flutes, hearing with mobile creatures are becoming motionless through absorption, and immobile ones like trees are showing signs of motion by putting on horripilations. Describing thus the sports of the Lord in his sojourn at Vrindavana, the gopis had their minds absorbed in him. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Venugitam Namaika Vinshodhyaya Ata Dvavinshodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. Skanda 10, chapter 22, the stealing of the gopis' clothes. Gopis' worship of goddess Katyayani. Shri Shuka said, at the beginning of the Hemanta, winter season, the maidens of Raja observed the vows connected with the worship of Katyayani, subsisting only on sacrificial food. O king, bathing in the river at sunrise, they installed a sand image of the Devi on the bank of the Kalindi and worshipped her with sandal paste, garlands of sweet-smelling flowers, incense, light, sprouts of leaves, fruits, cereals, and food offerings of various kinds. O Devi Katyayani, thou mighty cosmic power and mistress of all, deign to make Nanda's son my husband. My salutations to thee. Repeating this mantra, these maidens of Vraja worshipped the Devi. Krishna whisking away their clothes, the gopis put to the test. For a month did they worship the Devi in this way, with their minds fixed on Krishna, praying that they might get him as their husband. Every day they would wake up at dawn, group themselves into the families, and march to the Kalindi hand in hand, singing songs on Krishna very loudly. One day, as usual, they deposited their clothes on the riverbank and began to sport joyously in the water, singing songs on Krishna. Krishna, the worshipful Lord and the master of all yoga, on knowing about the worship that these maidens were performing, went to the spot that day, surrounded by his comrades, in order to bestow on the girls the fruits of their rites. Collecting all their clothes, he quickly went up a kadamba tree nearby, and laughing with the boys, said to the maidens mockingly, "Girls, you may come here and each take her own cloth. I am not joking. I want to help you. You have been weakened so much by your fasts and other observances. I have never spoken an untruth. These, my friends, will bear witness. Come singly or in groups and receive the clothes." Hearing these jesting words of the Lord, the gopis, immersed in love, looked smiling bashfully at one another, but did not come out of the water. Restoration of the clothes. Taken aback by these shockingly jocular words of Govinda, the gopis, who were shivering in neck-deep water, pleaded, "O respected one, do not persist in this improper act. Such low behavior does not befit one who is a son of Nanda, our chief, one who is so deeply loved and held in such high esteem in Vraja. We are shivering with cold. Please give back the clothes. O blue-complexioned one, O paragon of beauty, we are your handmaids, ready to carry out your orders, but give us our clothes. Being a noble, right conduct, you do well understand the impropriety of your present action, or else we shall complain to our chieftain, your father." The Lord said, "If you are my handmaids, do as I say. Come up here smiling, and each receive her garment." Then all these girls, weakened by fast and shivering in cold, came out of the water, covering their private parts with their palms. The worshipful Lord, pleased with the innocence of these young maidens, put the clothes on her shoulder and said, smiling, "You are observing a vow, and yet you are bathing in the river without any garment. This is a transgression against the deities. To atone for this, you have to place both your hands in salutation on the crown of your head and then make full prostration on the ground. After that, you will receive your clothes." Learning from the Lord's words that it is a violation of the vow to bathe nude in the holy river, they, in order to correct their mistake and complete the vow, made prostrations before him who is the bestower of the fruits of all vows, observances, and rites. For he is the antidote to all sins and imperfections. Seeing them thus prostrating, the worshipful Lord, the son of Devaki, was highly gracious to them for the act of absolute self-surrender and gave them their clothes. Their clothes were stolen. They were deceived by being told that it was against the rules of the vow to bathe nude in the river. They were forced to abandon their sense of shame when they were asked to go near and receive their clothes. They were mocked at when they were asked to accept a joke as truth. They were treated like toys in being asked to hold their hands in salutation and to prostrate. In spite of all this, they did not feel the least resentment because it gave them the bliss of communion with their Lord. They put on their dress but did not move on from the place. They only stood there stealing bashful glances at the Lord, their minds being enthralled and captivated by his proximity. The worshipful Lord, knowing that the object of these goals in observing the vows and worship was to be blessed with a place at his feet, said to them as follows: O virtuous girls, I have understood that the object you have in mind is to serve me. It is my approval, and it will therefore fructify soon. Sexual passion directed towards me with complete absorption in me will not end in sensual enjoyment. Just as grain boiled or fried loses its germinating capacity, association with me destroys the sensuous nature of passion. O you paragons of virtue, you go back to Vraja now. The object with which you observe this worship of the goddess will before long be fulfilled. You will soon sport with me on moonlit autumnal nights. Sri Shuka said, having attained their object, these young girls, as directed by the Lord, went back to Vraja with great difficulty, having their minds absorbed in the contemplation of the Lord. Reflection on the role of trees. One day Krishna, surrounded by other gopas and tending cattle, happened to go a considerable distance away from Vrindavana. Seeing the trees holding an umbrella, as it were, with their tops to protect him from the scorching sun of summer, Krishna said to the gopas, O Stoka Krishna, O Amsu, O Sri Dharma, O Subhalarjuna, O powerful Vishalar Shava, O Deva Prashta, O Varutapa. See how these noble beings, the trees, live entirely for the sake of others, themselves sparing wind, rain, heat, dew, etc., but protecting us from them. Lo, how covetable is a birth like that of these trees, providing sustenance to all creatures in every way. No one seeking sustenance from them has to go away disappointed, just like the needy seeking help from good men. They fulfill the wants of men and other creatures with their leaves, flowers, fruits, shadow, roots, bark, timber, sweet-smelling sap, ashes, wood, and tender shoots. Man's life in this world is meaningful and fruitful to the extent that his energies, wealth, intelligence, and speed are utilized for the good of others. Speaking thus, buds, leaves, tender and full-grown flowers and fruits.
O king, then they led the cattle to drink of the pure cool and healthy waters of the Yamuna and themselves drank to their heart's content. Then they tended the cattle in the neighboring regions until they themselves became quite weary and hungry. The Gopas then spoke to Rama and Krishna as follows.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Gopi Vastra Paharo Nama Vinsho Dhyaya Ata Trayo Vinsho Dhyaya Gopa Uchu.
Skanda 10, chapter 23. The salvation of the pious Brahmana woman, the pride of the ritualist Brahmanas. The Gopas said, O Rama, the powerful, O Krishna, the eraser of the wicked, we are overpowered by hunger. Do something to relieve it. Sri Sukha said, with a view to bless the pious wife of a group of Brahmanas in the neighborhood, Krishna replied as follows to the representations of his friends. Here there are some Brahmanas devoted to the Vedas who are engaged in the long-drawn sacrifice called Angirasa, which is with a view to attain heaven. O Gopas, go there as our emissaries and beg food of them in the name of my worshipful brother and myself. As directed by the Lord, they fell prostration before the Brahmanas, joining their hands in salutation, and begged to them as follows. O holy Brahmanas, we wish you all the prosperity and happiness. Know us to be Gopas, come to you at the command of Krishna and Rama. Those two are standing there, not far away from this place, tending cattle. As they are very hungry, they require some food from you. You are knowers of Dharma. If you have respect and regard for them, and also sufficient quantity of food, please be good enough to give some. Permission to take food from a sacrificer extends only to the time before animal sacrifice is made in rites where such is involved, and also to the sacrifice known as Sauti Ramani. There is no demerit in taking food of a sacrificer with this exception. Though those Brahmanas heard this request of the Lord conveyed to them, they preferred to pretend that they did not hear it, for they were confirmed ritualists aspiring for short-lived heavenly enjoyments and childishly silly in outlook, though considering themselves to be wise elders. These men of perverse intelligence, entrenched in the pride of their Brahmanhood, arising from their identification with the body, could see nothing but an ordinary man in Krishna, who in reality was the supreme Brahman and the worshipful Lord Mahavishnu incarnated. He alone has manifested a sacrifice with all its parts, the time, place, sacrificial offerings, mantras, practices, sacrificing priests, sacrificial fire, deities, master of sacrifice, and fruits of the sacrifice. As they neither assented nor refused, but only kept quiet as if they had not heard, the Gopas returned disappointed to Rama and Krishna and reported the matter. The enthusiastic reaction of the Brahmanas' wives. Krishna, the Lord of the universe, laughed at this. and in order to demonstrate the worldly wisdom of persistent in begging in spite of failures, said to them, "Go and inform the wives of those Brahmanas that I and my brother have arrived near their place. They have got great joy for me, and they really live in me, though physically they are in their homes. They will give you whatever rice you need." So they went again to the women's quarter in the sacrificial campus, where they saw the wives of the sacrificing Brahmanas sitting well dressed and well decorated. Saluting them with humility, they said to them as follows: "Salutations to you, the wives of the Brahmanas. Please listen to us. We have been sent here by Krishna, who is tending cattle nearby. Tending cattle along with Rama and the Gopas. He has come far away from home. He and his party are very hungry. He requests you to give them some food." The report that Krishna was near their place filled the Brahmana women with excitement, for they had been very much attracted by accounts of his deeds and were eagerly awaiting an opportunity to meet him. Their minds being firmly fixed on the Lord through hearing from early days about his deeds and excellences. These women, though obstructed by the husbands, brothers, sons, and other relatives, rushed to meet Krishna as the rivers rush to the ocean, carrying with them the 4 types of food, well cooked and flavored. The woman saw Krishna with his brothers surrounded by Gopa boys, moving about in a grove on the bank of Yamuna, abounding in Ashoka trees with tender leaves. They saw him, blue in complexion, wearing golden-colored cloth, decorated in the fashion of a dancer, with a wreath of wild flowers, peacock feathers, tender leaves, and mineral paints, resting one hand on the shoulder of a friend by the side, with the other twirling a play lotus, with blue lilies on his ears and frontal locks, dangling about his smiling cheeks. For long had they been hearing about the excellences of the Lord and deriving the highest satisfaction and absorption of mind in him. Now seeing him in front, they drew him through their eyes into the chambers of their hearts and got relief from the pain of separation by a spiritual embrace of him. As the eye sense get relief by the union with prajna, the witness of the state of deep sleep. Krishna's advice to the woman. Recognizing them as spiritual aspirants of the highest order come to see him, renouncing every other desire, Krishna, the supreme witness of all individual witnessing centers of consciousness, i.e. the jivas, said to them with a smiling face, "How fortunate ladies! You are welcome. Please take your seats. What shall we do for you? That you have come to see us befits your state of mind." People of sound understanding who perceive what constitutes the real good, cultivate unmotivated and unflagging devotion to me, who am the dearest self of all. Who is there dearer than he, by whose association one's prana, mind, relative, body, wife, children, wealth, etc. become dear? Being already endowed with devotion, you may now go back to the sacrificial campus so that your husband, the housebound brahmanas engaged in sacrifice may complete their rites for which your presence is needed. The woman said, O all-pervading one, do not be so merciless to us, who, overcoming all the obstruction placed before us by relatives, have rushed to you in order that we may wait at thy feet to bear on our heads all the tulasi reeds that are set aside by thee, by thy feet, as they fall at them in heaps. Deign to fulfill thy own promise of accepting all devotees who make absolute surrender at thy feet. There is no chance of any of our relatives, husbands, parents, sons, brothers, and others, taking us back under their care, as we have mortally offended them in coming over here. It behoves thee, therefore, to deal with us, who have offered ourselves, body, mind, and soul, at thy feet, in such a manner that we shall not have any other way of life than thy service in future. Lord said, you will not be blamed by your husbands, parents, brothers, sons, or the world at large for coming to me, and even devas will praise you. Physical contact is not needed for the growth and fulfillment of spiritual love. You keep your mind fixed on me always, and you will attain to me before long. Sri Sukha said, being thus instructed, the wives of those followers of the sacrificial cult returned to the sacrificial campus. Their husbands showed them no ill will, but helped by them completed the sacrifice. There was, however, one woman who had been sternly debarred by her husband from going to Krishna. She, though meditation on him, clasped the Lord in her heart in the form she had pictured him, therein from what she had heard of him, and, in process, abandoned her body, which is but a product of karma. The worshipful Lord then distributed that cooked rice of 4 kinds brought by the wives of Brahmanas among his cowhead friends, and himself partook of it. Thus, the Lord, who had taken a human body for his divine play, tended the cattle and delighted the cows, gopas, and gopis by his enchanting form, words, and deeds. The conversion of the ritualist Brahmanas. Those sacrificing Brahmanas too, on reflection, realized that they did a great mistake in rejecting the request of these great ones, who were none but the Lord taken human forms, and they fell into a mood of repentance. Seeing their wives so full of the highest form of unworldly devotion to Krishna, and themselves without the least of it, they began to condemn themselves thus. Vain is our high birth with eligibility for the threefold sacrament. Vain our learning, austerities, vast knowledge of the Shastras, and our skills in rituals. For with all these, we have no devotion to the Lord. God's Maya infatuates even the yogis. See how we Brahmanas, who are exposed to each other, have no awareness of what is good for ourselves. Look at the boundless devotion of the women folk to Krishna, the world teacher, by virtue of which they have been able to cut asunder that stronghold called attachment to home. These, our womenfolk, are unlike ourselves, without any of those purificatory rites and ceremonies of the twice born ones, such as Upanayana. They have not stayed at the Guru's house for education. They have no observance of ceremonial purity. They have none of the auspicious Vedic rites.
Still, they are possessed of deep-rooted devotion to Krishna, the destroyer of avidya and the master of all yogis, whereas we, with all our education and sacramental qualifications, are without it. Oh, how wonderful to contemplate that the Lord, the goal and support of the holy, should have sent a reminder and warning to us through the Gopas, to us who, without knowing our real interest, are immersed in domestic life. Otherwise, what reason can there be for him, the self-fulfilled, the bestower of moksha, the Lord of all, to come to us, insignificant creatures, with this request for food? It is but a piece of divine teaching, for serving whom Sri Devi, the goddess of fortune and beauty and auspiciousness, gave up all other divinities and abandoned also her own habit of fickleness. That he had to beg for a little food will surprise everyone, unless one understands that he did all that to bless us. He constitutes all the parts of yajna, its location, time, materials for offering, mantra, tantra, sacrificial priests, sacrificial fires, deities, master of sacrifice, the whole sacrifice, and the fruits of sacrifice. He is verily Vishnu himself, the master of all yogis, born in the clan of the Yadus. We have heard all this, but the dull-witted creatures that we are, we did not grasp his identity. But in another sense, we too are indeed fortunate in having as wives women of this caliber, because on account of their devotion, we too have developed firm devotion to Sri Hari. He by whose Maya we are caught up in and overpowered by, adherence to ritualistic disciplines, to that Krishna, the unfading light of consciousness and the center of all divine excellences, our salutations. It behoves the Lord, the cause of all causes and the controller of Maya, to pardon the improper acts of persons like us who are under the infatuation of his Maya and could not therefore know his prowess. But these Brahmanas, though repentant of their disrespectful conduct towards Krishna, and though anxious to meet him, did not do so out of fear of Kamsa. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Yajna Patnyut Dharanam Nama Trayo Vansho Dhyaya Ata Chatur Vansho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. Skanda 10, chapter 24. Obstruction of Indra Yajna. Krishna's inquiries to Nanda about Indra Yajna. Shri Shuka said, while the Lord was staying at Vrindavana along with Rama, he saw the Gopas making preparations for a sacrifice to Indra, the all-knowing and all-pervading Lord. Though he knew everything about it, pretended that he did not, and said in great humility to Nanda and other elders among the Gopas, "O Father, how is it that you are all so excited? If it is for any sacrificial ceremony, what is the fruit expected? Which divinity is going to be adored, and who are the competent persons to perform it? I am very eager to get all information. So, O Father, please tell me all about it. Holy personages who have the perception of the Atman in everything do not keep anything secret. As they see the same self everywhere, they make no distinction between themselves and others, and for the same reason, they do not make any difference between friend, foe, and neutral. If a distinction is at all to be made, the neutral is to be avoided, just like the foe. But a friend, being like oneself, can be taken into confidence. In this world, some people perform Vedic rituals with full knowledge about them, and some in complete ignorance about them. The karma of the latter is not as fruitful as that of the former. Now, are the rites you propose to perform the result of deliberations based on the Shastras, or are they merely after the custom of the land? Please give me a clear explanation. Nanda said, Indra is the lord of rains. The clouds are very closely associated with him. It is the clouds that give rain so pleasing and so essential to living beings. My boy, therefore all people themselves adore Indra with the ingredients grown out of the rain he gives us by the performance of yajnas with those ingredients. For the attainment of life's threefold ends, dharma, artha, and kama, man depends entirely on rain. Even if a man works on the fields for raising crops, it is Indra who makes his efforts fruitful by giving rain. Without rain, all human efforts are of no use. A man who fails to fulfill these traditional obligations that have come down from time immemorial, owing to greed, miserliness, fear, or antagonism, has no bright future. Krishna dissuading them. Sri Shuka said, hearing these words of Nanda and other inhabitants of Vraja, Krishna spoke in a manner that provoked Indra to anger. The Lord said, living beings are born according to their karma. By their karma, they die also. Karma regulates the attainment of enjoyments, sufferings, fears, and welfare. If it is argued that there is an Ishvara, God, separate from karma to award the fruits of karma, that Ishvara can do so only in respect of one who merits them as the fruits of his actions, karma. He cannot give any fruit to one who performs no karma. To creatures who are subject to their karma, of what use is an Indra who cannot undo the effect of those karmas springing from the actions of the previous birth? Slave to the effects of his own previous actions, a living being works only accordingly. Whether man or celestial, all creatures are subject to their nature, which is the product of their karma. The jiva gets and abandons high and low bodies according to its karma. His enemy, friend, neutral, teacher, deity, all that is karma and karma alone. Therefore, do one's duty born of one's nature, and thus honor karma. That is worship. One must recognize one's deity in what helps one to live happily here in this life. A person who obtains his livelihood from one but serves another is comparable to an unfaithful woman who entertains a lover. No good comes of such unfaithfulness. A Brahmana has to live by studying and teaching the Vedas, a Kshatriya by protection of the country, a Vaishya by trade, and a Sudra by service of the twice-born. Trade allotted as livelihood for the Vaishya is of four kinds. It consists of agriculture, sale of commodities, cow keeping, and money lending. Of these, we have the profession of cow keeping. The three gunas of Prakriti, known as Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, are the basis of preservation, origin, and dissolution of the universe. It is Rajas that prompts the sexes to come together, as a result of which this world of infinite variety develops. By the power of nature's aspect of Rajas, all places get rain, from which the living creatures get all that they want to subsist. What has Indra got to do with this? We have no towns, villages, or houses. Being a forest tribe, we are always staying in the woods and on mountains. Therefore, perform the sacrifice in honor of cattle, Brahmanas, and his mountain, which could easily be accomplished with the same ingredients you have gathered for the sacrifice to Indra. Let a variety of preparations from payasa to lentil soup be offered. Make porridge and cakes, and let all available milk be collected for offerings. Get Brahmanas well versed in the Vedas to perform the fire sacrifice, and arrange an excellent feast with all dainties for them, and give them good milch cows as sacrificial gifts. Give food and gifts to all others, also down to the outcasts, according to their desert. The cows should be fed with green grass, while sacrificial food offerings should be made to the mountain Govardhana. Feasted, well dressed, and well anointed, make circumambulation of the sacrificial fire. Cows, holy men, and the mountain. This, O Father, is my view. If it is acceptable, you may follow it. That will be pleasing to the cows, to the holy men, and to myself. Worship of Govardhana. Sri Shuka said, Nanda and others readily accepted the words of the Lord, the time spirit, calculated to humble the pride of Indra. They did everything exactly as advised by Krishna. After consecrating all ingredients with purificatory utterances, they made with them offerings to holy men and the mountain, and fed the cows with grass. Then, blessed by holy men and preceded by the cows and the gopas, who, well dressed in their holiday attire and seated in carts drawn by hefty bullocks, were singing Krishna's praises, they circumambulated the mountain of Govardhana. To generate faith in the minds of the Gopas, Krishna assumed a huge form, declaring himself to be the spirit of the mountain, and consumed large quantities of the food offerings. And the same Krishna, standing by in his usual form, said to them, Ah, how wonderful! This mountain has appeared before us as a living form and blessed us. This mountain, which can assume any form, appears as wild animals to destroy people who insult it. For the good of our cattle and of ourselves, we should make prayerful prostrations to him. Saying so, he with all the Gopas prostrated before his own other form as the martyr. Thus, under Krishna's persuasion, the Gopas performed the yajna in favor of the cows, brahmanas, and the mountain, and returned to Vraja. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sang Shavinsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Skanda 10, chapter 25. Lifting of the Govardhana mountain. Indra's vengeance. Sri Sukha said, O king, when his worship was thus obstructed, Indra grew wrathful at the Gopas, headed by Nanda and led by Krishna. Indra, who considered himself the master of all, angrily summoned the destructive clouds of Pralaya, time, and commanded them as follows. Look at the audacity of these Gopas, mere forest dwellers, because of the prosperity now attendant on them. Depending on Krishna, a mortal after all, they have chosen to insult the immortals. It is like trying to cross the ocean of samsara by abandoning the practice of meditation and philosophical reflection and resorting to the merely nominal boat of ritualism, extremely flimsy by nature. For these Gopas to antagonize us depending on this, Krishna, a mere mortal, an ignoramus, a pretentious, Sidhu scholar, a silly boy, and a braggart at that. You go and humble their pride, born of prosperity and abetted by Krishna, through the destruction of all the cattle. I shall also shortly follow you, riding on my elephant, Airavata, and accompanied by the powerful winged deities to destroy the cowhead settlement of Nanda. Sri Sukha said, ordered in this way by Indra and released from restraint, the clouds began a fierce harassment of Nanda's Gokula through torrential rain, illuminated by flashes of lightning and accompanied by pearls of thunder. Torrents of hailstone fell while fierce winds raged all around. Began to fall in cascades of a pillar's girth. The whole earth got submerged in water, and high and low levels of land became indistinguishable. The cows, the Gopas, and the Gopis, who were shivering in distress because of the fierce wind and rain, had none but Govinda to seek shelter in. His cows, covering the calves with their heads, gathered at the feet of Krishna. All began to cry, O Krishna, O Great One, it behoves you to protect us, your dependents, from the wrath of Indra. Krishna providing relief by lifting the mountain. From this sight of the very heavy rain and destruction it wrought in Gokula, the Lord immediately understood that it was all the work of the irate Indra. He thought, finding that the yajna in his honor has been obstructed, Indra wants to destroy us by this unseasonal and torrential rain. I shall take the remedial measures through my mystical power. I shall humble the pride of those who consider themselves masters of the world, whose hearts are full of darkness, born of a false sense of their own proper position. Celestials of real holiness are never moved by pride of being the masters of other men and things. Humbling the pride of persons who entertain such pride, as in the present case of Indra, will lead to their own spiritual welfare. So, by the exercise of my higher power, I shall save this cowhead settlement which has taken shelter in me, looking upon me as the leader, and which I, in turn, have adopted for the fulfillment of my mission in the world. This is my firm resolve. With these words, Krishna, a mere boy, lifted up the Govardhana mountain with his hand and held it up as if it were a mere mushroom. Then he said, O Father, O Mother, O all you inhabitants of Raja, enter with all your cattle and cavity below the uplifted mountain and stay there comfortably. Do not fear that the mountain may fall from my hand. Do not be troubled hereafter by the rain or the wind. Here I am, offering protection to you from all that. Reassured in this way by Krishna, they with the wealth and the dependence and the movable properties loaded in carts entered into the depression in an orderly fashion. For 7 days, within the sight of the inhabitants of Raja, Krishna stood holding the mountain in hand, without moving a step from where he stood, or taking any food or drink during that period. Seeing the yogic power of Krishna, Indra was dumbfounded. He abandoned his pride as also his resolution to destroy the Gokula and soon withdraw his crowns. Seeing the sky clear of clouds, the sun risen, and the winds and the rain subsided, Krishna, the uplifter of Govardhana, said to the Gopas, O fellow Gopas, come out with your women, children and belongings. There is no more cause for fear. The wind and the rain have abated. The water level in streamlets also has gone down. The Gopa families, consisting of women, children, and old men, now came out slowly, one after another, carrying all the belongings in their carts. In the presence of all, the all-powerful Lord now reinstalled the mountain in its old place. It was just a play to him. In the excitement of their joy, the inhabitants of Raja, both men and women, greeted him with loving embraces. They gathered round him and began to sprinkle on him curds, water, and grains, pronouncing blessings. Overwhelmed with love, Yashoda, Rohini, Nanda, and the powerful Rama embraced Krishna and pronounced blessings on him. O King, in the heavens, Devas, Satyas, Siddhas, Gandharvas, and Charanas sang and rejoiced and released a rain of flowers. Arranged by the celestial conchs and drums were sounded, and prominent Gandharva musicians like Tambura began to sing. O King, surrounded by the loving Gopas, Krishna along with Rama entered the Gokula, and the Gopis too entered, singing about Krishna's achievements in the great joy and in appreciation of love.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansam Sanhitayam Dashamaskande Urvarde Panchavimshodhyaya Shat Vimshodhyaya Sri Sukha Uvacha.
Skanda 10, Chapter 26, Announcement of Krishna's Divinity. Gopas review Krishna's unique feats. Sri Sukha said, those Gopas who have not yet understood the divinity of Krishna and were therefore astonished to see such superhuman works of his, one day went to Nanda and said, see that this boy with such wonderful power has taken birth amidst us, villages, a birth that is not at all greatness. How could a boy of 7 years stand holding up a mountain with one arm as in play, just like a big elephant lifting up a lotus in its trunk? As an infant whose eyes had not yet, as an infant whose eyes had not still opened, he sucked up the life force of Putana in the guise of sucking at her breath, just as time consumes the lives of people without their awareness. How could a mere infant do it? When he was only a few months old, a mere baby crying helplessly and throwing up his limbs, he, with a stroke of his feet, upset the cart under which he had been laid to sleep. How could a mere baby do it? At the age of 1, while he was sitting and playing, Trinavata, the whirlwind demon, took him high up in the sky, but the baby strangled the demon to death. How could a mere baby do it? Once tied by the mother to a mortar as punishment for stealing butter, he crawled on all fours with the mortar between the big Arjuna trees and fell them. How could a mere child do it? While he, along with Rama and Gopa boys, surrounding them with tending cattle in the woods, an asura in the form of a crane approached to swallow him, but Krishna tore it in two, holding it by its beaks. How could a mere boy do it? Asura, in the form of a calf, entered the herd with the idea of killing him, but Krishna, catching hold of his legs, hurled him dead onto the Kapita tree, from which a large number of fruits fell as a consequence. How could a mere boy do this? Next, killing the ass-shaped Denuka and his tribe, he with Rama made that fruit-laden Palmaraya forest available for public use. How could a mere boy do it? After getting the fierce Pralambasura destroyed by the powerful Balarama, he saved the cows, the Gopas, from being consumed by the forest fire. How could a mere boy do this? Trampling the highly poisonous and cruel serpent Kalya under his feet, he humbled the pride of that serpent, drove him away from the pool in the Yamuna, and thus freed the water of the river from poison. How could a mere boy do this? O Nanda, how is it that everyone in Vraja is entertaining love of an irrevocable nature for your son, and he in turn is having innate affection for all of us? Where is the boy of 7 years, and where the feat of holding a huge mountain lifted in one hand? Therefore, O chief of Vraja, we feel puzzled about your son. Just prediction about Krishna revealed.
Nanda said, O Gopas, hearken to me so that your doubts about my boy may be laid at rest. I shall tell you what Gargacharya told me in clear terms about this boy. He said, he embodies himself in every yuga and has had in the past 3 complexions, white, red, and yellow. Now he has assumed a black complexion. Your glorious son had once been born as the son of Vasudeva, and so people of true understanding will call him Vasudeva. Your son has many names based on his qualities and achievements. I know them, but other people do not. He will help your higher spiritual evolution. He will contribute to the happiness of the Gopas and the cattle. With his help, you will be able to easily surmount all difficulties of life. Once, when the land was without a king to rule it, and the people began to be attacked by brigands and invaders, it was he who protected the good and the innocent people. Aided by him, they were able to put down these forces of evil. Those fortunate men who entertain deep love for him have no cause of fear from enemies, just as devotees of Vishnu have not from asuras. Therefore, O Nanda, this boy is equal to Narayana in respect of auspiciousness, fame, prowess, and other great qualities. So, O Gopas, do not be surprised by his exploits revealing his majesty, praiseworthiness, and greatness. Ever since Garga communicated all these truths to me and left, I have looked upon this boy of facile exploits as a part of Narayana. The Gopas who had personally witnessed and heard about Krishna's deeds were delighted to learn of Garga's views. Their doubts were now solved and they adored Krishna and Nanda. When Indra, out of anger at the sabotage of the yajna arranged in his honor, sent torrential rain over Gokula, when the men, women, and cattle of Gokula, harassed by thunder, hailstones, and storm, found none other to give them shelter, Krishna, a mere boy, moved by pity, uprooted Mount Govardhana, and as in play, lifted like a mushroom that huge mountain with one hand, thus humbling the pride of Indra and saving the cattle and men of Gokula. May he be gracious unto us.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsam Sanhitaya Dashamaskande Urvarde Shat Vimsho Jaya Ata Sapta Vimsho Jaya Sri Sukha Uvacha.
Skanda 10, chapter 27. Krishna as Govinda. Indra's hymn to Krishna. Sri Shuka said, on Mount Govardhana being lifted and Vraja saved, 2 parties came to Vraja to meet Krishna. Indra out of fear and Saurabhi, the divine cow, out of joy. The guilty Indra, in great shame, approached Krishna in solitude and touched his feet with the tip of his diadem, shining like the sun. Having now had an experience of the tremendous puissance of Krishna, of which he had only heard before, Indra was rid of pride that he was the master of the 3 worlds. With palms joined in salutation, he now said as follows. Indra said, Thy being is constituted of Shuddha Sattva, pure Sattva. It is full of peace, absorption in spiritual consciousness, without any touch of Rajas and Tamas. This world of becoming is sprung from thy power of Maya, but ignorance and the bondage resulting from it are not in thee. O Lord, when there is no touch of ignorance in thee, how can the products of that ignorance, the characteristics of which are passions like greed, lust, anger, etc., have a place in thee? So, whenever thou assumest the role of chastiser, as in destroying the wicked, it is only for the protection of dharma, and not out of anger or any of the passions of the heart. Thou art the Father, teacher, and ruler of the worlds. Being the world's ruler and regulator, thou as time wieldest the rod of punishment for the good of the world. Thou manifestest as in incarnations and enactest thy divine play, consisting in acts like humbling the pride of those who consider themselves the masters of the destinies of the world. When we, who are entrenched in pride of being the lords of the worlds, see thee absolutely fearless under the most threatening of circumstances, we are forced to give up our pride and become thy votaries, following the way of all good men. Thy deeds are meant to discipline even the wicked. It behoves thee to pardon my guilt, arising from my arrogance born of prosperity and from my lack of understanding of thy prowess. O Lord, grant that I do not have this kind of perversity at any time in the future. O all-knowing one, this incarnation of thine is for the destruction of military dictators who care only for their own comforts and power, and who have become a heavy burden for the earth. Besides, it is for the salvation of those who are devoted to thee. Salutations to the Bhagavan Krishna, the indweller in all beings, the unlimited one, the son of Vasudeva, and the master of all devotees. Salutations to the one Salutations to the one who has assumed a form by his own will, who is an embodiment of pure consciousness, the all-formed one, who is the cause of all, and who is the soul of all. This act of mine, who am given to terrific outbursts of anger for the destruction of the whole of Gokula by wind and rain, was the consequence of my disappointment at the obstruction of the yajna dedicated to me. O Lord, even then, thou hast been pleased to bless me, for by the frustration of my efforts, my pride has been destroyed, and therefore I seek shelter in thee, the Lord, teacher, and the soul of all beings. Shuka said, thus extolled by Indra, the worshipful Lord Krishna smiled and told him in a voice vibrant like thunder, I brought about the obstruction of the yajna only to bless you by humbling your pride generated by the status, power, and prosperity of Indrahood, and thereby making you more and more mindful of me, the Supreme Being. One who is infatuated with the pride of wealth and power does not see my presence as death, the leveler behind everything. So whomsoever I wish to bless, I deprive him of his wealth beforehand. O Indra, you may now go. May you be happy. Carry out my commandments, abandoning your ego, and continue to exercise in the proper manner the power with which you are invested. Surabhi's mission. Krishna as Govinda. Next, Surabhi or Kamadhenu, the blessed divine cow, along with her offspring, approached Krishna, the all-powerful one, sporting as a cowherd. Surabhi said, O Krishna, thou the greatest of yogis, the soul and the creator of the worlds, thy presence makes us feel that we are under the protection of a true master, one who is none other than the Lord of all the worlds. O Lord of all that exists, thou art our most exalted deity. May thou, Lord, over us be our Indra, so that all that is holy and innocent may be protected. We have come here, as directed by Brahma, to perform the ceremonial bath of making thee our Indra. Thou art verily born to lighten the burdens of Mother Earth. After having addressed Krishna thus, Surabhi performed his consecrational bath, Abhisheka, with her milk. She was followed by Indra, who, under the direction of his mother Aditi, and with the assistance of the Brahma Rishis, bathed Krishna with the water of heavenly Ganga, lifted in vessels of gold in the trunk of Airavata. They then addressed him as Govinda, meaning the Indra of cows. Then there came Tamburu and Narada, along with the hosts of heavenly artists like Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Siddhas, and Charanas, who sang songs on the excellences of the Lord, by listening to which the sins of people would be destroyed. The heavenly damsels began to dance enthusiastically. The leading devas began to sing his glory and rained vast quantities of rare kinds of flowers. The beings inhabiting all the three worlds were extremely happy, and the cows deluged the earth with their milk. The rivers began to flow with waters of various delicious tastes. The trees began to shed honey. Cereals began to grow and mature without any cultivation. The mountains revealed the great treasures of gems hidden in their boughs. O dear one, when Krishna was thus crowned, even the habitually cruel animals, like serpents, gave up their bad traits. Having thus installed Krishna as the master of cows and Gokula, and made him Govinda, Indra, with other celestials, went back to his abode.
Iti te Mahapurana Paramahansyam Samhitaya Dashamaskande Purvarte Ra Stutir Nama Saptavincho Dhyaya. Dhyaya Shri Shuka.
Skanda 10, chapter 28. The revelation of Vaikuntha. Nanda's capture by Varuna's emissaries. Sri Shuka said, once Nanda, after a full fast on an Ekadasi day, went to the Yamuna for a bath on the next day of Dwadasi. He entered the water too early, before sunrise, when it was still the time for the Rakshasas to move about. So a Rakshasa servant of Varuna captured him and presented him to Varuna. On his disappearance, the Gopas began to cry aloud to Rama and Krishna for help. Being of unrestricted prowess and ever desirous of protecting his devotees, Krishna went to the abode of Varuna on hearing about the capture of his father. Varuna, one of the protectors of the quarters, was overwhelmed with joy to see the Lord at his abode. He received and worshipped him with various ingredients and said, Varuna said, O Lord, today my birth has proved meaningful. I have obtained all the fulfillments that life has to offer. Thy servant has crossed the ocean of samsara, inasmuch as I have gained thy feet. Salutations to him, the Bhagavan, who is not in any way affected by the Yogamaya, the power that projects this whole universe. An ignorant and foolish servant of mine, who has no understanding of what is proper and improper, has brought thy father here. It behoves thee to pardon this offense. O thou, the universal witness, be gracious as to bless me. Here is thy dear father. O Govinda, thou art free to take him away. Sri Shuka said, Krishna, the Vaikuntha. Filled with wonder at the sight of the splendors of the abode of Lord Varuna, which human eyes cannot reveal, and taken up by the tremendous respect these his experiences.
O king, the Gopas now took Krishna to be Ishvara himself and began to think longingly why he would not absorb them into his subtle being. Coming to know by himself of this innermost aspiration of his devotees, Krishna, out of mercy towards them, thought of a way of fulfilling their aspiration. In this world, due to ignorance and its offspring, desire, and actions based on it, men are born in situations high and low and fail to realize their real nature. Thinking thus, the worshipful Lord reveals his transcendent realm untouched by tamas, which the sages, shaking off experience with concentrated mind, Brahman, the absolute truth, infinite consciousness, the eternal being, the pure light of self consciousness that illumines everything. They were led to the pool of Brahman, Brahma Hradam, and submerged in it, after which Krishna lifted them up and revealed to them the transcendent realm of Vaikuntha, which was revealed to Akrura earlier, that is, prior to the time of Sukha Parikshit conversation. Nanda and others, who were saturated with bliss by the experience, were astonished to find Krishna being extolled by the Vedas themselves. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskandhe Ardhe Ashtavinsho Dhyayaha. He kona tri ate kona trinsho dhyaya Sri Shuka Uvacha. Skanda 10, chapter 29. The Rasa Leela, the gopis meeting the Lord. Call of the flute. Sri Shuka said, noting the advent of the Sarat season, whose nights are fragrant with the Malika flowers in bloom, Krishna too, assuming his Yoga Maya, decided to enact his long promised play with the gopis. Relief to people from heat and gently painting the face of the eastern horizon crimson with his rays, as a lover long separated from his beloved would sprinkle her face with kumkum dust. Seeing the crimson disk of the moon, full like the fresh kumkum dusted face of Rama herself, and the wood of Vrindavana beautified by the pleasant rays of that moon, Krishna sounded his flute, ravishing the hearts of all women. Hearing those love-inspiring notes, the minds of the women of Vraja, Krishna, with their earrings dangling in their agitation, they hurried to the tryst with their lover, but no single one among them knew the movements of the others because of their total absorption in Krishna. And in the forgetfulness of absorption, the gopis left the duties on hand and hurried towards Krishna. Some engaged in milking put down the milking pail and ran. Some kept the milk on the hearth for warming but forgot to take it down, and others did not remember to remove the pot of porridge on the stove. Those engaged in serving food, those feeding infants at their breast, those attending to the personal needs of their husbands, those taking their food, all gave up their chores and hurried to Krishna's presence. Some were anointing themselves, some bathing, some applying collyrium to the eyes, some dressing up and decorating themselves in a wrong order. All stopped their engagements on hand and hurried to Krishna's presence. Though obstructed by husbands, parents, brothers, and other relatives, they could not be stopped as their minds had been snatched away by Govinda and were completely absorbed in him. Those who were shut up in their homes and could not come out closed their eyes with their minds absorbed in Krishna through meditation. With all their sins burnt up by the unbearable heat of separation from the beloved, and with the mind pacified and purified by embracing the beloved in meditation, they attained to the Paramatman, though they looked upon him as a lover. Their karmas being exhausted, they gave up their physical bodies then and there. The philosophy behind Rasa Leela. The Raja said, O Holy One, they knew Krishna only as a lover, not as Brahman. Their, their outlook was therefore body-based, being born of the guna of Rajas. How can such a frame of mind bring about the erasing of ignorance and the effacement of embodied existence? Sri Shuka said, I have answered this question of yours earlier in the seventh skanda, when the attainment of liberation by Sishupala, the king of the Chedis, through the practice of confrontation with Krishna was described. If an enemy of Krishna can thus be blessed, why not his lovers? The Supreme Being, who is changeless, immeasurable, unseen, transcending matter but regulating its cause, adopts an individuality only to bestow salvation on jivas. All those who always fix their mind on Sri Hari through any sentiment, sex love, anger, fear, affection, sense of unity or devotion, bhakti, they all attain to his nature. Do not think that this is impossible to the Bhagwan Krishna, the unoriginated and the supreme being, and the master of all powers, for it is he that gives salvation to all beings. Lord dissuading them by citing women's dharma. In all those women of Vraja assembled near him, the Lord, the master of speech that he was, sought to puzzle them by clever and attractive words. The Bhagavan said, Welcome to you, good ladies. What favor can I do for you? Hope everything is well in Vraja. What is it that brings you all together here? O fair ones, night is naturally awe-inspiring. It is a time when dangerous animals move about. So return to your homes in Vraja soon. It is not befitting that women linger in a place like this. Not finding you at home, your parents, sons, brothers, and husbands will be searching for you everywhere. It is not proper for you to give trouble to your relatives. You have now seen this forest, bright with the silvery rays of the moon, charming with the treetops tremulous in the breeze, coming over the watery expanse of the Yamuna. So now, you please hurry back to Vraja. You are devoted wives, having husbands at home to attend to. Besides, your babies and the calves may be crying out of hunger. They have to be fed. If, however, you have come here out of attraction inspired by love of me, it is not much to be wondered at, for all creatures seem to love me. Ladies, don't you know that the highest duty of women consists in attending to their husbands or their parents and in looking after children? Wives who seek the esteem of the world should not abandon their husbands, be they ill-mannered, hapless, old, dull-witted, incurably ill, or poverty-stricken. Only if they are absolutely depraved sinners are they justified in deserting them. O devoted wives, to have relation with a paramour is a bar to heaven and a stain on one's reputation. It is worthless, dangerous, and fearful. The devotional discipline of hearing about me, singing about me, etc., will generate genuine spiritual love in you better than by being by my side. So please go home. Hearing these words of Govinda, contrary to their desire, these became sorrow-stricken and extremely dead silence. They stood heavy with sorrow, their faces bent down, their red berry-like lips dried by the long hot breaths, their toes listlessly drawing lines on the ground, and their eyes shedding collyrium-tinged tears, which were washing away the saffron dust on their breasts. When these gopis, who had abandoned their all for the sake of Krishna, heard from their beloved words of indifference, unsympathetic to their attitude of love, they, by passionate love of him, spoke in reply words choked with sobs generated by despair and anger after rubbing off the tears that welled up in their eyes. The gopis, the gopis said, O Lord, it behoves thee not to speak so mercilessly. We have abandoned all to serve thy feet. Accept us as the Supreme Being accepts all who go to him seeking liberation. Abandon us not, O thou of mysterious ways. Thou, O worshipful one, who art the source of all codes of right conduct, hast reminded us that the natural duty of women consists in the service of their husbands, children, and relatives. May this advice of thine come true in regard to our relationship with thee, the Lord of all, who foremost instruction of all teachers and scriptures. First, the topic of instruction of all teachers and scriptures. For art thou not the closest relative, the dearest object of love for all jivas, being the soul of their souls? The really wise man entertains loving attachment only to thee, the ever lovable soul of one soul. Of what use, O Lord, is this love of husband and children, productive as it is in the end of misery only? Sever not the plant of our passion for thee, nurtured by us for long and deep rooted in thee by now. Thy blissful self has stolen away our minds that used to find delight in home life, and has put restraints on our hands and feet that occupied themselves with household work. When our feet refuse to move even an inch from thee, where is the feasibility of our walking up to Vraja? Oh, by thy laughter, looks, and sweet music, thou hast lit the fire of passionate love in our hearts. Now quench it with the ambrosial current flowing from thy loving kiss. If this is not done, our bodies shall be consumed by the fire of separation, and we shall attain to thy feet through meditation. The moment from which thou, the beloved of forest dwellers, permitted us to touch thy feet, the feet which even Rama could serve only occasionally, from that time it has become impossible for us to stand before any other man. Shri, the goddess of prosperity and good fortune, whose favor even devas like Brahma long for, and who has been given by thee an exalted place on thy chest, nonetheless seeks, along with Tulasi, the contact of the dust at thy feet. Even in that dust do we take refuge.
O Redeemer of all from the life of sin, be gracious unto us, who have come to thee, abandoning our hearth and home, and who are intent on thy service. We have been drawn to thee by passionate love, ignited and made red hot by thy charming smile and looks. Make us thy servitors, O ornament of mankind. Seeing thy face surrounded by thy frontal locks, thy cheeks reflecting the brilliance of thy earrings, thy lips dripping honey, thy glances accompanied by sweet smile, thy powerful arms that give relief from fear to all suppliants, and thy chest that provides the sole sporting ground for Shri. Attracted by all these, have we become thy handmaids. Seeing this form that bewitches all the three worlds and creates horripilations even in birds, cows, and other animals, and hearing this enthralling melody of thy flute with its ascending and descending notes, who is the woman in all the three worlds that would not be charmed and drawn away from the path of virtue? It is clear that thou hast taken birth in Vraja to give protection to its inhabitants from fear and sorrow, even as Vishnu protects the celestials. Therefore, O friend of the afflicted, stroke with thy cool lotus-like palm the burning breasts and heads of these servitors of thine. Krishna's disappearance. Sri Shuka said, hearing these piteous wailings of the gopis, Krishna, the master of yogi, smiled and out of pity for them proceeded to regale them with love sports in spite of his being absorbed in the Atman consciousness all the while. Amidst this assembly of women, all with faces like flowers full blown before the loving glances of the beloved, Krishna, with his charming movements and still more charming smile, revealing the beauty of his jasmine-like teeth, shone in the manner of the moon amidst the stars. He moved about in that woodland as the leader and protector of that concourse of more than 100 women, praised by them in songs, himself sounding the flute at a high pitch, wearing the Vaijayanti wreath made of wildflowers, and adding to the beauty and sublimity of the forest by his movements. With the gopis, he went to the snow-like sands of the river and sported with them, enjoying the breeze coming across the river, carrying the cool water particles and the fragrance of water lilies. By love sports, like pulling them near to him and embracing, handling the frontal locks, breasts, thighs, and wearing cloth, by impressing nail marks on their body, and by his looks and laughter, he inflamed the amorous sentiments of these beauties of Vraja and delighted them thereby. When they found themselves entertained in this way by no less an individual than Krishna, a great personage and possessor of all divine powers, pride entered into the minds of these women, and they thought themselves to be the most superior of their kind. Seeing that pride of beauty and a sense of self-importance were developing in them, Krishna, who was still then in their midst, suddenly disappeared with a view to purify them through suffering and make them worthy of his grace.
Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Bhagavato Rasa Trina Varnanam Namekona Trinsho Dhyayaha Atha Trinsho Dhyayaha Shri Shuka
Skanda 10, chapter 30. Gopis in separation from Krishna. The The gopis search in the forest. Sri Shuka said, the gopis, on noticing that Krishna had suddenly vanished from their midst, became distressed as the cow elephants in a herd would be when their leading tusker is gone. These women, their minds being powerfully attracted and fully absorbed in the varied features and activities of the Lord, his gait, his love, his smile, his movements, his looks, his attractive conversation, and his various sportive activities, felt a sense of identification with him and assumed his ways and attitudes. Those beloved ladies of Krishna felt so attracted by his gait, laughter, looks, and conversations that they felt themselves to be one with him and imitated his sportive ways and declared themselves to be Krishna. Singing loudly, they moved from forest to forest in a body in search of Krishna, like demented persons. They inquired of the forest trees the whereabouts of that all-pervading being, who is within and without all entities like the Akasha. O Ashwatha, O Plaksha, O Nyagrudha, O Kurabaka, O Asoka, O Naga, O Punnaga, O Champaka. Did you see the son of Nanda going this way, having stolen our hearts by his smiles and glances of love? Did Krishna, the brother of Rama, whose smiles can steal away the self-possession of even the proudest women, pass this way? O auspicious Tulasi, did you see Krishna, the one dearest to you, the one who carries you in his floral wreath, along with the honey beetles who settle on you by the attraction of your fragrance? O Malati, O Malika, O Jasmine, have you seen Madhava going by, enrapturing you with causal stroke of his hand? O Chutta, O Priyala, O Panasa, O Asana, O Govidhara, O Jambu, O Arka, O Vilva, O Bakula, O Amra, O Kadamba, O Nipa, O all your other trees standing on the banks of the Yamuna for the good of others? Can you tell us about the whereabouts of Krishna to us who are half dead on the account of him? O Mother Earth, what great austerity had you performed to deserve this great good fortune? For this horripilation all over your body in the shape of a heavy growth of grass must surely be due to the contact of his feet. Did this contact take place just now as he passed this way? Or is it because of the impress of his feet made in his incarnation as Vamana when he measured the whole universe with 3 strides? Or is it because of his embracing you in his incarnation as the cosmic boar when he lifted you, the earth, up from the netherworld? O my friend doe, wife of the deer, did Krishna, in the company of his lady love, come here giving the blissful experience of the sight of his face to you? For here we get the sweet smell of the garland of kunda flowers that our Lord wears, mixed with the fragrance of the saffron powder from its contact with his lady's breasts. O tree, did Krishna pass this way with one of his hands resting on the shoulders of his lady love and the other holding a lotus, followed by a host of honey beetles maddened with the fragrance of his tulasi garland? Did he care to return your greetings by a low bending bows with a loving look at least? Or did he fail in this even, due to his engrossment with his lady? Though these creepers are embracing their husbands, the trees, they must certainly have been pressed by Krishna with his fingernails as he passed by them, for otherwise they would not have had this horripilations all over in the shape of this abundance of tender leaf sprouts. Ah, look at their good fortune. Let us ask them about the whereabouts of Krishna. Gopis imitating Krishna in their frenzy. Speaking thus in the fashion of demented persons and engaged in an exhausting search for Krishna, the gopis got so much identified in consciousness with him that they began to enact the various sportive performances of his infancy. One woman acted as Putana, while another, taking the role of Krishna, sucked at her breasts. Another, impersonating the crying infant Krishna, kicked at one who played the part of the cart. Identifying herself with the wind demon, one gopi carried away another standing for Krishna. Still another began to move about like baby Krishna on knees and hands, filling the place with the murmur of many bells on girdles and anklets. Two of them impersonated Rama and Krishna, and some others, the cowherd boys and calves. Enacting the sports of Krishna, one got killed as Vatsasura and another as Bakasura. One impersonating Krishna called back from a distance, another impersonating the cattle that had strayed away to a distance. One played on the flute and frolicked, while others watched the play and cried out in appreciation. In complete identification with Krishna, one put a hand on the shoulder of another and walked about saying, "I am Krishna, see my charming gait. Do not have any fear of wind and rain. I give you protection from it." So saying, one woman lifted up her upper garment with great effort, as if she were holding aloft the Govardhana mountain. O king, another, in identification with Kalya episode, got on the head of another and said, "O evil one, go away from here. I am born to punish the wicked." Another declared, "O Gopas, see this terrible forest fire. Close your eyes. I shall give you relief immediately." One woman tied another to an imaginary mortar with a garland, while the latter pretended fear hid her face. Krishna with the particular lady. As they wandered in this way, making inquiries regarding Krishna of the trees and creepers of Vrindavana, they came across the clear imprints of the feet of Krishna, the Supreme Being, at a place. These footprints are surely of that great one, the son of Nanda, for in the foot impressions can be seen the distinctive marks of flag, lotus, thunderbolt, hook, grain, etc., they said. As the gopis were tracing the track of Krishna step by step, they found them interspersed with those of a woman. Very much concerned at this, they began to say, who is the woman that, like a cow elephant led by the leader of the herd, had the good fortune to be led by Krishna with his hands on her shoulder? Surely the Lord should have beer worshipped very devoutly by her. Anya, I can't say this,
Anaya.
is the expression in the original. It is supposed to refer to Radha, who had no place in the text otherwise. For, deserting us all, Krishna, the most distinguished one of Gokula, has gone with her into solitude as a special mark of favor to her. O friends, the dust of Krishna's feet that you find here is very holy indeed, for Brahma, Shiva, and Rama apply it to their heads for the effacement of all sins. But these footprints of the women cause great agitation in our minds, for she has stolen away what is the common property of all of us gopis, the nectar of Krishna's lips, and is enjoying it alone in solitude. But mark, here at this place, the woman's footprints are not to be seen. Surely the lover must be at this place, have lifted up the beloved on his shoulders, as her tender feet must have been injured by the sprouts of grass. O gopis, look here at these deep impressions made by Krishna's feet. It is surely due to the weight of the woman carried on his shoulders by the love-stricken Krishna. Here Krishna, the Great One, must have lowered his hands. See how the mark of the toes and the forepart of the feet have gone deep into the sand, while there is no mark of the heel. To reach the flower high on the branch, he must have reached up standing on the toes.
Surely the lover must have dressed the hair of the beloved here. This must be the place where he sat, decorating her locks with the flowers he had gathered. Krishna he also, Sri Shuka said, ever established in the self, ever reveling in the bliss within himself. Krishna's poise in the spirit was not in the least broken. Then, why did he do it? It was perhaps to show the enslavement that sexuality brings to lovers and the limits to which the perversity of women can descend in their love sports. While the gopis thus moved about, wailing like demented people, the particular woman, taking whom Krishna had deserted the others, also became subject to inordinate pride. She thought, I am the pick among women, for among all these women who have ascended Cupid's chariot, our dear one has selected me for his special favor. After walking a little distance in the forest with him, that woman, moved by self conceit, said to Krishna, I cannot walk any longer. You may carry me to whichever place you want to go. Krishna then asked his beloved to climb his shoulder. Simultaneously he disappeared, whereupon the woman became repentant. She began to cry aloud, O my Lord, O my dear one, O one with powerful arms, O the most beloved one, where have you gone? Reveal your whereabouts, O friend, to me, your handmaid, disconsolate and heartbroken as I am. How the other gopis, searching for Krishna nearby, came across this woman distracted by the disappearance of the beloved. Hearing all that had happened, how she was honored by Krishna, and how out of her perversity she behaved insultingly to him, they were all lost in astonishment. They extended the search to the limit up to which moonlight penetrated the woods. Finding it all dark beyond in that thickly wooded forest, they retreated from their quest. With mind merged in him, ever engaged in talks about him, often imitating his acts and movements, merging themselves in spirit with him, and always singing about his excellences, they forgot all about their home and its affairs. Afterwards, they all gathered on the banks of the Yamuna, where they had had their meeting with Krishna earlier, began to sing in chorus the excellences of Krishna, eagerly expecting his reappearance. Iti Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarte Rasa Trindaya Rasa Kridayam Krishnan Veshanam Nama Trincho Dhyaya Trincho Dhyaya Gopya Uchu Skanda 10, chapter 31, the Song of the Gopis. The Gopis said, O dear one, by thy birth all round prosperity reigns in Vraja. For Lakshmi, the goddess of plenty and prosperity, dwells here always to be in attendance on thee. All the world is glad. Only we, thy gopis, whose life is a pawn unto thee, are in anguish, searching for thee everywhere. O Lord, tarry not in Cupid's realm. O boon giver, is it slaughter on thy part to strike us, thy servitors unbought? by the shaft of thy looks, whose glory puts to shame the soft comeliness of autumn's lotus bloom? O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O great leader, from death by Kalia's poison, from the grip of the python-shaped demon, from the destruction wrought by torrential rain, wind, and lightning, from dangerous demons like Agha and Vyoma, from all such fears, thou didst protect us. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O friend, thou art not merely the Gopika's son, but a witness of the inner essence of all embodied beings, prayed to by Brahma. O comrade, thou hast dawned like the sun in the clan of the Yadus for the protection of the worlds. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O the greatest of Yadu's clan, O charmer of our hearts, place that comely hand of thine on our head, the hand that offers protection from samsara to those that seek refuge at thy feet, which grants all boons to devotees, and which held in wedlock the hand of Shri. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O destroyer of Raja's woes, O hero, thou art the beloved one who by a mere smile of thine effaces the pride of thy own people. Accept us, thy handmaids, without any hesitation, and reveal to us thy most handsome lotus face. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. Thy feet verily destroy the sins of all who prostrate before them, the feet that pursue the footsteps of grazing cows, the feet that provide her home for Shri, the feet that grace the head of Kaliya. Why, O Lord, should not those blessed feet be deposited on our breasts and our burning passion assuaged? O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O lotus-eyed one, by thy sweet speech, couched in charming words, enjoyable even to the wise, we, thy serving maids, have been deprived of our senses. Rejuvenate us by the honey of thy lips. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. Nectar of thy excellences revives the scorched spirit of man. It purifies the sinner, while the holy men live on it. To hear it is itself auspicious and peace generating. They are the real gift makers who spread thy name far and wide. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O dear one, O deceptive lover, thy sweet smiles, thy loving looks, thy meditation worthy pastimes, and thy enchanting love prattle in privacy, all these are exciting our minds in the extreme. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. When thou dost go away from Raja to tend cattle, won't thy lotus-like feet be injured by stones and sharp thorns? Our minds are extremely worried over this. O sweet lover and master of our hearts, O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O thou, our smart lover, at eventide as we see thee return, thy lotus-like face, smeared with dust and surrounded by thy blue locks, excites repeated waves of hot passion in our minds. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O healer of woes, place on your breasts those lotus feet of thine, place on our breasts those lotus feet of thine, which are bounteous to worshippers, which the lotus-born goddess Padma adores, which are an ornament to the world, which form the one object to be meditated upon in times of danger, and which offer instant peace to those who contact them. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O hero of the realm of love, give the draught of thy honeyed lips, which enhances the delight of amorous indulgences, which effaces all sorrows, which is firmly kissed by the resounding flute, and which erases every other form of longing from the heart of man. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. Thou art moving about in the forest of Vrindavana during daytime. A moment seems to be like an age to us who do not see thee then. A fool indeed is the Creator who fitted these eyelids to our eyes that are anxiously looking for the sight of thy charming face, framed in curly locks. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. Without caring for our husbands, sons, brothers, and other relatives, we have come to thee, O imperishable Lord, drawn by the music of thy flute with which thou didst call us. Who else but thou, O rogue, would abandon such women as ourselves at the dead of night? O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. Waves of hot passion surge in our mind, driving us to frenzy when we think of thy amorous conversations in privacy, thy face lit with a comely smile, thy glances scattering love, and thy broad chest, which is the abode of Shri. O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O dear lover, thy assumption verily for the erasing of the miseries of all the inhabitants of this Gokula and of Vrindavana in particular, and generally to bring about the good of the world. How then art thou so miserly in administering that medicine held in such abundance by thee to cure the heart's ailment of us who are thy own? O Lord, tarry not to come before our vision. O dearest one, we shall hold thy tender feet only very gently and cautiously to our hard breasts. We who live for thy sake are in extreme anguish to think that those feet, to keep us held and protected, are being painfully lacerated by walking over stones and thorns in the forest. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarte Rasa Kridayam Gopi Gitam Namaika Trinsho Dhyaya Atha Dvatrinsho Dhyaya Sri Shuka Uvacha Skanda 10, chapter 32. Lord's reappearance. The Lord appears before the gopis. Sri Shuka continued, thus, O king, did the gopis wail at the top of their voice, singing and raving in their intense longing to meet Krishna. And in their midst, Krishna now reappeared suddenly with a smiling face. He was dressed in a yellow cloth and wore a garland round his neck, while exhibiting a beauty of form that would have caused agitation in the mind of Cupid even. Just as a swooning man's body would revive in all its parts, when the prana returns, so did all these women rise up in a body with eyes dilated from the joy of seeing their dear one.
One of them went up to Krishna and held his right palm with both her hands. Another lifted his left hand, soft and fragrant like a sandalwood, and put it on her right shoulder. One received in her joint palms chewed betel rolls from his mouth, while another held his feet and applied them to her bosom in order to get relief from the heat of separation. In a fit of anger caused by a sense of unrequited love, one bit her lips and cast murderous glances, arching her eyebrows. Another drank again and again with her eyes the lotus face of the Lord, which she had looked at several times before with unwinking eyes, and yet had not attained the limit of satisfaction, even like devotees serving his feet. Someone sucked him into her heart through the orifice of her eyes, and embracing him there, entered into ecstasy like a yogi, her joy overflowing as it were in the form of horripilations all over. The whole lot of them were recompensed by the riotous joy of having his vision, and the sorrow of separation from which they were suffering subsided, like the worries of men in deep sleep. The reaction of the gopis, surrounded by them with their sorrow dispelled, Krishna, of supreme excellence and undecaying presence, shone like the supreme being himself, hallowed by Shaktis, his powers, cosmic and transcendental, leading them all in the body. Krishna, the all-pervading being, now stepped onto the banks of the Kalindi and gleamed there where the air was charged with the fragrance of blooming jasmine and mandara flowers, and with the sound of buzzing honeybees attracted by that fragrance, where the river deity Kalindi had with her wavy arms arranged delightful sand dunes with excellent sands for Krishna to sit on, where the clear moonlight of the spring season had ousted the dark forms of night, rendering the place safe to stay and attractive to see, the ache of their heart being cured by the joy of his vision. The gopis passed the bounds of thought, just like the illumined ones who go beyond the mind with the help of the Vedic revelation. To seat the one dearest to their hearts, they now made a throne with a heap of their upper clothes smeared with the saffron powder from their breasts. Krishna, the worshipful Lord of all excellences, the Master of the worlds, who is usually supposed to have his seat in the hearts of yogis, now sat on that seat made by the gopis, to be honored and worshipped by them with all offerings of love. There he sat, bearing a form that seemed to be the center of all the beauty that has been revealed anywhere in the three worlds. Gopis posing a question to Krishna, fondling him, the inspirer of love, by gently stroking his hands and legs reposing in their lap, and honoring him by words of praise and admiration. The gopis spoke to him in a tone with such a touch of anger born of frustrated love, while looking archly with quivering brows. The gopis said, "Some love others according as they are loved in return. In contrast to this, some love even those who have no love for them. There are still others who have no love for any, neither for those who love them, nor for those who do not. Please say, who is the most virtuous amongst these three?" Sri Bhagavan said, "In the case of mutual love, that is where love is something returned for something got. The motive on both sides is only self-interest. There is no real love or altruism. But, O pretty girls, those who love others, even if they do not requite it, are of two kinds: men who are by nature kind and loving, and men who are loving like parents. Those who do not love anyone, whether the others love them or not, are of three kinds: Atma Ramas, or those who are absorbed in the self, for whom everyone is included in the self; Aptakamas, for those who have no wants of any kind, so need not have dealings with anyone; and the brute man, who has no gratitude or respect for elders. O friends, I, however, do not belong to any of these categories. Even in regard to persons who love me, I seem to keep away without requiting their love, because it is only by so keeping away that their love will grow through constant meditation. It is like the case of a poor man who has lost all his earned wealth and therefore thinks only of what he has lost, to the exclusion of all other thoughts. O Gopis, it was only to strengthen the longing for me in you, who have left your name, prospects, and position in this world, left what the Vedas promise as reward in the year after for following their dictates, and left also your home and relatives for my sake, that I disappeared from your vision. It was only to serve you invisibly by hearing your prayer and seeing your actions. O dear ones, do not make it a ground of complaint against me, who have all love for you. Even by service for countless divine years, I cannot pay back to you anything equal to your glorious act of self-surrender prompted by love, untarnished by any blemish of selfishness, and breaking the ever-powerful chain of attachment for home and worldly concerns. As I cannot pay back the debt, may your generous act be its own reward.
इति श्रीमद् भागवते महापुराणे पारमहंस्यां संहितायां दशमस्कन्धे पूर्वार्धे राम गोपी सन्त्वनं नाम द्वात्रिंशोऽध्यायः अथ त्रयस्त्रिंशोऽध्यायः श्रीशुक उवाच
Skanda 10, chapter 33. The carnival of Rasa dance. The description of the dance. Sri Sukha said, O dear one, hearing these very pleasing words of the Lord and having the satisfaction of the contact of his divine body, the gopis' pangs of separations were assuaged. Now Govinda, the embodiment of the teachings of the Upanishads, started the collective dance known as Rasa, participated in by that large number of beautiful women who were fully resigned and joyous at heart, and who arrayed themselves with hands linked, in a manner that gave to each gopi the impression that he, Krishna, was by her side. The Lord, by his yogic power, stood between each pair of them, embracing them by their neck, arraying all these bands of gopis in a circular formation. Krishna started the great carnival of Rasa dance. Soon the sky was full of the aerial cars of celestials, who along with their wives gathered with great eagerness to witness the Rasa dance. Then kettle drums began to sound the showers of flowers to fall from the heavens. The master musicians of Govardhanas began to sing with their womenfolk songs, dealing with the sanctifying excellences of Sri Krishna. The sound of clanging bangles, of anklets, and of many bells on the waist girdles of those women in unison, with jingling in their dear ones' ornaments, fill the atmosphere of that field of rasa dance. Just like an emerald between two golden beads, Krishna shone between the gopis on both sides, with appropriate threads on the feet and gestures on the hands, with gentle smiles and movements of their brows, with their middle region so slender as if it would break, with their clothes over their breasts quivering, with earrings moving against the backdrop of their perspiring cheeks, with their wearing apparels and locks dangling loose, these lady loves of Krishna, who sang loudly about his glories, look like streaks of lightning amidst a body of dark clouds, dancing and singing loudly various tunes under the stimulation of Krishna's touch, and ever on the lookout to enhance their beloved's joy. These experts in musical tunes fill the air with their songs, singing in chorus with Krishna. One of them produced the pure tune unmixed at an octave higher than his. Pleased with this, Krishna cried out words of approbation, whereupon she produced the same tune according to the time sequence known as Dhruva Tala, drawing still more cheers from him. Another, exhausted by the dance, the bracelet on her arms and the flower wreaths in her braids loosened, supported herself by clinging to the cheek of Krishna, clinging to the neck of Krishna. Another had horripilations all over her body as she smelt and kissed the hands of Krishna, sandal smeared and fragrant like lotus resting on her shoulder. One of them, whose cheeks were reflecting the brilliance of her ear pendants rocking by the movements of the dance, closely pressed a cheek of hers to Krishna's and received from him a roll of betel crushed in his mouth. Another woman, who vigorously dancing to the accompaniment of her own song and the delightful sound produced by her anklets and the many bells in her girdle, now felt tired and for relief pressed the lotus-like palms of nearby Krishna to her breasts. Having got as their husband him, the undecaying being, who is the object of Sri Devi's exclusive love, and being embraced by him by their neck, the gopis sported in great joy, singing songs on him. As the gopis danced with the Lord, their faces shone with the blue lilies in their ears, with their curls adorning the cheeks, and with their profuse perspiration born of exertion. As the flower wreaths in their braids kept falling, the buzzing honey bees thereupon provided the music for the dance, while an instrumental accompaniment was provided by their own changing bangles, anklets, and many bells on their waist girdles. In this way the Lord played with the gopis as a child would do with his own image in a mirror, embracing them, pressing them with hands, casting love looks at them, kissing them, and smiling lovingly at them. O great leader of the Kurus, thrilled by the bliss of contact with the Lord's body, the gopis were unaware that their flower garlands and ornaments had slipped away and were incapable even to attend to their loosened locks and the slipping garments. Seeing these love sports of Krishna, the celestial women observing from above were overcome with passion, and the moon shining amidst the stars stood still in amazement, thus prolonging the duration of the night.
Water sports. Though ever poised in the bliss of the Atman, the all-powerful Lord sported with the gopis, assuming as many replicas of his form as there were gopis. Krishna now showed his extreme consideration for them by wiping with his own cooling hands the sweating faces of these women, who were extremely tired by the exertion of the dance. The gopis, who were stimulated by the contact of his fingernails and whose cheeks shone with their own luster, mixed with those of the golden ear ornaments and their braided hair, honored their Lord by their glances, graced with their nectarine smiles, and by singing about his sanctifying deeds. Together with the gopis, the flower wreaths on whose bodies were all the flower wreaths on whose bodies were all crushed by now, whose bodies were tinged all over with the saffron powder, spread from their breasts in the course of repeated embraces. The Lord, who had broken all bounds set by convention, now walked like an elephant amidst his cows towards the flowing stream to assuage the exhaustion of himself and the gopis through water sports. Bathed in plentiful jets of water, pumped at him by these young women, casting loving looks at them, and praised and worshipped with showers of flowers from above by celestials stationed in the aerial cars. He sported in the water like an elephant, while remaining unperturbed in his inherent blissful nature. Then, the lightly wooded regions of the Yamuna banks, rendered fragrant by the pleasant breeze, conveying the scent of flowers across the land and water, moved about with this bevy of gopis, pursued by swarms of honey beetles, like an elephant in rut amidst its cows. Thus, during the nights of the Sarat season, replete with all the enthralling beauties extolled in poems, Krishna, whose will is truth, sported in the assemblage of gopis. But so fully was he established in the art one that he is the moral issue in Rasa Leela. The Raja, prayed to by Brahma, the worshipful Lord, Bhagavan, by a part of himself incarnated as Krishna in order to establish dharma and eradicate its opposite, unrighteous. O Holy One, he is the maker of the moral codes, their protector as well as the teacher. How did he then commit this most atrocious sin of indulgence in sexual relationship with other people's wives? Krishna, the Lord of the Yadus, is a spiritually awakened person without any unfulfilled desire in him. How did he then indulge in this most heinous sin? O Holy One, please clear this doubt of mine. Sri Shuka said, Supermen have been found to transgress the moral code and indulge in aggressive actions. But just like fire, which can consume anything, be it dirt or poison, and yet can remain pure and unaffected, these powerful ones cannot be contaminated by any evil. But insignificant man should not imitate them in this respect, even mentally. If he behaves like that stupidly, he would be like one who is without the power of Rudra but drinks poison. Following Rudra's example, that is the sure consequence that would befall him. The teachings of great ones are true and fit to be followed by. This is so in regard to some of their actions too. The intelligent man should follow only such of their actions as are consistent with their teachings. These supermen, who are without an egoistic impulse, I do or I do not do, there is no self-interest, there is nothing to gain by right actions and nothing to suffer from by the contrary. That being the case, even with such exalted men, it is needless to say that no good or evil can bind that egoless one, the Supreme Being, who is the ruler of all Deva, men and by the service of his lotus feet. Devotees are established in joy and in freedom from bondage. So too are the knowing ones. When such spiritual personages are, through service of him, seen to go about free from attachment and bondage, how can these accrue to him, who is the Supreme Lord, who has assumed a form out of his own free will for the good of the world? The one spirit that pervades the souls of these gopis, their husbands and all other beings, that universal witness has assumed the form of Krishna for the sake of sport. For the all-pervading being, where is the distinction between oneself and another, and how can any good or evil therefore accrue to him? For the blessing of all beings, he assumes a human body and sports in the ways that are suitable to fulfill, also to draw towards himself even persons who are not spiritually inclined through hearing accounts of these sportive actions. Owing to Krishna's mysterious power, the Gopas felt that their women were with them all the while and had no ground to feel any ill will to Krishna. Towards the early morning, when the Brahma Muhurta had begun, the gopis, persuaded by Krishna, their beloved, and congratulated by him, went back home unwillingly. Whoever hears or recites again and again the account of Krishna's amorous dalliances with the gopis, deep faith in the divinity of Krishna, the faith that he is Mahavishnu, the Supreme Being, attains to the highest devotion to the Lord, and in the course of the development of devotion, he quickly overcomes lust, the universal heart disease of mankind. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Rasa Krida Varnanam Nama Trayas Trinsho Dhyaya Atha Chatus Trinsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha. Salvation of Sudarshana and Sankha Chuda. Nanda in the grip of the python. Shri Shuka said, once during a festive season, the Gopas went in great excitement to a place of pilgrimage known as Ambikavana in their chariots drawn by oxen. O king, there, after bathing in the Saraswati, they offered devout worship to Sri Parameshwara and Parvati with ingredients like flour, sandal paste and food offerings. They gave as presents to holy men cows, gold, cloth, and sweetened rice and honey, so that the Supreme Being might be gracious to them. Revered persons like Nanda and Sunanda spent that night on the banks of the Yamuna observing sacred vows and fasting for the day, taking in nothing but water. While Nanda was sleeping there at night, a python under the grip of terrific hunger happened to come that way by chance and get hold of him. Nanda thereupon cried aloud, "O Krishna, O Krishna, a huge serpent is swallowing me. O dear one, save me who has taken shelter in you." His cries roused the Gopas from the sleep, and they were shocked to see Nanda in the grip of the python. They began to scourge it with firebrands to get him released. In spite of being scorched that way, the serpent would not release Nanda. Now the Lord arrived at that spot and touched the serpent with his feet. Freed from his sins by the contact of the holy feet of the Lord, the serpent abandoned the reptile body and assumed the form of a Vidyadhara, which by its beauty drew the admiration and adoration of all celestials of that group. The Vidyadhara, bedecked with golden necklaces and endowed with divine beauty, now stood before Krishna after making due prostrations. Krishna asked him, who are you, possessed of such great beauty and brilliance? How was this detestable snake body imposed upon you? The serpent said, I was a Vidyadhara named Sudarshana, noted for my wealth and beauty, and I could travel anywhere I pleased in my aerial car. Proud of my beauty, I once ridiculed the rishis known as Angiras, who had ungraceful forms. My evil nature called forth from those rishis a curse by which I was condemned to have this form of a snake. The curse of these merciful sages has proved a real blessing to me, for it was that which brought me the blessing of contact with thy feet, the teacher of the worlds, and which has erased my sins. Of thee, who affordest protection from the fear of samsara to all those who seek refuge at thy feet, I now beseech, leave my return to my heavenly abode. O Master Yogin, O Supreme Being, O Protector of the devotees, I seek refuge in thee. Give thy permission for me to depart. O undecaying being, by seeing thee, I have been freed from the curse of the holy men. By uttering thy name only, a man purifies himself, and those who hear the utterance of it. What wonder is there then in a contact with thy feet purifying me? Being permitted by Krishna and after circumambulating him, Sudarshana went to his heavenly abode. Nanda was saved from a great peril. The inhabitants of Raja were all astonished to hear about Krishna's prowess. They, O king, now completed the observance of their vows at that pilgrim center and returned to Gokula, speaking again and again among themselves about the astonishing events of the day. Sankhachuda carrying away the gopis. Once, Krishna along with Rama was sporting in the forest with the gopis. In the early part of the night, surrounded by a host of singing gopis, well dressed, well decorated, and love stricken, and amidst surroundings characterized by the light of the rising moon and the stars, by the host of honey beetles gathering under the intoxication of sweet smelling flowers, and by the cool breeze laden with the fragrance of lotus flowers, they both played on the flute in notes high and low, generating a blissful experience to the ears of all. Absorbed in that music, the gopis forgot their bodies and were not aware that their clothes were loosening and the flower wreaths in their braids were falling. When they were thus singing and sporting with the intoxication of joy, a prominent officer of Kubera, known as Sankhachuda, happened to go that way. In the very presence of Rama and Krishna, these women who had him as their protector were carried away by Sankhachuda in a northerly direction, the women wailing all the while.
Hearing their dear ones wailing like a cow in the grasp of a tiger, both Rama and Krishna ran after Sankhachuda. The two mighty brothers, responding to the wailing women through shouts offering protection and armed with sala trees, soon reached the proximity of the fast-running Guyaka. Thereupon the stupid Sankhachuda, seeing them both approaching like the all-consuming spirit of time and death, abandoned the woman and fled for his own life. Wherever he ran, Krishna followed him, intent on taking off his crest jewel, while Balarama stood at the spot to protect the woman. Though all-pervading by nature, Krishna manifestly approached him and removed with his hand the evil Sankhachuda's head, along with the crest jewel of it. After destroying Sankhachuda in this way, he presented the crest jewel to his own brother Rama in the presence of all gopis. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvadem Sankha Chu Vado Nama Chatursta Trinshodhyayah Hatha Panchavinshodhya Panchatrinshodhyayah Sri Shuka Uvacha Skanda 10, chapter 35. Yugala Gitam, Gopi singing of Krishna during daytime. Sri Shuka said, whenever Krishna went to the forest during the day to tend cattle, the gopis spent their time in great sorrow, singing about his sportive activities. The gopis said, O gopis, when Krishna sounds his flute, applying his lips to it, with his left cheek resting on his left shoulder, with his comely fingers moving along its 7 sound-regulating holes, and with his eyebrows throbbing, then do the wives of the Siddhas, who hear the music while going with their husbands in idle cars, feel astounded and, though bashful, become so overwhelmed with amorous sentiment as to forget that their wedding clothes are slipping down. O girls, hearing this wonderful news, when Krishna, the son of Nanda and the eraser of the miseries of the afflicted, stands sounding his flute, with his smile illumining the necklaces on his chest, where Sri Devi dwells like a streak of lightning, there these cows, bulls and other animals of Gokula gather in crowds, attracted by the sound of his flute, and stand absolutely still with ears uplifted and mouths holding half-chewed grass, as if they were dead bodies or paintings on a piece of canvas. O friend, when Krishna, along with Rama, puts on a restless garb consisting of peacock plumes, mineral paints, and wreaths of tender leaves, and stands amidst the gopas and calls aloud the cows with the note of his flute, then the river, as if desiring the contact of the dust of his feet blown about by the breeze, slackens his speed, incapable of going away even, like us unfortunate folk, till she finally comes to an absolute standstill, after a short period of movements with her waving arms. When Krishna, surrounded by followers, singing panegyrics in praise of him and revealing his undecaying splendor like that of the Supreme Being, moves in the forest, calling through the sound of his flute the cows that are wandering in the valleys, and the forest trees and creepers are seen bending their heads, as if in salutation, with a full load of flowers and fruits, and seemed to recognize the divinity of Krishna by the horripilations of tender leaves on them and the showering of sweet flower nectar. When Krishna, adorned by the attractive tree laka, begins to respond with his flute to the loud music of humming and inebriated honeybees that are drawn in large numbers by the fragrance of the tulasi leaves of his flower wreath, then do the water birds like Sarasa, Hamsa, and the like gather, attracted by the music of the flute, and stand by his side like self-controlled sages, silent with eyes closed, as if contemplating on the Lord. O woman of Raja, when Krishna and Balaram, wearing floral decorations around their ears and presenting the very picture of delight, station themselves in mountain valleys and begin to enthrall the world by the music of the flute, then the clouds, afraid of overstepping the great ones, stop in their courses and convert their thunder into murmuring reverberations and shower drops of rain like flowers on their dear friend Krishna. Friend, because both alike are bluish in complexion, and because both assuage the affliction of others, and by their shadow hold an umbrella over them. O Mother Yasoda, when your son Krishna, master of various physical feats common among the Gopas, and a self-taught expert at flute, applies his lips to the flute and produces the various musical swaras, then hearing that music with variations like Mandra, Madhyama, and Tara, even leading celestials like Indra, Parameshwara, and Brahma bend their heads in humility and in astonishment at the exquisiteness of the music. When he moves about in Vraja, removing the distress of his grounds arising from the impact of the hooves of cows, by himself treading over it like a lordly elephant, with his feet bearing the auspicious marks of the flag, thunderbolt, lotus, and hook, then we, watching him with expectant eyes and hearts moved by powerful amorous sentiments, stand still like trees, unconscious of our loosening braids and clothes. When Krishna, bedecked with his favorite wreath of fragrant tulsi leaves, sounds his flute while counting the cattle with beads, resting one of his hands on the shoulder of a Gopa boy, then the doves, the wives of the black deer, deceived by the music of the flute, approach him, the center of abounding virtues, like the Gopikas themselves, forgetting their home and all its affairs. O Holy Lady, Yasoda, when your son Krishna, decorated beautifully with garlands of kunda flowers and surrounded by cows and Gopa boys, sports on the banks of the Yamuna, giving great joy to his devotees, then the cool breeze bearing the perfume of sandal blows gently, serving the Lord, and Vidyadharas, playing the part of his panegyrists, adore him with music, band, flowers, and other offerings. Here comes at eventide the Devaki-born moon of a Krishna, having collected all the cattle of Raja, to whom he is dear because of his protecting them from rain by holding up the mountain. Wearing garlands covered with the dust of the hooves of cattle, he looks a little tired, but nonetheless he delights the eyes of the onlookers and comes to fulfill the prayers of his devotees. With a bright look, sporting a floral wreath and gladdening his friends, here comes Krishna, the leader of the Yadu clan, like a moon assuaging the day-long heat of separation of the inhabitants of Raja, his eyes rolling in a slight intoxication of bliss, his face flushed like a badara fruit, his cheeks shining with the luster of the golden earrings, and his gait resembling that of a lordly lion. Sri Sukha said, O king, in this way, even in the daytime, the noble-souled gopis rejoice themselves, singing of Krishna's glorious sports with their minds absorbed in him and in the bliss produced thereby. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsya Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvadem Vrindavana Shri Vrindavana Kridayam Gopika Yugala Gitam Nama Pancha Trishodhyayah Atha Shashta Trishodhyayah Sri Shuka Uvacha Skanda 10, chapter 36. Kamsa's final resolution to destroy Krishna. Destruction of Arishta. Sri Shuka said, now there came into Gokula an ox demon called Arishta with a huge hump and a very big body, causing tremors on the earth, driven by the furrows formed by his hooves, widely bellowing, scouring the earth with his legs, lifting his tail, removing chunks of earth from mountain sides with his horns. The demon Arishta arrived in Gokula, excreting urine and dung a little here and a little there, and gazing with fixed eyes, he arrived at Gokula. Frightened by his fierce bellowings, pregnant cows and women had abortions and premature deliveries. Clouds rested on his humps, mistaking it for a mountain. Seeing his fierce and sharp horns, the Gopas with the gopis trembled in fear, while the cattle got scared and fled away from the cow pens. Calling aloud Krishna, the master of Gokula, they all took shelter in him. And the Lord, seeing the whole of Gokula running helter-skelter out of fear, called out to them to be at peace. He challenged the ox demon for a fight and said, O fool, O sinful one, of what avail is your frightening the Gopas and the cows? Here am I to put down the pride and power of evil ones like you. Saying so, Krishna provoked the demon with a clap of arms and stood there with one hand resting on the shoulder of a friend. Roused to anger thereby, Arishta rushed at Krishna, tearing the earth with his hoofs and stirring the clouds by his uplifted tail. Like Indra's Vajra weapon, the Asura charged, lifting forward his hooves and casting a downward look at the Lord with his unmoving and bloodshot eyes. Like an elephant confronting another elephant, the Lord caught hold of the ox demon by his horns and with one push sent him 18 feet back. The demon, thus pushed back by the Lord, soon got up and made a fierce and high-speed charge, perspiring and exhaling long breaths. The Lord caught the charging demon by the horns and throwing him on the ground, squeezed him with his feet like a wet cloth. Then he pulled out his horns and killed him with a few strokes with them. Vomiting blood, evacuating, kicking his legs, and gazing with unsteady eyes, the demon departed to death's abode in great agony. At this the Devas showered flowers and sang the praise of Hari, the destroyer of the troubles and tribulations of devotees. Destroying the ox demon, thus, the Lord entered the settlement of cowherds along with Bala, praised by the Gopas and providing a feast to the eyes of the gopis. Kamsa, devising ways for killing Krishna. To the destruction of Arishta by Krishna of astounding deeds, the Devarshi Narada one day said as follows to Kamsa. Now that the girl popularity known as the 8th child of Devaki is really the daughter of Yasoda, and that Krishna, who passes for Yasoda's son, is really Devaki's son, and Rama, generally taken as Nanda's son, is really the son of Rohini by Vasudeva. They have only been entrusted to Nanda for fear of you. It is they who have killed so many of your men. Hearing this, Kamsa became furious with Kamsa, after the departure of the Devarshi, had Vasudeva and his wife chained with iron fetters. Then he called Kesi and commissioned him to go and kill Krishna and Rama. After that, he called together his advisors like Mushtika, Chanura, Sala, Tosala, and others, as also the masters of his elephant stable, and said, "Now, O valiant wrestlers, Chanura, Mushtika, and others, hear this news.
I understand that in the cowherd settlement of Nanda, the two sons of Vasudeva, named Rama and Krishna, are dwelling, that I shall be meeting my death at their hands. You shall get this Rama and Krishna here, kill them in a wrestling match with you. In the amphitheater for wrestling matches, order galleries to be set up. Let all the inhabitants of the city and the villages have the benefit of enjoying the wrestling match. O my dear chief of the elephant stables, you station the elephant Kuvalaya Pida at the gate of the theatre and induce the elephant to destroy my enemies. Let a bow worship be ceremonially inaugurated on the 14th lunar day, sacred to Shiva, and let offerable animals be sacrificed in honor of Pashupati, the ready bestower of boons. Kamsa commissioning Akrura. Kamsa, who knew only the science of diplomacy, next called Akrura, a leader of the Yadu clan, and clasping his hand, said to him as follows, "O Akrura dear, you have to do for me something which only a close friend can do. I do not find among the Bhojas and Vrishnis anyone to match you in true humility and generosity. O gentle one, just as Indra, the Lord of the worlds, achieved his ends by depending on Vishnu, so I depend on you for a great achievement. Please go to the cowherd settlement of Nanda, where Rama and Krishna, the sons of Vasudeva, are staying. You have to bring them here in this chariot without delay. With the support of Mahavishnu, the Devas have devised a plan for my death through the agency of Rama and Krishna. You are to bring these two here with Nanda and the Gopas, carrying their tributes to me. When they arrive here, I shall have them killed by my elephant Kuvalayapida, the very picture of death. If they escape from the elephant, I shall arrange wrestlers resembling in power and rapidity of movement to kill them. After they are killed, it is easy to destroy their afflicted friends and relatives, all the important Yadavas and Vrishnis like Vasudeva and the rest. I shall then easily kill Ugrasena, my father, who though old, still hankers after the kingdom, as also his brother Devaka and others who are opposed to me. My friend, if this is done, this land will be rid of enemies. Even if there remain any, they will not bother me, as I have the support of my father-in-law Jarasandha and friend Dvivida. Besides, Sambara, Naraka, Bhana, and several others are my dear friends. With their help, I can destroy all the kings who are on the side of the Devas and enjoy this earth. You now understand the situation. You have therefore to go soon and fetch the boys Rama and Krishna to participate in the Dhanur Yajna, worship of the bow, to be held soon, and to see the great sights of the city of Mathura. O king, your resolution to save yourself from death is certainly in order, but you have to be even-minded in success and failure. for it is the unseen divine agency that awards the fruit of all actions. Men often plan without taking the divine will into consideration. When the results are favorable, they rejoice, and they are sorrow stricken when they are unfavorable. Yet I shall carry out your command, Sri Shuka said, having ordered Akrura and the other advisers thus. Kamsa left for his palace. Akrura too went home. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansya Samhitaya Dashamaskande Purvarde Akrura Sampreshanam Nama Sat Trinsho Dhyaya Atha Sapta Trinsho Dhyaya Skanda 10, chapter 37. The section of Kesi and Vyomasura. Kesi, the horse demon at Gokula, said, then came Keshi, an envoy of Kamsa, in the form of a huge and very fast horse, furrowing the earth with its hooves, shattering the clouds with by his mane, and terrifying everyone by his fierce neighing. With his eyes wide open, mouth resembling a capacious cave, neck massive, complexion blue like a rain-bearing cloud, and mind full of evil, the Asura, intent on pleasing Kamsa, approached, sending into shivers the cowherd settlement of Nanda, thus frightening all in the Gokula with his roar, driving away the clouds by the waving of his tail. Searching everywhere for his enemy, was now confronted by the Lord, who appeared before him and beckoned him. The Asura retorted with a wild, challenging neigh. Seeing the Lord in front, he charged at Krishna with his huge mouth, so wide open that it looked as if he was going to swallow the skies. Angry and formidable, he powerfully kicked the Lord with his two hind legs. Evading his kick, the Lord, roused to anger, caught hold of him and by his raised legs and whirling him round and around, threw him contemptuously 100 yards away, as Garuda does with a serpent, and waited. Regaining consciousness, the Asura charged at Krishna again, with his mouth wide open. With a smiling face, the Lord thereupon thrust his left arm into his mouth fearlessly as a snake thrusts itself into its hole. Keshi's teeth, with which he tried to bite the Lord's arm, fell out as on contact with red-hot iron. The arm of the Lord that was thrust into him now grew in size like a neglected disease. Keshi was choked to death by that swelling arm of Krishna. Suffocated thus, he writhed, striking the ground with his legs, and fell down, perspiring, evacuating, and shooting out his eyes. Drawing out his arm from the dead Asura's mouth, split like a kartika fruit, Krishna stood there without the least pride in having killed the demon with such ease. The astonished celestials rained flowers from above. Narada's praise of Krishna. King, there came now Devarshi Narada, who met in private the Lord of effortless achievements, and said to him as follows: O Krishna, Krishna, O thou the Supreme Lord, immeasurable in nature and inconceivable in might, manifest as the leader of the Sattvatas, director of all and indweller in everything. Thou art the one spirit within all, like the one fire indwelling all fuel. Thou art the unseen, the indweller in the heart as the witness. Thou art the great being and the Lord of all. Thou, whose will ever comes true, projectest, sustainest, and withdrawest this Prakriti with its three gunas by thy Maya, thy mysterious power. In all this, thou art absolutely free from dependence on anyone or anything else. Thou hast now incarnated thyself to erase the menace of asuras and demonic beings in human form and to protect the bounds of moral law. It is a fortunate circumstance that thou hast, as in play, killed this horse demon whose neighing used to terrify even the celestials in the heavenly abode. I shall be witnessing by the day after tomorrow Chanura, Mushtika, and the other wrestlers, as well as Kamsa and the elephant Kuvarayapida, meeting with their death at thy hands. Sometime after that, I shall be witnessing also the death of Panchajana, Yavana, Mura, Narakasura, and others. I shall also be seeing thy securing the Parijata by force after defeating Indra. O Lord of all, I shall see thy marriage with the daughters of several heroic persons after paying the bridal money of valorous deeds, and also the salvation of Nriga, who would be under a curse in the form of a chameleon in Dwaraka. I shall be witnessing thy acceptance of Jambavati as wife along with the jewel Syamantaka, and thy bringing of Brahmana's dead children from Vaikuntha. After that I shall witness the destruction of Pondraka, the burning of the city of Kashi, and the killing of Dantavaktra, and the destruction of Sishupala in the great sacrificial festival of the Pandavas. Whatever great deeds of a song-worthy nature thou wilt be performing during thy stay in Dwaraka, those also I shall be witnessing. Afterwards, I shall see thee, the spirit of time, in the form of Arjuna's charioteer, who, desirous of reducing the burden of the earth, wilt indirectly bring about the destruction of huge armies of men on the sides of the Kauravas and the I seek shelter in thee, who art the concentrated essence of pure consciousness, who, established in thy own all-inclusive self, hast nothing external to gain, and who by his spiritual glory ever transcendest involvement in Maya's process of becoming. Salutations to thee, the Lord of all, the self-sufficient one, who has now embodied himself in a human form as the leader of the Yadava clans for the fulfillment of divine sport. Destruction of Vyomasura, Sri Shuka said, having praised the Lord in this way, the supreme devotee Narada made prostrations to him and, permitted by him, departed highly elated at having seen him. The Lord continued to tend the cattle along with the Gopas, who were highly jubilant over the destruction of Keshi in a fight. Once, Krishna with the Gopa boys, while tending cattle on the mountain slope, organized a hide-and-seek game in which some acted as cow keepers and others as cattle lifters.
O king, some impersonated as keepers, some as animals, and still others as thieves. An asura named Vyoma, the son of Maya, who had great magical powers, came there assuming the form of a Gopa and stole away many Gopa boys who were playing the part of goats and other animals. The Asura took them one by one and shut them up in mountain caves. Only 5 or 6 gopas were left outside. Coming to know of his misdeed, Krishna, the shelter of the pious, got hold of the Asura in the act of taking away the gopas, as a lion would do a jackal. The powerful Asura now resumed his real form, as huge as a mountain, and tried his best to get out of the clutches of Krishna, but could not. Krishna threw him on the ground and witnessed by the Devas, killed him by suffocating, as animals are done to death in a yajna. He then released the Gopas by breaking open the seal of the caves, and amidst the praise of the Devas and the Gopas, returned to his home in Gokula.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramamhansya Samhitiyam Rasamoskande Purvarde Vyama Kadu Nama Sapto Trimsho Adhyaya Adashto Trimsho Adhyaya Shri Sukha Uvacha.
Skanda 10, chapter 38. Akrura's trip to Gokula. Akrura's reveries on the way. Sri Sukha said, commissioned by Kamsa, Akrura spent that night at Mathura in great expectation and started for Nanda's Gokula in the early morning. The high-souled Akrura, while on the way to Gokula, had a great upsurge of devotion to the supreme lotus-eyed Lord, and thought thus, what pious works must I have performed? What tapas must I have done? What great charity deserving persons must I have made that I shall be having the good fortune of seeing Keshava today? Just as a man of low culture is not fit to utter the Veda, so to me, a worldly minded man, the sight of the Lord is impossible. But no, even a degenerate fellow like me is going to have a view of him today. Among the large number of people flowing down the stream of time, some fortunate ones may be able to go across the current to the other shore through some unexpected help. Like that, the grace of Lord makes even the impossible possible. Today all my sins have been dispelled, and my birth in this world has attained its fulfillment. For I shall soon be prostrating actually at the lotus feet of the Lord, on which great yogis can only meditate upon. Today, even Kamsa, unknown to generosity, has done me a very great good, for it is commissioned by him that I shall be getting an opportunity to prostrate at the feet of Sri Hari incarnate, by the light of whose toenails great men in the past have transcended the darkness of ignorance in their hearts. Those holy feet have been worshipped by divinities like Brahma and Maheshwara, as also by the divine Sri Devi, the great sages and all devotees. With those very feet, marked with the saffron from the breasts of the gopis, he is now treading the forest of Vrindavana along with companions in the avocation of tending cattle. Soon shall I see today the face of Krishna, framed by frontal locks and possessed of handsome cheeks, nose, smiling looks, and eyes resembling red lotuses. For they are deer circumambulating me, a sure sign of the good that shall befall me. Indeed, my eyes shall not fail to attain their fulfillment even now, if they will be able to see that human form of Vishnu, the center of abounding beauty, adopted at his own will for the mitigation of the burdens that the earth has been bearing. He who, being without any egoistic sense, is but the uninvolved witness of this universe of cause and effect, and who by his own light of knowledge hath dispelled the darkness of ignorance and its attendant experience of duality. Even he has by his will brought into existence in his being an embodied form that looks human and is seen at the foot of the trees and in the houses of the Gopikas of Vrindavana. Words and works devoted to the description of his sanctifying and auspicious excellences and sportive activities in his incarnations enlighten, purify, and energize the whole world. All literature devoid of them are like decorations on a corpse. He is now born in the clan of the Sattvatas for furthering the cause of the Devas, whom he has appointed to administer the laws he has laid down for the good of the world. He stays now in the cowherd settlement with the Gopas, performing deeds that enhance his glory, and the Devas are even now singing about the glory of his. The fact that I am nowadays seeing auspicious signs at dawn indicates that I shall today see him, who is the one joy giver and enlightener of the universe, the one worthy of seeing for all endowed with eyes, the one center of all aspirations of Sri Devi, and the one person who is the refuge and teacher of all holy men. Immediately at the sight of Rama and Krishna, I shall jump down from the chariot and prostrate in truth and in reality at their feet, which yogis can only meditate upon in their mind. I shall also bow down before the pastoral comrades. Would not the infinite one place on my head, lying prostrate at his feet, those blessed hands that give refuge to all those who run to him out of fear of the speed with which the serpent of time is approaching them? By placing some little offering in those hands, Indra and also Mahabali attained to the lordship of all three worlds. And the gopis of Vrindavana felt free from weariness and attained to the highest bliss by those blessed hands, fragrant like the Sogandhika flower, being placed on their bodies at the time of the rasa dance. Though I am a messenger sent by Kamsa, the Lord who is all-seeing will not certainly consider me with an inimical eye, for he who is the indweller in all sees everything within or without by his penetrative insight. I shall certainly attain to supreme bliss if he but casts his smiling looks at me, showering a rain of ambrosia on me lying flat at his feet, all my sins being thus dispelled. I shall be free from all doubts and be established in a state of perpetual joy. My body will become a center of holiness, and my bondage of karma will be destroyed when his powerful arms bind me in embrace, his dearest friend, kinsman, and wholehearted devotee. My birth as a human being would become worthwhile and significant on his addressing me, saying, "O Akrura," when I stand before him humbly, bowing down and saluting after he has thus embraced me. To none is he particularly dear and friendly, nor is anyone the object of his enmity or cold indifference. But still he blesses devotees appropriate to the manner in which they worship him, just as the heavenly Kalpaka tree yields all their wants to those who rest under it. Balarama too would smilingly embrace me, and taking my hands held in salutation, he would lead me into the house and entertain me, and ask what Kamsa was planning and plotting against his clansmen. Akrura's reaction and arriving at Vraja. Sri Sukha said, lost in such reveries about Krishna, Akrura, the son of Swapalka, travelled mechanically and found himself at Gokula when the sun was about to set. He now began to see, and there in the precincts of that cowherd settlement, the footprints of the holy feet of Krishna, the feet that receive the obeisance of the crowned heads of all divinities and are distinguished by the holy marks of lotus, grain, and hook. Highly excited at the sight of these footprints, all the hair on his body stood on end, and tears flowed in torrents from his eyes. As an outburst of devotional feeling, he jumped out of his chariot, exclaiming, "Here is the foot dust of my Lord! Here is the foot dust of my Lord!" and began to roll in that holy dust. What happened thus to Akrura in the course of his conveying the message of Kamsa, namely the attainment of that divine state of devotional inebriation at the very sight of the Lord's holy emblems, the hearing of his divine names to the utter effacement of all insincerity, fear, and sorrow, that, indeed, is the highest attainment for any human being. Akrura's vision of Krishna. He saw Rama and Krishna standing at the milking yard, wearing blue and yellow clothes and having eyes that were as attractive as the petals of the lotus in the Sarat, autumn season. Akrura saw Krishna and Rama, still boyish in age, blue and fair in complexion, the abode of Shri, possessing powerful arms, endowed with pleasant faces and prepossessing beauty, and charged with the combative spirit of young elephants. He saw Rama and Krishna, whose footprints were the marks of flag, thunderbolt, hook, lotus and the like added to the splendor of Raja, who were magnanimous in spirit, and whose looks and smile scattered love and sympathy all round. Decorated with pearl necklaces and floral wreaths, and dressed in fresh clothes and besmeared with fragrant sandal paste after the evening bath, he found them sublime and attractive in their playful movements. He saw Rama and Krishna as the incarnate Lord, the embodiment of Pradhana and Purusha, the original being, the cause and the master of all, come for the good of the world. He saw them, O King, as two mountains of your emeralds and silver lined with gold, illumining the quarters with their divine luster. Krishna's reception of Akrura. On seeing them, Akrura jumped down from his chariot, owing to the upsurge of devotion, and threw himself like a log at the feet of Rama and Krishna. With eyes flooded by profuse tears and body covered with horripilations, out of excitement he could not even announce his own name. The Lord, the lover of his devotees, who understood the cause of Akrura's visit, drew him towards him and embraced him with his arms that bore the marks made by the discus Sudarshana. Balarama also embraced the prostrating Akrura and, holding him by hand, led him along with his brother into their house. Extending him a warm welcome, they seated with him on an elevated seat, washed his feet, and offered him madhuparka, made of honey, clarified butter, and curds. A cow was presented to the guest, whose weary limbs were massaged by the Lord. Next he was served with food consisting of many savory items. After he was refreshed, Rama, who was an expert in rules of conduct and hospitality, pleased him immensely by offering him betel leaves, sandal paste, and wreaths of sweet-smelling flowers. After every hospitality was done to him, Nanda addressed him thus: O distinguished member of the Yadu clan, as long as cruel Kamsa is there, how do you Yadavas get on? Your life must necessarily be like that of sheep under the protection of a butcher. What inquiry shall I make of the welfare of the subjects of a cruel king like Kamsa, whose pleasure consists in killing others and who mercilessly slaughtered the infants of his own weeping sister? Being welcomed with such pleasing words by Nanda, Akrura felt much relieved from the fatigue of the journey.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Akrura Gamanam Namashta Trinsho Dhyaya Ataikona Chatvar Ri Shodhyaya Shri Akrura Uvacha.
Skanda 10, chapter 39. Departure to Mathura with Akrura. Kamsa's order. Sri Sukha said, when he was thus welcomed by Rama and Krishna and seated comfortably on a sofa, Akrura felt that all his reveries on the way had now come true. What is there unattainable to one on whom the Lord, the abode of Shri, is gracious? But, O King, devotees crave for no benefits. After supper, the Lord conversed with Akrura on the condition of his clansmen, the Yadavas under Kamsa, and about other matters concerning his mission. The Lord said, O dear friend, I hope your journey was pleasant. Are all our kinsmen doing well? When our reputed uncle, Kamsa, the canker of our family, is there, what point is there in asking about the welfare of person who are his subjects and relatives. Alas, because of us, our respected parents have had to stand a great many trials. They had to witness the death of their children and also suffer imprisonment. Oh dear one, it is indeed fortunate that my long cherished desire of meeting you, my kinsman, has been fulfilled. I would now like to hear what exactly it is that brings you here now. Sri Sukha said, thus questioned by the Lord, Akrura, a scion of Madhu's family, narrated all about Kamsa's antagonism towards the Yadus and of his attempt to kill Vasudeva.
He informed Krishna all about the object with which Kamsa had sent him on this mission, as also of Narada's informing Kamsa that he, Krishna, was really the son of Vasudeva and not of Nanda. Hearing Akrura's words, Rama and Krishna, the dauntless destroyers of all foemen, laughed and informed their father of the order of the king that they should all attend the bow festival at his palace. And Nanda at once ordered the Gopas to collect milk and milk products and other objects of presentation to the king and to harness their carts for the journey. He said, we shall start tomorrow to the city of Mathura. We shall present to the king all our milk products. We shall see the great sacrificial festival of bow worship. It seems it will be attended by the whole country. Nanda caused this information to be announced all over his cowherd settlement by the village watchman by beat of drums. The wailing of the gopis to whom Krishna was the very life breath, were overwhelmed with grief to hear that Akrura had come to take Rama and Krishna to Mathura. Pale and grieved, some of them sighed, while some others knew not that their braids, clothes, and bracelets were falling. Others fell into such deep meditation on him that all the movements of their senses and mind became still. They forgot their bodies like sages, intuiting the Atman in Samadhi. Others fainted, thinking of the heart-stimulating speech of Hari in choice, figurative words uttered with intense love and accompanied by his sweet smile. Those Dopikas, whose minds were absorbed in Krishna, became frightened and sorrow-stricken from the thought of impending separation from him, on whose charming gait, loving smile, captivating looks, consoling humor, and noble deeds they renewed over and over. They gathered together and with tears in their eyes began to speak as follows. The gopi said, alas, O Creator, hast thou not even an atom of mercy that thou forgot bonds of friendship and love between living beings, and then separated them before they have enjoyed the fruits of that friendship and love? Thy actions look like infantile play without any purpose. Having shown us the face of Krishna encircled by curly locks, endowed with handsome cheeks and a high nose, and beautified by a sorrow-effacing smile, bringing joy and courage to all, it is indeed high-ended on thy part to withdraw it from our vision by separating him from us. Thou, an extremely cruel one, hast come in guise of a man named Akrura, literally not cruel, and art, alas, depriving us of the eye that thou thyself hast given us in the shape of Krishna, pretending not to know anything about the atrocity. For we have seen with these eyes, even in a few of the features of Krishna, the entirety of beauty that thy creative skills is capable of. When he is away, of what use is the eyesight to us? It is as good as gone. It is a thousand pities that Krishna, the son of Nanda, does not see how afflicted we are by this, his act of neglect. We who have abandoned our homes, relatives, sons, and husbands to become his handmaids in truth and in reality. Surely his affections are short lived, and he must be after novelty in love. The wishes of the women of the city of Mathura are going to be fulfilled, and this night shall be the herald of the reality. Good morning for them. For tomorrow the Lord of Gokula will be entering their city, when they shall be able to imbibe through their eyes a heavenly draught from the cup of his face filled with the wine of his smile, enhanced in its potency by the sidelong glances. Krishna may be a person of great nobility of mind and may have great affection for his parents, but these in themselves will not be able to bring him back to Gokula, much less to us, mere country-bred girls, for Krishna's mind will be stolen away and held captive by the sweet honey-dripping conversations of the city-bred women of Mathura, as also by their bashful looks and amorous movements. Surely tomorrow shall witness a great festival for the eyes of different clans of the Yadavas of Mathura, as also for the passerbyers who shall be seeing the face of Krishna, the son of Devaki, and the sort of Shri. How is it that such name Akrura, not cruel, is given to this man who has no trace of kindness in him? For he has no hesitation to do so heinous an act as taking away Krishna, the one dearer to us than life, to a distant place without even a word of consolation or hope to us who have drowned in grief and despair. Now Krishna, the hard-hearted, has gone into the chariot. Following him, all these haughty fellows of Gopas too are hastening to start their carts. The elders of the clan are watching unconcerned. This is a bad time for us, and even God seems to have turned against us. We shall go and obstruct Krishna's departure by force. What more steps can the elders of our families take against us, who are already thrown to the depth of sorrow and suffering by the threat of fate to deprive us of the company of Krishna, which is the difficult for us even for a minute to abandon? How are we to overcome the endless and excruciating sorrow of separation from him that we are now in for? We who have lost the sense of time to such an extent as to experience as 1 second the many nights we spent in Krishna's company in the rasa meet, thrilled as we were by his loving looks, sweet smile, attractive speech, playful glances, and warm embraces. He verily steals our minds by his glances, accompanied by smiles, when he enters Raja at sunset, surrounded by his brother and Gopa, companions, and having his frontal locks all bathed in dust raised by the hooves of cattle, and surrounding his flute. How can we live without him? Behavior of the gopis at Krishna's departure. Sri Shukla said, thus the women of Raja, so suffering and excruciating pains of prospective separation from Krishna, and having their minds absorbed in him, lost all hesitation arising from modesty and began to cry aloud, saying, O our dear Govinda, O our Damodara, O our Mahadeva, and so on. The night passed, and the women of Briaja, crying like this, when it was daybreak, Akrura, after his morning prayers, started his chariot with Krishna and Rama seated within. He was followed by Nanda and the Gopas in the carts laden with potfuls of curd and other objects for presentation. The gopis who followed their dear Krishna felt little consoled and encouraged when Krishna turned to look at them and smiled. They stopped the chariot and waited for a message from him. Seeing the gopis disconsolate in the departure, Krishna comforted them, telling them very lovingly that he would return soon. They remained where they were, motionless, like pictures drawn on canvas, viewing the departing Krishna, and mentally absorbed in pursuing his chariot until the flag of the chariot disappeared from the sight and the dust raised by it was no longer visible. Now, giving up all hopes of Krishna's immediate return, they went back home, singing about the sportive actions of their dear Krishna. They spent days and nights, their sorrows assuaged a little by absorption in his thought. Revelation given to Akrura. O king, the Lord, with Rama and Akrura traveling in that very fast chariot, soon reached the banks of the sacred Kalindi, Yamuna, the destroyer of the sins of those who bathe in it. There, washing hands and feet, they quenched their thirst, drinking the pure crystalline waters of the river. Then Rama and Krishna came back and seated themselves in the chariot, which was parked in a shady grove. Akrura, after escorting Rama and Krishna to the chariot, went with their permission to have a ceremonial bath at the sacred bathing ghat on the Yamuna. As Akrura submerged himself in the water and began repeating the Gayatri mantra, he saw Rama and Krishna within the water, although he had seen them only just before, seated in the chariot. How could these sons of Vasudeva, who are seated in the chariot, appear in the water of the Kalindi? Have they then left the chariot? Thinking thus, he surfaced from the water and looked by the chariot for corroboration, but he found them seated in the chariot as before. Now thinking that what he saw in the water was illusory, he submerged himself in it once again. There he saw again the divine vision of the Lord. He saw the great serpent, Adishesha, being saluted and prayed to by the hosts of various celestials and divinities. He saw that divine serpent having 1,000 heads and 1,000 diademed hoods, wearing a blue cloth, white like filament, within a lotus stalk, and resembling a white mountain with many peaks. He saw seated on the serpent bed the Supreme Person, Mahavishnu, deep blue in complexion, wearing a yellow silk garment, and having 4 arms and eyes crimson like a lotus flower, a very picture of serenity. He saw him with a face calm and bewitching, attractive by the sweet smile and looks, by its expensive brows and high nose, and by its comely ears, cheeks, and lips. He had arms long and stout, shoulders high, chest illumined by Shri, neck shapely like a conch, navel wide and deep, and abdomen marked by 3 folds and thin like a leaf. His waist and hips were massive. His thighs were thick and tapering like an elephant's trunk. His knees and ankles were well formed and handsome. His lotus feet, with their petals of sharply toes, were illumined by the sheen of their red-tinged nails and raised anklets. His ornaments consisted of diadems, armlets, and bracelets, all studded with sparkling precious gems, besides the sacred thread and shining necklaces, anklets, and earrings. In one of his hands he held the play lotus, while in the other he sported the kunj, discus, and mace. His chest was illumined by the auspicious mark Shrivasta, the brilliant neck jewel Kastuba, and a floral wreath. He was being praised through separate hymns with divergent meanings of different classes of devotees by his attendants like Sunada and Nanda and Sanaka and other sages, by divinities like Brahma and Rudra, and by the 9 Brahma sages, Marichi, Atri, Angiras, Pultasya, Pulha, Kratu, Brigu, Vashishta, and Daksha, and by the great Bhagavatam Matamas like Prahlada, Narada, Vasu, and others. He was being adored by deities like Shri Pushti, Saraswati, Santi, Kriti, Tushti, Bhu, Urja, and by his Maya Shakti consisting of Vidya and Avidya, which cause liberation and bondage. Seeing the Lord in this setting, Akrura was filled with the highest delight and devotion. All his hair stood on end, his eyes shed copious tears, and he stretched himself down in prostration, recovering little from the overpowering effect of devotion. He, with a concentrated mind and with joined palms held in salutation, praised Krishna in a trembling voice charged with excessive devotion.
Iti, iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurana Paramahamsya Samhitaya Dashamaskande Purvadem Akrura Pratiyane Ekona Chatvarinchodhyaya Atha Chatvarinchodhyaya Akrura Uvacha.
10. Chapter 40. Akrura's hymn to Sri Krishna. The primordial being Narayana. Akrura said, I pray, I prostrate before thee, the ultimate cause of all, beyond the cause and effect relationship. I prostrate before Narayana, the primordial and undecaying person, from whose navel came the cosmic lotus, in which was seated Brahma, who created all the worlds. All categories of evolution like the earth, water, fire, air, sky, their cause, Mahatattva, cosmic intelligence, Prakriti, the Purusha, its cause, the mind, senses, objects of the senses, Devas, all these, though considered as causes, are but parts of thy being. Prakriti and all the above mentioned categories being material and grasped only as objects of consciousness, they and their combinations, the embodied beings, are not able to know thee who art pure spirit, and therefore the pure subject. Even Brahma cannot grasp thee, the transcendent spirit, as he is bound by the modes of material Prakriti. All paths lead to thee. Persons who have developed the highest spiritual insight worship thee in thyself without the help of any substitute or symbol, through intuition as the one Lord and universal being. Other devotees who require the use of symbols worship thee as dwelling in the body, or as dwelling in nature, or as dwelling in the devas. Persons devoted to the ritualistic type of karma yoga worship thee according to the Vedic karma kanda, through various yajnas, invoking thee under the many forms and names of deities known to the sacrificial cult. There are some who, on attaining knowledge, abandon all karmas and adore thee, the embodiment of knowledge, through the performance of knowledge sacrifice, jnana yajna. There are others who follow the path of devotion prescribed by thee in Pancharatra and other devotional texts, and attain to spiritual perfection by meditating on thee as the manifold form of the four vyuhas, Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha, and as a Mahanarayana, the one universal being. O Lord, owing to the prevalence of different spiritual traditions based on the teachings of variety teachers, there are still others who, following the cult of Saivism, worship thee as Shiva. Even those who worship deities other than thee and follow a different faith worship only thee, whose embodiment all divinities are. O Lord, just as all rivers, originating from different mountains and fed by rain, finally enter the ocean, so also all paths of worship lead ultimately to thee. Divine manifestations, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, are the three aspects constituting thy Prakriti. All beings, from Brahma down to inert substances, have come out of these gunas of Prakriti and are sustained by them even as the beads of a necklace are by its thread. Salutations to thee who art all this, but yet art not attached to anything, and art only their witness. This cosmic manifestation is the work of thy Maya Shakti. It affects beings of various types like devas, men, and animals in body, but not thee who art its master. The fire is thy face, the earth thy feet, the sun thy eyesight, the sky thy navel, the waters thy hearing, the celestials thy arms, the ocean thy abdomen, the air thy vital energy, the trees and plants thy hair, the clouds thy locks, the mountains thy bones and nails, the night and day thy winking, the Prajapati thy reproductive organ, and the rain thy semen. Such is the conception given for meditation on thee. O indestructible one, in thee, who art spirit with innumerable dimensions, are all these different spheres manifested with numerous types of beings and their protecting deities. Floating in thy dimensions like aquatic creatures of minute sizes and microbes in the fig fruit, they do not mutually contact or apprehend one another in any way. Refuge in the Lord. Whatever forms thou hast assumed for thy sportive activities, about them, persons who have been rid of their sins and sorrows sing the glorification with great delight. Salutations to thee, the causal fish traversing the waters of the deluge. Salutations to thee, the horse-necked one, Hayagriva, who destroyed Madhu and Kaitava. Salutations to thee, the great tortoise who supported the Mandara mountains at the churning of the ocean. Salutations to thee, who incarnated as the cosmic ball to lift up the earth as in play and establish it in proper place. Salutations to thee, who didst assume the form of the wondrous man-lion in order to protect thy devotees from fears and dangers. Salutations to thee, who as Vamana, the holy dwarf, measured the whole universe with 3 strides. Salutations to thee, Rama with the axe, the leader of the Brigus, who decimated the tribe of proud and insolent Kshatriyas. Salutations to thee, Rama, the leader of the Raghus, who destroyed Ravana and his followers. Salutations to thee, manifested for the protection of the devotees as the 4 Vyuhas, Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. Salutations to thee as the Buddha, the pure one who would bring confusion among the Daityas and Danavas. Salutations to thee as Kalki, who would bring the destruction of kings and other ruling authorities that have degenerated into the state of barbarism. O worshipful Lord, the world of living creatures, overpowered by thy Maya, goes round and round the wheel of samsara, infatuated by the false sense of I and mine. O all-pervading one, I too am subject to the infatuation of holding as permanent such fleeting and dreamlike objects as body, children, houses, wife, sense enjoyments, relatives, and other things. Am debarred from knowing thee, the one source of disinterested love and bliss, because of my misplaced and contrary way of understanding what is the permanent as distinguished from the impermanent. What is the spirit as distinguished from the body, and what leads to joy as distinguished from what leads to suffering? Because of the oscillation of the mind between such extremes, it is merged in ignorance. Just as a stupid man in search of water leaves the tank because its water is covered over by growths from within like water weeds, and goes after a mirage which contains no water, so am I, unmindful of thee under Maya's cover, seeking happiness in bodily concerns. Pitiably, weak-willed as I am, I find it impossible to control my mind, plagued by desires and the works they prompt one to undertake, and drawn hither and thither by the exciting senses. I, who am thus under the bondage of the senses, none the less am now resigning myself at thy feet. which people with impure and uncontrolled minds cannot usually do. O Lord, it is only by thy grace that I am enabled to do this. In spite of my unworthiness, the contact with the holy men is what is generally supposed to turn men's minds towards thee. But, O lotus-naveled one, it is only when, by thy grace, the time to be free from samsara has come, that one gets holy company, and through that, the mental inclination to practice devotion. Salutations to thee, who art pure consciousness, who art the source of consciousness everywhere, who art the infinite power of Brahman, controlling the three factors of time, karma, and nature that determine the destiny of jivas. Salutations to thee, Vasudeva, the soul of all souls, to thee, Sankarshana, the support of Ahankara, to thee, Pradyumna and Aniruddha, the controllers of the mind and the senses. Protect me as am resigned to thee.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarde Akrura Stuti Nama Chaturvamshi Dasho Adhyaya Athai Eko Chaturvamshisho Athai Ka Atha Eka Chaturvangsho Adhyaya.
Skanda 10, chapter 41. Entry into the city of Mathura. Krishna's query about the vision. Sri Sukha said, thus did Lord Krishna show to Akrura, submerged in water, his divine form which he soon withdrew, just as a dancer does his pose. Akrura, noticing that Krishna had disappeared, emerged from the water, performed his noonday rites in haste, and went back to the chariot in utter astonishment. Krishna now asked him, you seem to have come across something very wonderful, either in the water, or on the land, or in the sky. Signs indicated. What could it be? Akrura said, whatever wonderful phenomena there are on the land, in the water, or in the air, they all subsist only in thee, the all-inclusive existence. When I see thee, that existence before me, what wonderful phenomena can be excluded from my sight? It is therefore impossible for me to distinguish and say what I have seen and what I have not. When thou art present before me, thou in whom subsists all that is wonderful on earth, in water, and in sky, what other wonder can I probably see on earth, water, and air? Akrura's request to Krishna to visit his house. Saying so, Akrura drove the chariot and arrived at Mathura with Rama and Krishna by evening. O king, on the way people gathered here and there in small crowds to have a look at the sons of Vasudeva, seeing whom they could not withdraw their eyes for very joy. Meanwhile, the party of Gopas, headed by Nanda, had arrived in advance in a suburban garden and were waiting the arrival of Rama and Krishna. Going towards them, Krishna said to Akrura, holding his hands and smiling, you please go in advance with the chariot to your house in the city. We shall take a little rest here and then go round the city sightseeing. Akrura said, O Lord, I shall not enter the city without you both. It does not behove thee, the lover of devotees, to abandon me, thy votary. Let us go to my house. Be pleased to sanctify my home by visiting it with thy brother, the Gopals, and other friends. Let the home of a householder like me be purified by the dust of thy feet, by the offering of the water in which thy feet has been washed. The Pitris, Agnis, and Devas attain satisfaction. By washing thy feet, Mahabali attained to great fame for holiness and to the status of a great man. Immense wealth and salvation, which only men with wholehearted devotion attain, were the rewards he got. The Ganga, which constitutes the water washing thy feet, sanctifies all the three worlds. Lord Shiva found it holy enough to bear on his head, and the sons of Sagara attained to heaven by being sanctified with it. O thou the Supreme Lord, salutations. O thou the Master of the worlds, salutations. O thou whose grace is showered on those who sing or listen to thy excellences, salutations. O thou the ornament of the Yadu clan, salutations. O thou the one famous for holiness, salutations. O thou Narayana, salutations.
The Lord said, I shall come to your house with my brother after destroying Kamsa, the oppressor and suppressor of the clans of the Yadus. I shall then please all friends. The glories of Mathura city. Sri Shuka said, Akrura was a little sad to hear these words of the Lord. He, however, went alone in the city, informed Kamsa of the fulfillment of his mission, and returned to his own house. Next day, the Lord, accompanied by Rama and surrounded by the Gopas, entered the city of Mathura for sightseeing. The city of Mathura, he saw, had huge frontal structures and gates shining like crystals and fitted with shutters lined with gold and embellishments of ornamental arches, granaries made of copper and brass, circumambient moats difficult to cross, and delightful gardens and parks. It had glittering crossroads flanked by mansions with gardens, rest houses, assembly halls for the conferences of tradesmen, and houses of other types, wooden sheds, platforms, and balconies, all lavishly inlaid with gold and set with precious gems, and occupied by peacocks and singing birds, and well swept and well watered high roads, streets, shopping centers, and courtyards strewn with flowers, tender shoots, puffed grain, and unbroken rice. The houses had their entrances decorations of plantain trees with fruits and acrira palms with nuts, besides ceremonial waterfall jars sprinkled over with curds and sandal solution, rows of light and strings of flowers, of tender shoots, and of silk scarf, festoons, and banners. City women's praise of Krishna. O King, when the son of Vasudeva along with their companions entered the city by the high road, the city women, in their excitement and haste to see them, ascended the terraces and balconies of the buildings to get full view of them. In their agitation, some wore their clothes and ornaments in the wrong way. Some put on bracelets only on one arm, forgetting the other. Some wore ear ornaments and anklets only on one side, and some came with corurium applied only in one eye. Those who were eating or bathing came out in the middle, awakened by the noise, and sleeping ones hesitant, while those who were feeding their infants left them aside and joined the crowd. The lotus-eyed Lord, whose gait was stately like that of an elephant in rut, and who is the abiding joy of Sri Devi's heart, robbed the minds of all by his dignified and sportive actions, by his bewitching smile, and by his gracious glances. O valiant king, having frequently heard about his excellences, their minds were already absorbed in him. Now, on seeing him before their eyes, and being favored by his looks and smile, they embraced his blissful form as it appeared in their hearts. Let in through the gateway of the eyes, and with the horripilation of their bodies, assuaged their long-standing pang of separation from him. Standing on the terraces of their homes and faces blooming with joy, they rained flowers on Rama and Krishna. Here and there on the way, Brahmanas joyously offered them Purna Kambuma, ceremonial reception with water pots, and also curds, cereals, wreaths, sandal paste, and various presents. What great austerities must the gopis of Vrindavana have undergone to have had the privilege of always seeing these two, whose sight provides a feast of delight to all the faculties of men. So spoke of citizens of Mathura witnessing the scene. Washerman, weaver, and garland maker episodes. The Lord asks for some clean and superior clothes of the washerman come dryer, who was passing that way. The Lord said, Dear man, give us some of those superior clothes. We are in every way fit to wear them. It will bring you much good, undoubtedly. Though the Lord, who had no wants unfilled, thus begged of him in all humility, the washerman, proud as he was of being an employee of the king, only got annoyed and said insultingly, O mannerless fools, do you fellows who wander on hills and in forests generally wear this kind of dress? These are fit only for royalty. How dare you ask of them? O painless fellows, be gone. If you want to save your lives, do not think of asking of these garments. The servants of the king will put you in fetters, strip you of your possession, and even kill you, if you show yourself to be so insolent and haughty. Angered by this abusive speech of the washerman, Krishna nipped his head off in his body with his fingers. The royal washerman's assistant threw down all the bundles of clothes they were carrying and scooted in all directions. Krishna took possession of all those clothes. Krishna and Rama selected the types of dress they fancied and gave the rest to the gopas. Some were left behind on the spot. A friendly weaver now made for them some decorative outfits and cloths having different colors and designs. Rama and Krishna now dressed in splendid attire and decorated charmingly, shone like two young elephants of white and blue complexion, arrayed for a great festival. Being very much pleased with that weaver, the Lord gave him Suryupa Mukti, the liberated state in which one will have a form like that of Vishnu. And during the rest of his life in the world, he was blessed with great wealth, strength, good fortune, intelligence, and professional skill. Next they went to the house of Sudama, the garland maker. Seeing them, he got up from his seat and made prostrations before them. He had seated them on pedestals, washed their feet, and honored them and their followers with wreaths, betel leaves, unjugans, and other ingredients of worship. He said, O Lord, by your visit, the object of our human birth has been fulfilled. Our line of ancestry has been sanctified, and the Pritis, Devas, and Rishis have become propitious. You are the ultimate cause of the universe, for the good of the world and for its security. That divinity has been born by a part of his as you too. You who are the all-inclusive being and the friend of all, to whom all are alike, no partiality can be attributed, even if you favor those who worship you. Command me, your humble servant. What can I do for you? I will indeed be a blessing to any man to do whatever you command. Saying so, Sudama presented the Lord with garlands made of selected flowers, noted for their fragrance and beauty. Rama and Krishna, together with their followers, now decorated themselves with these garlands. They then gave as boons all his requirements to Sudama, who had prostrated himself at their feet. He chose as boons firm and unflinching devotion to that all-inclusive being, friendship towards all the Lord's devotees, and kindness to all creatures. They granted him those boons besides others like progressive prosperity to his family, strength, longevity, faith, fame, and handsomeness.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvade Puru Pravesho Nama Eka Chaturva Eka Chaturvang Eka Chaturvaringsho Dhyaya Atha Dvi Chaturvaringsho Adhyaya Sri Shuka Uvacha.
Canto 10, chapter 42, events leading to the wrestling match. The episode of the hunchback maid. Sri Shuka said, as Krishna proceeded along the high road, he came across a woman holding a vessel full of sandal paste. The woman, though hunchbacked, was young and very beautiful. Krishna said to her, pretty damsel, who are you? To whom are you taking these ansujans? Tell us the truth about these matters, and please be good enough to give us some quantity of these fragrant ansujans. Good shall befall you before long. The maid said, O handsome one, I am the courtesan named Trivakra, patronized by Kamsa for my skill in marking these fragrant pastes for applying on the body. The king likes my preparation immensely. To you I shall certainly give some of it, for who is more eligible than you to use such precious sandal paste? Swept away by the excitement caused by their bewitching appearance, sweetness and disposition, smiles, speech and glances, she gave them lavish quantities of that thick sandal paste. With the upper part of the body anointed with sandal paste of color distinction from their complexion, Rama and Krishna shone exceedingly. In order to show the world how immediate blessings can follow a vision of him, Krishna, who was very much pleased with her, decided to straighten that woman who was handsome but for her hunchback and the three bends on her body. Pressing her feet with his and holding her chin by the two fingers, he gave her face a lift. By Mukunda's touch, she was made whole. Her bends were straightened, all parts of her body became well developed, and she was transformed into a matchless beauty queen. Now endowed with beauty, liberty, and other good qualities, she spoke, pulling up her upper cloth a little and smiling in an exuberance and amorous sentiment. She said, come, O heroic one, come to my house. It is possible for me to go without you. Be gracious to me, whose mind has been stirred by you to its depths. When the girl solicited with him thus in the presence of Rama, the Lord looked at the faces of all the Gopas and said laughingly, O handsome one, after I have accomplished the task on which I have come here, I shall think of going to your house, which is the resort of men and rest and freedom from worries. For houseless travelers are indeed a retreat. The breaking of the bow. Detaching her with such sweet words, Krishna, along with his brother, went forward along the high road, worshipped by communities of merchants and tradesmen, with presentations of various things like garlands, scents, betel leaves. Women who met him on the way were so overpowered by love that they stood completely self-forgetful, like pictures drawn on canvas without any awareness of the loosening of their wearing clothes, braids, and bracelets. By inquiring, Krishna learned from the citizen the location of the hall where the bow was kept and worshipped. He then entered the hall and saw the bow, which was as wonderful as Indra's bow, rainbow. Krishna approached that highly embellished floor, which was protected by many guards and exhibited for worship, and in spite of being obstructed by the attendants, took it up by force. In the presence of the crowd, he took it up with his left hand as in play, and in the twinkling of an eye, struck it with one twang, broke it in the middle as easily as a powerful elephant in rut breaks a sugar cane. A terrific sound of the breaking bow filled the quarters, the sky, and the intermediate regions. Hearing it, Kamsa trembled in fear.
The guards with their helpers were roused to anger at this, and they took up arms and surrounded Krishna, crying, "Catch hold of him, tie him up," and so on. Thereupon, Rama and Krishna, finding them advancing in a threatening mood, took up the broken pieces of bow in great anger and beat them to death. They also killed the fresh reinforcements sent by Kamsa, and then emerging from the hall, again went about seeing the marvels of the city. On seeing them in their midst, the citizens of Mathura, who had witnessed their prowess, brilliance, fearless self-confidence, and beauty, took them to the great divinities. The night previous to the wrestling match, as they were thus moving about the sunset, Rama and Krishna, along with the Gopa boys, went back to the park where their carts were stationed. The sorrowing gopis of Vrindavana had, at the time of their separation from Krishna, expressed their expectation that before long the inhabitants of Mathura might be enjoyers of the rare beauty of that supreme person. Seeing which Sri Devi abandoned all other divinities and took her exclusive residence in him. All those prognostications did come true that day. After washing their feet, they took a hearty meal of rice cooked in milk, payasa, though they had come to know from the citizens about Kamsa's intentions to hold the wrestling contest. They slept well at night, totally unconcerned. Kamsa heard how, for Rama and Krishna, it was only just a play to break the bow and to kill its guards and the men sent to reinforce them. All this unnerved him, and he had very little sleep that night. In waking and in a dream, he saw many portents that came to him like messengers of death. Even though his head was on his neck, he could not find it in his reflection in a mirror. He saw the sun, moon, and other luminaries as doubles, even though there was only one each actually present. Seeing holes in his own reflection, not hearing the humming sound of the working of the prana when the orifices of the ears were closed, seeing all trees as yellow, finding no footmarks or sand or mud, these were some of the bad omens he saw in the waking state. In dream he experienced the following: being embraced by the spirits of the dead, riding on a donkey, eating poisonous food, going about alone with a red hibiscus garland, or with oil applied on the body, or stark naked. Seeing many such omens in waking and in dream, he was filled with fear of death and found it impossible to sleep. The arena. O great king, when the night was over and the sun had risen from the ocean's depths, Kamsa gave orders for the commencement of the wrestling match. Servants swept the arena. The galleries were adorned with reeds, flags, and buntings. Trumpets and drums were sounded. People from the city and the countryside, preceded by Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, occupied the galleries in order, while royalties took their special seats. With a trembling heart, Kamsa sat on a royal throne, surrounded by his ministers and subsidiary chieftains. Amidst the sound of trumpets, amidst the sound of trumpets, mingled with that of wrestlers' characteristic clapping of arms, the proud contestants, well decorated, and led by the coaches, entered the arena. Then came the wrestling champions, Chanura, Mushtika, Kutta, Salaka, and Tosala, all stirred and excited by the warlike sound of drums and trumpets. Gopa followers, who had been invited by Kamsa, made presentations to the king and occupied one section in the gallery.
Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvade Malla Rango Pavarnanam Nama Dvichatvarinchodhyayah Atha त्रिचत्वारिंशोऽध्यायः श्री सुख उवाच.
Skanda 10, chapter 43, the prelude to the wrestling conflicts. Confrontation with the elephant Kuvala Ida. Sri Shuka said, "Now, O king, Rama and Krishna, after they had finished their morning ablutions, started on hearing the band of the wrestlers to see the wrestling match. When they reached the entrance to the arena, Krishna saw stationed there the elephant Kuvalayapida, who was being prompted by its keeper to charge at him. Tightening his wearing cloth and tying up his curly locks, Krishna ordered the elephant keeper as follows in a voice resembling the rumble of thunder. O you elephant keeper, give way to both of us without delay. If you fail, be warned that you with your elephant would immediately be dispatched to Yama's realm. Stung to the quick by these abusive words, the irate elephant keeper directed a charge by the infuriated elephant, which was fierce like an emissary of death, the spirit of time. Rushing at him, the huge Pachidam caught Krishna with his trunk, but the Lord slipped out of its hold, gave it a mighty blow on its forehead, and ensconced himself between its legs. Provoked to terrific anger at not being able to see Krishna, the animal somehow smelt him out and again caught him by its trunk. But Krishna slipped out of its hold once again. Next, Krishna caught hold of the elephant's tail and playfully pulled him back by 20 feet, just as Garuda grips and drags a serpent. As the animal turned right or left to catch him, Krishna pulled it by the tail in the opposite, making it go round and round, just as a boy plays pulling the tail of a calf. Next, he faced the elephant and gave it a mighty blow and ran forward in such a way that the elephant felt at every step that it could catch him. But he eluded it and moved forward until he succeeded in making the elephant fall. While running, he made a show of toppling down but got up immediately and stood aside. Before the elephant came down and charged with its tusks into the ground, thinking that he was still on the ground. When all its maneuvers failed, the elephant grew wild and, prompted by its keeper, again rushed at Krishna. Krishna, who was none but Lord Madhusudana, now pulled the taking elephant by its trunk and felled it onto the ground. Holding down the fallen elephant by his own leg, Hari pulled out its tusk like a lion, as if he would play to him. And with those tusks, he beat the elephant and its keeper to death. Krishna, as he entered the arena, armed with the elephant's tusks resting on his shoulder, spotted with drops of the animal's blood and ichor, and beautified by particles of sweat on his lotus face, the Lord now looked resplendent as he left the side of the dead elephant. O king, with the excellent weapon of an elephant tusk in hand and surrounded by many gopas, Rama and Krishna now entered the arena. A thunderbolt to the wrestlers, a hero to the common folk, an embodied Cupid to women, a kinsman to the gopas, a terror to evil and tyrannical rulers, an infant to the parents, the lord of death to Kamsa, a being like themselves to ignorant folk, the supreme truth to the yogis, their chosen deity to the Yadavas, revealing himself in all his multifaceted roles, suggestive of the 9 rasas, sentiments. Krishna entered the arena with his brother. Praise from the galleries. O king, finding that Kuvalayapida was dead and that Rama and Krishna were invincible, Kamsa, though a brave man, trembled within. Endowed with well-developed arms, bedecked attractively with ornaments and wreaths of flowers and garments, and attracting all onlookers by their splendor, they entered the arena and shone like 2 reputed actors. The large number of people in the galleries, who had come from the city as well as the countryside, were all alike thrilled to see those noble ones, and with eyes and faces blooming in excitement, drank, as it were, their attractive forms with the cups of their eyes. But however much they drank, they never got satiated. It looked as if they were drinking them up with the eyes, licking them up with the tongue, smelling them with the nose, and embracing them with their arms. They began to speak among themselves about what they had heard or seen about the extraordinary excellences of those two, about the beauty of their form, about their courage and similar qualities, about the sweetness of their nature, and about their masterliness in everything. They said, they are verily parts of Lord Narayan himself, born in the house of Vasudeva. This Krishna is really the son of Vasudeva, transferred to the house of Nanda Gopa, where he has been staying incognito till now. Many asuras have met with their end at his hand. Putana, Trinavarta, Sankachuda, Kesi, Dhanuka, Aga, all these are among them. He also uprooted the Arjuna trees. He saved the cows and the keepers from the forest fire. Kaliya was punished by him. Indra too was humbled by him. For 7 days he held the great Govardhana mountain in one hand and saved the whole of Gokula from the destruction through rain, storm, and lightning. The gopis overcame all their woes without any difficulty by daily seeing his ever gracious and smiling face. Great men say that under his protection the clan of the Yadavas would come into importance, attaining great wealth, fame, and power. This lotus-eyed one is Krishna's elder brother Rama, by whom were destroyed asuras like Pralamba, Vatsaka, Baka, and others. Janura's challenge. As the people were talking thus among themselves, and as the trumpets were sounding for the commencement of the match, the wrestling champion Chanura advanced towards Rama and Krishna and addressed them as follows. O son of Nanda, O Rama, you are both famous everywhere as heroic young men and experts in wrestling. Hearing this and desirous of seeing you, the king has called you to his court. The subjects who by thought, word, and deed please the king prosper. Those who do the contrary reap unpleasant results. It is well known that while tending cows in forests, the Gopas also practice wrestling as a pastime with great enthusiasm. So you and we should do what is pleasing to the king. All beings will then be pleased with us, for the king embodies in himself all beings. Krishna, speech, was very much pleased at the proposal for a wrestling bout, but spoke as follows to suit the time and place. We, who are nomadic forest dwellers, are also the subjects of the king of the Bhojas. We shall always do what is pleasing to him. We consider it a blessing. But we are only boys. We can engage ourselves only in wrestling contests of a playful nature with boys of our age and strength. The wrestling contest should be arranged on proper lines, or else sin would befall even those who witness it. Chanura said, neither you, who killed as in play the elephant Kupalaya Pida, having the strength of 1,000 elephants, nor Balarama, who is famous for his strength, can be called mere boys or adolescents. So you are undoubtedly qualified to wrestle with strong opponents. There will be no impropriety in it. O scion of the Vrishni clan, you show your prowess against me, and let Balarama compete with Mushtika.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Dashamaskande Purvarte Kuvalaya Pidavado Nama Sichatwarinsha Shotyayaha Atwarinsho Dhyayaha Shri Shuka
Skanda 10, Chapter 44, Salvation of Kamsa. Contest with the wrestlers. Sri Sukha said, resolving to take up the challenge, Krishna and Rama approached Chanura and Mushtika respectively. Entwining hand to hand and leg to leg, they pulled at each other, eager for victory. Fist against fist, elbow against elbow, head against head, and chest against chest, they clashed. Whirling round with the arm, throwing away with a pull of the hand, trying to strangle by embracing, throwing down on the ground, pushing forward and backward, by all such means, each trying to overpower the other, by throwing up, by lifting, by whirling, by pressing down, and such other tactics, they try to hurt each other and win. Women's protest at the unequal combat. O King, much distressed to see this unequal contest, the women who had assembled there in large numbers began to speak among themselves. Great is the unrighteousness of these assembled spectators when they tolerate, in the very presence of the king, such a contest between the strong and the weak to take place. It is their duty to protest against it. Where are the man mountains of these wrestlers with bodies as hard as stone? And where these adolescent boys of tender limbs? This assembly will surely be charged with breach of the rules of Dharma. For the law is that one should not remain where Dharma is being perpetrated.
A different group of people said, a wise man should not attend assemblies indiscriminately in view of the evils that can arise from it, whether the occurrence is in its happenings and deliberation, or whether you dissent, or whether you profess ignorance. You have your share in the evils caused by it. Look at the face of Krishna, like a lotus with drops of water on it. His face shines with particles of sweat as he goes around his adversary. Don't show the face of Rama, stirred with a wrathful mood in confrontation with Mushtika, and brightened by an angry smile and reddened eyes. The land of Braja is indeed sacred, for hidden in human forms and adorned with many of garlands of wild flowers, this Krishna, who is the object of worship, even for Paramaswaras, moved about there with his brother Rama, tending cattle and playing in his flute. The gopis of Vrindavana must surely have performed great austerities, for they had the privilege of drinking, as it were, every day with the cup of their eyes, the form of Krishna, in which it included the essence of all beauty, graciousness, lordliness, and praiseworthiness, which is the one seat of unexcelled, incomparable nature and never fading loveliness. The really blessed people in all the worlds are these gopikas who, being ever absorbed in love for Krishna, always sing about him with their minds fixed on him, whether they be milking, husking, churning, cleaning the floor, attending to children, or working in the garden. These gopikas are indeed the most fortunate among the fortunate, as every day, drawn to the roadside by the sound of the flute, they see the gracious and smiling face of Krishna when he goes out and when he returns to Vriaja with the cattle sounding the flute. Destruction of Chanura and Mushtika. While the women were talking like this, Hari, the master of yoga, decided to destroy his opponent. Hearing the apprehensive words of the women, those among them who were parents of the boys of the same age felt overwhelmed by a sense of sympathetic sorrow, for they knew nothing about the extraordinary power of those boys. Both Krishna and Chanura fought with each other in accordance with the rules of such duels. So did Balarama and Mushtika. Chanura was soon exhausted and his joints crushed by the thunderbolt punches delivered by the Lord with his fist. Now, with the speed of a falcon, Chanura furiously hit at the chest of the Lord with both his fists. It made no impact on the Lord, as a blow with a reed will not on an elephant. Catching hold of Chanura by the hand, the Lord whirled him around and around until the wrestler was dead, and then struck the earth with his body. He, with all his turban, makeup, and wreath scattered, fell on the ground like an effigy pulled down. Even early Mushtika, who had attempted a few punches at Balarama, was struck by the powerful fists of the latter. He trembled, vomited blood, and fell down on earth like a tree uprooted by the wind. After that, the wrestler named Kutta came challenging. Balarama in no time dispatched him playfully with his left hand with utmost contempt. Immediately after, Sala and Tosala died at Krishna's hand, the first by being beheaded with a stroke of the leg, and the other by being split into two. When Charuna, Mushtika, Kutta, Sala, and Tosala met their end, all while Kamsa was giving such